Well, hello there. I hope you're doing well. And today, we are gonna embark upon a journey full of excitement. Twists and turns, battles, ups and downs. And at the end of this journey, we will conquer the Soul Society once and for all. As we are destined to unleash our bankai to the heavens themselves and achieve the true pinnacle of existence by conquering every handsome man in sight, whether they like it or not. So there's a lot to do today. But hi there. I hope you're doing well. Hi Angel. Hi Greg. I see you do hard starting, both of you. Very nice. Greg, my lower back ain't bending that far. If I do a flip, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna fall myself into a pretzel. And I don't think I can recover from that. Alright, so, with that out of the way. I haven't really played this game a lot, but what I did manage to do is I'm grinding some levels, just so we have a bunch of things to do today. And basically, I think we probably will be able to grind all the way to chapter 6, maybe even. I'm not sure how much EXP I can get, but we have a lot of things to do. There's a lot of new events as well, so plenty of fun things on the horizon. Fair enough, Greg, fair enough. It is nice, Angel. As I said, I haven't been playing a lot, but the thing is, this game is pretty special because, for whatever reason, right, they had an issue with guilds in this game where people would just quit and enter like sub accounts in order to raise guild level. So they outright just said, you know what, we're disabling it right now. Here you go, a 10 pull and a couple spirit jades for you. And I was like, you know what? I joined a guild for like less than half a day, and then they pretty much just kicked everybody out. And I'm like, I feel like I profited for no reason, but you know what? I'll take the 10 pull. Speaking of 10 pulls, we gonna try to get 80 pulls and then do some summons. I have 67 summons, so we are gonna see who we can get. Alright, so let's start with some story, I guess. I also disabled the music for two reasons. First of all, the first stream I got copyright struck by Ichigo's theme song, so that put fear of God in me. And also, you know, it's weekend. We can't get too excited, so we gotta keep it nice and chill today. For the most part, unless I get something exciting. Now, let me do a nice team here. This is a team I've been running. Yashiro, Uru, and Ichigo has been working pretty well. I have 67 pulls, 2 away from the sacred number. It's not quite there, Greg. I understand the enthusiasm, but it's not quite there. Angel, I think this game would be really good for you, because you pretty much can just do everything on auto, you don't even have to play, and you get a lot of pulls, and, you know, I feel like you love it. Now, my Ichigo is pretty juiced. He already at 10k power, which is not a lot, but you know. I heard you guys saying 67 all the time. I don't actually understand what that means. It probably shows my age that I don't understand. But, you know. I'll let you get away with it for now. Alright, I don't think there's any story in hard mode, so we're just gonna power through it, grind some levels, get ourselves nice geared up. There's also a couple boss battles that we're gonna do for some events. Look, I don't keep up with memes nowadays, because the only memes that I know is from you, Greg. Whatever you post in Discord is pretty much all I know. Unfortunately, my era of being a dank memester is far behind me. That's what happens when you reach your 20s. Life just never comes back to you. It's like a fleeting star, you know? And, you know the saying, the star that shines the brightest dims a lot. What's it say? Dims fastest or something like that? Forgot the exact saying, but something along those lines. Burns out fastest, that's what I was looking for. I feel like if I do, I'm just gonna get put on a list somewhere. I feel like there's an elaborate joke that when I realize what it actually means, you guys are gonna make fun of me. Listen, Greg, it's 3 p.m. I'm still, you know, I just woke up recently, okay? I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing, who I am, and why I'm here. Also, I made a little bit of improvement to my setup. I posted a picture in Discord, and I think you guys saw it already, but I got myself some extra lights, and the difference it makes is actually pretty tremendous, because I would usually sit in a complete darkness while streaming, and that would actually kind of put me to sleep, but now that I have lights everywhere, now I feel like I can, you know, really concentrate. The main problem was that I didn't measure my screen, so the lights are a little bit short, just like a tiny bit at the bottom. But to be fair, there are some wires, so it kind of actually hides the wires, so in a way it is a blessing in disguise. I was thinking of getting like 4 and putting 2 on top as well, but the problem is my monitor is kind of curved, so I feel like that would be kind of finicky to do, so I just settled for the side ones. And the thing is, it's a fancy one as well, because it came with a remote, so I can change the colors, but I settled with purple, because, you know, I like me some purple. It's a nice color. And the worst part is that the table lights that I have, they don't have purple setting on it, so I can't even match it. Disgrace, truly. Anyway, how you been doing, guys? You started drinking tea again, Angel. Very nice. You see, absolutely, you finally realizing it, Angel. You see, I'm proud of you. Because when somebody realizes that tea is a true god elixir of this world, and coffee is just a mere, you know, substitute for those that haven't achieved enlightenment yet, that's when you truly see the world for what it is. You open your third eye, and everything becomes clear all of a sudden. Also, I think we're probably gonna save up all limited pulls for Toshiro, because Toshiro coming out next Friday. So I gotta save up as much as I possibly can. So on Friday, next Friday, we're gonna do like a pulling session as well. Tea with coffee? I feel like that's a concoction that will lead either to you poisoning yourself or a trip straight to the bathroom, first class ticket. And I'm not sure if that's something you want to partake in. Because, I mean, I've had, like, coffee liquor based desserts before, and so did I have, like, matcha tea as well. So I feel like if you mix it in food context, it might work, but just mixing 2 liquids together, I feel like coffee is just gonna overpower tea, and it's just gonna become a slurry, honestly. Okay, not mixed together. That's good. At least you clarified that, Greg, because I was about to say. That's kind of a holy concoction only Angel would dream up of. I think he means just having both. As in drinking both at certain points, not just setting for one thing. I also remapped my like key bindings a bit, so I'm actually playing a bit better now. Because before I was relying on my like my mouth in order to click buttons and whatnot. And I still do right now, but that's only because, you know, I need to get used to it. I haven't played this game in like 3 days. Only been logging in, doing everything on auto and logging out. I mean, you can, Angel. All you need to do is just download emulator, like LD Play, or there's an official one for Google Play, which actually I downloaded just so I can, you know, see the difference, if it's like better or not. Because I was curious since Google released their own, and I thought, well, maybe if it's official, it's better. But I personally like LD Play a bit more, because you can run multi-instances on it as well, and it just feels better, to be honest. And I've been using it for like ages. Oh, come on, Angel. It literally takes like 5 minutes to download it. It's not even that complex. Well, it depends on how you do your keybinds. I made it so I move camera with left click on my mouse, but that's my preference. You can basically map it out to like a key if you want, or you know, do it with a scroll wheel. Kind of depends on you, but the main reason why I do it with left click is because I mapped my block on my right click, so it's basically kind of like makes it easier for me. And then I have my dodge and shift, and basically Q and E is like the skills, and spacebar is attack. I know spacebar usually used for dodge, but I prefer shift personally. You can map it out however you want. This game has full customization. I personally just don't like the free flow camera. I prefer to move it myself, personally, because that's basically just my old-timey instincts come from playing League, where I always had like manual camera, and it just makes it feel better for me personally. Because you kind of can get stuck on facing an enemy that you don't really want. It's full customizable, Angel, especially on emulator. You can literally map it out how you want. You can even have like shortcuts to combos in this game. You can literally do some macros in order to do some combos for here. It's actually advertised like officially as well, so it's not even cheating. So if you don't want to play the game at all, you can just make AI basically do everything for you. I do like Full Metal Alchemist Helmet. Hi there, by the way. Hopefully you're doing great. Two-month subscriptions. Whew. Alright, fighting Renji now. The big Abarai man. Man, I feel like Renji is getting done so dirty in Bleach. Like, the man never gets his time in the sun until, like, 1000-Year Blood War arc. And he's actually a kind of cool character, I feel like. And his dynamic with Bianca always was kind of nice. Fair enough, Angel, fair enough. You gotta do what you gotta do for some pools. I'm still wondering whether I should get, like, Ichigo's weapon. Because to be honest, it's 40 pulls, and 40 pulls is halfway a character. So I don't really know if I want to bother with weapons or just go for characters themselves. At least until I, you know, decide to sell my soul to the dark side and start wailing in this game. I feel like that would be probably a better option, to be honest, because I might rather just have a roster of variety of characters, to be honest. No, I only go, on this account in particular, I only go Ichigo and Tosen for now. I I only go to Kaku. I think I go Yoricha in one of them, but unfortunately I don't remember what account it is. If you can find the VOD and just look through it, I think it was like on a second day or something. You probably will be able to find what it was, but to be honest, I think I go her once, and that was about it. And actually, Yoricha in this game is really cool. Like, I'll show you right now. Because you can actually trial characters here, so... And you get rewards for trialing them out, so... No, I don't really like superheroes that much. I like Wolverine as a character. You know, when I was still, like, into... Well, into is a strong word, but where I still slightly cared about superheroes, Deadpool and Wolverine used to be my favorites. But nowadays, I don't really like superhero movies that much. They are fine. I don't hate them, but I don't know. It's just not my cup of tea nowadays. But yeah, this is basically how Yorichi plays. Like, her entire playstyle is basically based on you dodging. She gets her like Shungo stain and whatnot, which basically makes her even faster. The only problem is she doesn't really have good supports right now. The only one that you get is Komamura, but he's a 5-star. But other than that, she doesn't have any like dedicated supports, so she kind of struggles to actually perform that great. But her gameplay is actually really fun. I like her a lot. I mean, Ichigo is fun too, but I'm just saying, you know, if you are into playing with Yorichi, you can. Actually, the coolest bankai in this game is undoubtedly Kamamura's, because you can just unleash a bankai and just swing the sword around. It's not very practical, but visually it's awesome. I was timing it. I mean, I grew up with, you know, early days of YouTube, so Linkin Park was basically half of the time when I was watching any AMV. Yo, in the end, and was pretty much everywhere during that time, and yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, great, but do you like new Linkin Park? That's a real question. Or do you like the old one? I think Nam was my actual first song from them, so it has a special place in my heart. And I feel like it just speaks to me, but in the end it's also really good. I started with like rock, and then I slowly transitioned to metal as well. I wouldn't say I'm a full-blown metalhead myself, but I do enjoy it. As long as it's not like screaming for the sake of screaming, because some metal is just noises to me personally, and I'm not into that. But if it's actually like, okay, how would I put it? If it's a scream that actually sounds great and like very melodical and pleasing to your ear, I feel like that's what a true metal is all about. Because in a lot of cases, especially with like death metal or whatnot, it just noises to me. Alright. Cannibal Cops, no. I know who they are. It's not my thing, right? Well, that's interesting. So you do like the new singer. Because I heard a lot of people have like mixed feeling about her. Personally, I heard her some of her songs, and I think she's fine. But it's definitely not the same feel as the old school Linkin Park used to have. Oh wait, I need to counter it. Oh, didn't even read what I needed to do. I have plenty of accounts with Ichigo alone. If you want just Ichigo, I can hook you up, Angel. The main problem that you might face is those accounts are like on old service, so you probably will be going against in like rankings from people that played this week for like this game for like a week, so I'm not sure you wanna do that, but if you do, let me know. Oh, I did hear that, I mean, but to me personally, I never like go in depth of learning what the musical performance actually do, I think, you know, in their personal life, because to me it doesn't really matter. We got again. Okay, fair enough, Angel. I'll look through it and I'll give you one. Wow, that's actually pretty hyped. I mean, I'm jealous. Because, I mean, meeting Chester, that's probably a big one. Because the thing is, I went to a few concerts in my time, but I never was, like, super big fan of somebody to actually go out of my way and meet them. Because to me, music, I separate music from the artist. Like, the artist is a completely different beast to me. Because liking an artist and liking their music mutually is not always the case. Because sometimes you don't care about the artist, but you really enjoy their music. And, you know, just, I feel like art should be separated from the people that make it. Because it's like judging Leonardo da Vinci based on Mona Lisa alone, you know? It's not really the same thing. Hi there, Liz. Glad to see you. Are you still recovering from your inevitable tuck and roll failure that brought shame upon 3 generations of your ancestors, Liz? Or are you doing better? That's out of the way. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the way he went out was really sad, because, you know, I mean, that's the thing about being famous, I guess. Sometimes you just can't handle it, and clearly the man wasn't too happy, so just life for you, I guess. At least he left a legacy that's, like, gonna be remembered for ages to come. So there's that. Okay. I'm not exposing you. I'm genuinely just, you know, worried about you, and I want to know that you're doing better. Come on. Liz just had a little bit of a fumble, shall we say. She tumbled down like Humpty Dumpty on the stairs, and unfortunately, the landing didn't quite stick. Twisted her ankle. But, you know, she's confined to the recesses of your own bedroom for now. Well, the thing is, my messages on the screen are running from different software than actual YouTube. So I think sometimes YouTube censors stuff for you guys, but you can still see it on my screen. And sometimes it's the other way around, so I don't know what causes it, but just roll with it, I guess. Let's go with the third one. It feels like everybody here is already, you know, having some sort of physical alignment. And unfortunately, so do I. You know, my back, being a glorious giant that I am, is not quite easy. I get sometimes back pain. So I have to do some yoga in order to alleviate it occasionally. skills. Ah, I see. So Greg not only getting the gains, you're also getting the injuries. Collecting them all. Oof, sorry to hear that, Tammy. That's... I remember when I was in, like, kindergarten, I used to have, like, feet pain a lot because apparently my parents told me that at some point some kid, like, put their whole weight and stepped on my foot, and ever since then I just had, like, sore feet for a while, like, occasionally, and I always wondered what caused it. And the worst thing, I don't even remember who that kid was, but I always held a grudge against him. That is true, Angel, that is true. You see, I was always fortunate to never have, like, any super bad accident. The worst thing that I ever encountered, and it's not even, like, 1% of what you're talking about, Tabby. I feel really sorry for you. Hopefully you do better now. But when I was a kid, I used to like riding on a bicycle a lot. And as every kid would, I like to show off sometimes, you know? Show off my prowess of riding said bicycle. And basically, what I used to do is ride in a circle, and I would get cocky to the point where I would make the circle smaller and smaller. And as you can imagine, at a certain point, the circles couldn't get any smaller. So what I did is I took a tumble and had the bike fall on me on, like, full speed. And basically what happened is I scraped my knee to the point where it wasn't pretty, shall we say. And the pain was so intense that my grandparents had to call my godfather, who was like a surgeon, and make sure that, like, I was doing okay, because they tried to, like, bandage it up and everything and put, like, creams and whatnot. I couldn't sleep, and it was so excruciating that I just felt like I was getting isekai right then and there, pretty much. And my godfather rolled up with, like, a full med kit in his hand, took a look at it, and put, like, a bunch of things on it, some ointments and whatnot, and basically just gave me some sedatives to fall asleep, and that was about it. Next day I woke up and it was better. I did discover physics that day, Liz. You are indeed correct. I'm definitely terrified of ocean, Tammy. You cannot pay me enough money to go in the ocean. I'm so deathly terrified of things that are in the ocean, because have you guys ever watched, like, documentaries about deep ocean and just what kind of creatures lurking within? Did you know that there's a giant squid that they believe was the like progenitor of, like, all the Kraken myth, you know, the kind of old sea tales where the boats will get swallowed by giant, like, squids and brought down to the depths of the ocean. And apparently there's a giant squid that you can actually, like, Google it and find, which is like 12 meters long and up to, I think, 20. And just imagine one of those hunking things just popping out of the ocean out of nowhere. You know, while you're perusing around, you know, you're just enjoying a nice trip on a little boat, and just one of those things just crawls out of nowhere and, like, takes you down. I would be so horrified. It sank indeed, Greg. It sank indeed. Moray eel? I'll take a peek in a second. Because that's the thing. I'm scared not of the ocean itself. I'm scared of things that live in it. Because the things that live in it are horrifying. Because at least on land, you know, if you get, like, intercepted by a wild animal. At the bare minimum, you have options, you know? You can probably, like, play dead, you can try to run, you can climb a tree. What are you gonna do if, like, a shark comes out in the ocean? And you don't have anywhere to go? Like, what are you doing at that point? Are you trying to, like, challenge it to a duel of honor and see if it will accept your plea? Because, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to personally do it. And I know there's, like, a tale of, oh, you gotta punch a shark in its nose to make it go away. Have you seen a shark? You punch this thing, it probably will chomp your arm off. Before you can even reach it. And it's also, like, one of the fastest creatures, I think, in the ocean. Let me see the eel. These guys. I know them. Yeah, just show you a picture. I know these guys. I've seen them before. They do look kind of cute, to be honest. Kind of derpy as well. Not this guy. This guy doesn't look particularly friendly, but this guy knows how to party. So this guy is like, hi there, guys. I would like to make friends with you. And this guy is not quite on that level, shall we say. But these guys look kind of cute. You know? Eels are actually really delicious. There's, have you ever guys heard of unagi? In Japan, they have this dish where basically, okay, let me show you. It's gonna be easier to explain. So, take a look at this. So, this is basically grilled eel that's marinated in like soy sauce and I think some sake and a bunch of like other spices or whatnot. Then grilled on charcoal grill and eat it on bed of rice. It's one of the most delicious things I ever had in my life. And if you ever get a chance, just try it. Just give it a shot. I know eel doesn't sound particularly appetizing, but trust me, it's so good. It's one of my favorite dishes I ever had in my life, personally. The flavor is somewhere between like a very stringy chicken and also with like slight notes of beef in the air. It's very like meat forward, if that makes sense. I mean, he probably was scared more of you, Tommy. Because usually those kinds of guys that don't attack you, I believe. You know. Greg has all the connections. He knows all the deep water creatures. You know Tuhu? That's Greg's cousin. He's just chilling in deep ocean, you know, not bothering anyone. Just minding his own business. And Leviathan's pretty much went to high school with Greg. They go all buddies. Oof. You know the saying, never let children play with knives, Angel, and I feel like you clearly didn't get the memo. Okay, I feel like that's your fault at that point. Because even as a kid, I never had the idea of like, oh, let me use a knife on my forearm. That's a bit much. Ah, I see, Greg. One of those high society parties you always talk about but never invite me to. Unbelievable. Oh, we were so close. It was almost 69,000 damage. Stopped at 68. Jidambo didn't quite pull through. Unfortunate. I mean, that's the thing. I remember one of my friends, about wild animals in general. One of my friends went to India in order to like, you know, see the local populace, and he went to one of those like wildlife encampment, I guess, encampment rather, where basically all the wildlife is just perusing around, and he met some tigers, and one of the tigers got so close to him that he could literally, like, if he stretched his arm out, he could probably pet it. And luckily nothing happened, but there was a story, like literally a day after, the same tiger actually just ate like one of the animal keepers there. And I remember my friend telling me this story, and I was like, you know that you just literally played your life like a flute almost. You almost got isekai right then and there. And apparently the tour guide told him, oh, these guys are fine, you know, they never harm anyone. They're very docile, and I'm like, I don't know about that, chief. If I saw a tiger, I'm running. Because whoever's staying behind, there's gotta be my shield. Hi there, Kakra, glad to see you. Saying tigers are big cats is like saying wolves are just, you know, undomesticated dogs. It doesn't work that way. Plus, they are massive. Tigers are huge. Listen, Angel, some might call it concussion. You should call it enlightenment. Sometimes you gotta get your, you know, a couple brain cells a little bit loosened. And nothing quite like a little concussion to do so. 6 stories high? Okay, how did you make it out? Because that's a lot. I remember jumping off the roof of school into like snow-covered fields, and that was only like 2 stories high, and that hurt, you know. Let alone having rocks thrown at you at like 6 stories high. That's not just concussion. That's an attempted murder right there. Okay, I think we're back. I think the game just kind of froze for a second. Hopefully that's the end of it. Oof. Look, what am I supposed to do? It's not my fault that my connection is sometimes finicky. Listen, I blame British weather. The big old British weather is the one that's keeping me down. I am back, I am back. Don't you worry. Alright. It is technical issues indeed. Well, I haven't quite reached the prowess of controlling the good old mother weather yet. I will get there one day. Anyway, Greg, tell me more about that story, because now I'm curious. First of all, how did you survive? And second of all, as I was saying, us Eastern European gentlemen, we pride ourselves on the power of our head, you know? But not on what's the content inside of it, what's on the outside. Because we get some lads, you know, that build just like a brick house. Their skull is powerful enough to smash through any obstacle. Yeah, right. You don't know. Oh, you have Liz? Very nice. I mean, to be honest, there was speculation that dragons used to exist back in the day. Because essentially what dragons were is giant lizards. And we know the dinosaurs are just giant lizards, so pterodactyls were a thing. So fire-breathing creatures could have been a thing as well. And also, why would a dragon toss a more eel at you? I don't think that's plausible. Unless it's a water dragon, that is. Imagine instead of I read it as a dragon. Okay, my eyes clearly need a little bit of a checkup because I for some reason read it as a dragon. I believe in dragons, exactly. But to answer your question, Tammy, yes. Now that I know what you're talking about, yes. I mean, dragons probably existed back in the day. You know, it's like, you see all these ginormous dinosaurs, they existed, you know, like T-Rex. And what makes you believe that just a giant flying lizard that could potentially breathe fire didn't exist? It could have been possible. We don't know. Yeah, pretty much. It's like almost every single, like, religion, every single country has some sort of myth or, like, beliefs of, like, these ancient creatures that used to roam the land, you know, dragons, giants, and all that. And I'm just saying, dragon is the most plausible one. Well, the thing is, breathing fire, yes, I agree with, but there might have been like a myth that got made up to make it sound cooler. But the actual like ginormous lizards that fly, pterodactyls were a thing, you know? And those were confirmed, and they essentially just giant flying lizards. So, dragons could have been a thing, but whether they could breathe fire, that's a different question. I personally think that they did exist at some point, and our ancestors just saw them, and they were like, what the hell is that? Let's get rid of them. It's the same thing what they did with, like, puffins. When they saw those little guys, they were like, these guys are so dumb. It's like, they can't do anything? We might as well just eat them all. And that's just how it went. I mean, there was a story, I believe, back in the day, about these turtles that the European explorers used to get from, I think it was like one of the near American islands, where these ginormous Galapagos turtles used to live, like a special breed of them. And they used to bring them by ship, and apparently based on like the old-timey marine records, they were so unbelievably delicious, the marine crew couldn't help themselves but just eat them all before they can even reach the shore. So they went there like 10 different times, and every single time, they would come back empty-handed just because they would eat them all. And I was like, how delicious are those turtles? Because now they don't exist, and I'm curious, how tasty were they that, you know, you can't even fulfill your job but just eat them all? Because they gotta be very delicious. Let's repeat this one. And to pay attention for once. Didn't notice that my HP went too low? I mean, they did, Greg, but then again, cavemen did exist. And, you know, cavemen, like, hunted mammoth and whatnot. And, like, saber-toothed tigers. So there could have been a dragon somewhere there, you know, just lurking around. Fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. Oh, come on. Ikaku, you beautiful bold man, stop chasing after me. This man just can't give up. look. You telling me that a ginormous elephant that was the size of a skyscraper doesn't mean there could have been a dragon somewhere living there? Is that really what you're gonna tell me? Come on. I'm not saying it did exist, I'm just saying it could have. I mean, that's a good point, Kakarot, but the thing is, you know, dinosaurs technically didn't die out. Technically. Because a prime example of that is alligators. Because alligators is probably like the closest thing, or crocodiles rather, is what we have to real-life dinosaurs. And if everything got wiped out completely, then those guys wouldn't be able to survive. Same with like sharks, because Megalodon used to be a thing. And sharks are basically just an evolved version of those. So they are like actual... Hold up, let me retry. Ikaku just keep kicking my ass. So, you know, that's basically like a real-life representation of our life dinosaurs, essentially. And I don't know if you guys know this, but they actually made, I think, direwolves recently, like, getting resurrected. So we are on the path to making, like, real-life Jurassic Park, essentially. In, like, a future, like, in 10 years or so, we might be able to resurrect, like, Tyrannosaurus or something, you know, have them in a zoo cage, just like we go and watch lions nowadays. It could happen. Exactly, Greg, exactly. I got a solid B in my biology lessons, and B stands for bad. As in how my brain was when I was trying to engross myself in said subject. However, you know, I do enjoy talking about the ancient creatures, you know, of far beyond. And also, didn't scientists discover that all our understanding about, like, dinosaurs is kind of flawed, because now they think that they were just giant chickens instead of lizards, and they had, like, feathers and whatnot. So, you know, who knows, really? We all just living in a society, basically. Oh, was it? I mean, I didn't look into it, but I just heard, like, the story. So I thought maybe they did it from scratch. But I mean, look, if they did that, as I said, they couldn't use just, like, alligator DNA and resurrect, I don't know, like an ancient gator that was, like 200 meters in length, you know? I don't know. That could be possible. Is it likely? Probably not, but the chances are there. So you never know. There we go. I know, Greg, but I just remember hearing about it, and I was like, that's cool. Because the thing is, even if it's not like purebred direwolf, it's still a cool idea. Because, like, gene mutation is a thing. And, you know, if you utilize it in a correct way, you can potentially resurrect, like, old-timey animals that we just wiped out because, you know, we kind of felt like eating them. Like those big turtles. Like, imagine those turtles getting resurrected, and then we can enjoy the delicious, delectable meat. I mean, we can have them as friends. As big, delicious friends. That may or may not be really, really tasty. I would just like to befriend them, you know? Just have one of them chill in my cabin while I take it through an audacious marine journey. And, you know, if it does end up in a pot in the kitchen, they're just life for you. I didn't make it go there. They decided to go there themselves. I didn't even know about that one, Greg. That's some deep cut stuff there. I think I kind of missed. Kairo, are you chanting Harry Potter spell? Like, what's going on? forgot to switch to true for that one. I was thinking why I didn't do that much damage. Man, I need me some Urahara action. I don't have a good buffer. Ichiro is decent, but I need somebody better. Or Byakuya, one of the two. I'll take either. We'll do some pulls in a bit. As soon as I accumulate 80 pulls, we're gonna do like a little pulling sesh. And then when we accumulate more pulls at the end of the stream, we're gonna do more. I like that we went from, you know, talking about like anime to talking about biology, and now we're going full philosophical. You know? What is the power of Cell, you know? Because the only Cell I know is from Dragon Ball Z. You know, that guy that would suck all your life essence away and would power himself up. That's the only Cell I know. Human body, though? Never heard of it. Mitochondria, huh? That's a good one. That's a good one. Go. You see, the thing about Greg is that you can never trust him. If he asks you a question, you gotta try your best to divert it as much as possible. Because whatever you answer, he can use against you. Well, huskies are technically like a derivative of wolves. So they are technically, especially like the wild ones, you know, the ones that used in like Alaska for carrying like the snow blades and whatnot. Those are actual like the closest derivation to wolves that we have nowadays. We're essentially domesticated wolves, when you think about it. And that's kind of crazy because if you go to actual wild and you try to like pet a wolf, they'll probably just chomp your arm off. Meanwhile, we have these little guys, you know, just living in our houses and just being like, I'm just here to have a good time. That's the thing about Greg Cockroach. It's both at the same time. At any given point, Greg could be serious or make an elaborate ruse. It just depends how he feels. Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know that, Liz. That's cool to know, because I think Huskies were actual, like, crossbreeds. I don't think Huskies were, like, genuine wolves that were tamed. I think we made them from memory, as far as I remember, but I could be wrong on that one. Oh, you son of a gun. How dare you. I'll forgive you this time. Because I love dogs, and wolves are like one of the coolest creatures to me personally. Because they're just so smart, you know? And as a kid, I had the privilege of like meeting wolves a lot of the times in the wild. And the thing about them that I learned personally, and obviously take it with a grain of salt, because I was like 5 at a time. But they're not like super aggressive as long as you don't trespass on their territory. Because I've seen like a pack of wolves from a distance of maybe like 20 meters away. While I was like going out and about in the forest, and they just kind of look at you and just run away. Really, they don't like attack you or anything, and that's kind of cool to know that even if you come across them, unless you know they starved or something, they probably won't want to feast upon you. Okay, level 29, nice. We're getting closer and closer to the ultimate enlightenment. Interesting. So it's basically a conservation, preservation type of effort. That's interesting. I mean, yes, it would be, Liz. But at the same time, I came across bears as well. And bears are probably even more ferocious. And I never had like a bad encounter with wildlife personally. But I feel like as long as you're respectful and as long as you don't try to, you know, do anything stupid, I feel like you'll be fine, honestly. Because in a lot of cases, animals are just as afraid of you as you are of them. And, you know, if you don't try to provoke them or try to, you know, intimidate them in any way, I feel like they just, you know, they just disregard you and go on their way. I interacted with bears, that's what I'm saying. I've had encounters with them. In fact, at one point, I even petted one. I told this story before, but when I was a kid, I was going with my friend into a forest. And we basically came across a little cub of a bear. So, you know, us being curious little boys, we decided, you know what? Let's walk up to it and try to pet it. Because, you know, we liked animals and it was right there. And we saw, you know, we didn't see anyone else inside. And we're like, okay, let's give it a shot. So we petted him. He was very nice. Didn't like scream or anything. We just, you know, petted him. And then slowly started like walking away. And as soon as my friend started walking away, I was still kind of close. My friend turned around and just kind of looked at me. And then looked in the bushes. Then looked back at me. And all I could see is his mouth slowly moving. And basically just saying, don't move. And I looked back. And there was like two giant glittering eyes just staring from me in the bushes. Now, if you have keen sense of self-preservation, you probably could assume what those gleaming eyes would entail. And I can assure you that's exactly what you're thinking. It was indeed the cub's mother. Now, when you get in that precarious situation, you have two options. First, slowly back away, and hopefully the bear not starting to chasing you, or hope for the best while the cub actually goes back to its mother and just pray to whoever's listening that they won't try to, you know, blame you for trying to take them away or something. And I decided to go with the former, so I very slowly started standing up and just kind of crouching away. And as soon as I got away to about like 2 meters, the bear mother went out of the bushes, checked up on its cub, then gave me a look and just kind of walked off. And that was an encounter that I'll never forget, because that day, if I made a wrong move, I probably would be gone. But that's kind of experience, you know, you can't quite have unless you grew up in the environment that I have, with a lot of wildlife and whatnot. So, yeah. Listen, Liz, that's a different bear. That's a different one. That was one my personal one. We don't talk about that one. So yeah, I had a lot of encounters with wildlife, and I went to fishing a lot, went hunting a lot as a kid, so I've seen it all. I met a lot of deers. So I have a lot of interesting stories, not as quite as exciting as the one that I just told you, but that was just a snippet into Lux's bizarre adventures as a little wee lad, shall we say. Also, Liz, hopefully you can get some an ice pack or something like that, you know, or put some ointment, because you didn't say you twisted your ankle, but you didn't say how badly, and I just assumed there was like a little bruise, but you make it sound like it's not quite that simple. Listen, it's not flirt. How is it flirting being concerned for somebody, Kaker? Only you would think that. If you go to a hospital and a nurse asks you how you doing, are you feeling okay, do you think she's flirting with you? Because if you do, that explains a lot. Ah, unbelievable. Well, you see, now this explains a lot, Kakarot. Now this explains a lot. Doing so far so good. Well, actually, speaking of visiting doctors, have you guys ever had any sort of dental work done for you? Because this just reminded me of one of the most traumatic experiences I ever had was like going to a dentist, and it wasn't pretty. Fair enough, Kagura. You gotta do what you gotta do in this life. And I think I actually told this story before. It was about me getting my teeth filled in, but every single time I think of medical professions, it just that memory resurfaces. And it's not good. It's not good. PTSD hitting me hard. That's why I take any excuse, even if I'm like literally almost dying, laying in my bed sick, I will find any excuse to not go to the doctor. Unless I'm literally one step away from being isekai, that's the only circumstance. I would go get over my hubris. Oof, don't remind me of that, Kakarot. Don't remind me of that. Because I remember having my own braces when I was like 13, 14, and that's probably one of the most uncomfortable experiences I ever had existing in general. Not just, you know, with my teeth, just existence in general. Because if you never had braces, you can't quite understand what kind of discomfort we're talking here. And the worst part is that braces is not even like the beginning of your journey, because as soon as you remove your braces, right, as soon as they take them out, what they make you do is put some Invisalign, one of those, you know, they mold your teeth after them. It's like a little plastic shape of your bottom and top row. And you basically have to wear them, like, literally all the time, unless you're eating. And those things, they almost made me literally pull out my teeth, or how uncomfortable they were. And at some point, I remember giving up wearing them for like a solid week. Yeah, retainers, that's what I'm looking for, thanks, Kakarot. And I remember my mom finding out, and she literally like gave me a full talking how, you know, I'm gonna be super glad that I wore them when I become older, and how, you know, it's all necessary. There's no pain, no gain, you know, kind of situation. And I was like, Mother, I appreciate it, but this is literally the worst day of my life if I wear them. I can't concentrate, I can't do anything, I can't exist in peace. The mortal realm is not the same when I wear them. And I kept wearing them for a while, for like a full year. And honestly, worst year of my life. I mean, Liz, some of us are not as lucky. Some of us are not born with like picturesque set of teeth. Some of us get very messed up ones, like I did. I literally had one tooth when I was a wee lad, which went backwards. Not forwards, backwards. So it almost looked like I had a gap in my teeth. Nowadays I have, you know, perfect pearly whites, but back in the day, that was like one of my biggest concerns, especially if I was like in a company of friends or whatever. No, I would never like smile openly because I was really self-conscious about it, until I remember I spoke to my parents about it, and they were like, well, we gotta get you some braces. And I was like, okay. But yeah, if you never had them, it's not something I would recommend personally. And the worst part that you can get them even as an adult. So you can literally subject yourself to that pain. As a child, your parents kind of do it for you. But as an adult, there's nobody to force you. I think my game froze. So my game froze. Okay, technical difficulties, everyone. Hold your horses. I'll be right back. Just give me about a second. That's no ideal. Ichigo literally just decided, you know what? I'm gonna take this time to unleash my bankai in peace. I'm not gonna let this British man tell me what to do. Ooh, Jesus Christ, he almost gave me a coronary right there. Like him out of nowhere. Yeah, it's one of those things, especially if you're younger, you're like, stop. Stop. LG play, I swear to God. Okay, with a mini heart attack out of the way in form of sound, as I was saying, I just always had this weird thing where I don't like smiling to begin with, and I don't think it was the emulator just bugging out. Apologies about that. Not sure what caused it. I don't know. It's just the emulator being weird. That's why actually I downloaded the other one. What do you mean Nokia? I'll let you know I'm using Nokia 3310 as our Lord and Savior Zeus intended. The true masterpiece of human engineering. The kind of phone that can, you know, act as source ham if given the chance. That's the kind of phone you want on your hands. And I'll let you respect it as such. Well, to me personally, I don't think it's even like the feeling of being awkward. It's just I don't. I know it's the Nokia. I know this. Trust me. I had one. I still have one somewhere. I think I brought it with me all the way from Ukraine because I was like, this is an ancient relic that I must withhold within my possession, and I must pass it down to, you know, future generations, so they know the power that we once wielded. Because nowadays, you know, the phones break from like the slightest. You look at them wrong, and touch them in the wrong way, and they just break down. Meanwhile, that thing, you could literally took it to the bottom of Mariana Trench, drop a nuke on it, and then, you know, let a wildcat have a ball with it for like a full day, and it still wouldn't even have a scratch. I know, Kagura, and that's a shame. That's a true shame, because if they still made them that way, I feel like our society would have already reached the moon 10 times over. And, you know, colonized it by now. Open a little moon Disneyland, and we wouldn't riding with Mickey Mouse and the stars. You know? But unfortunately, our progress has been halted by Big Steve Jobs and deciding that, you know what? We need touchscreens. I just like for you. Big Steve really messed us up, is all I'm saying. The man might have revolutionized the tech industry as we know it, but at what cost? At what cost? Oh wait, that already need to restart there. Well, that's a good question, Kagura, because I mean, Mars is like the closest one to Earth within our like solar system as far as we know it. So I feel like Mars would be more inhabitable. But the thing is, Moon is like literally next to us, so it would take much less time to get there. But the problem is there's no water. And I think the gravity there works differently to ours, so I don't know if we would be actually able to survive that. At least not for prolonged periods of time. And that's probably going to be like the deciding factor, whether we can actually colonize it or not, shall we say. But personally, I think Mars. And then Moon might be like a military base, you know, where like the governments would do some sort of like experiments or something. But I don't think people would be able to actually live on it. Maybe visit, but living it's kind of most likely will be like Antarctica is nowadays, where you know certain research facilities exist, but nobody really like lives there for the most part, except like Eskimos and whatnot. Just because of like how harsh the environment is, and I feel like this is gonna be in the same line personally. But I would like to visit Moon, you know? If in my time, there's gonna be a way to, like, safely take, like, I don't know, like, Virgin Atlantic spaceship or something, and just go there for, like, a day, and then go back, I think that would be cool. That is true. And didn't they discover on Mars recently, like, in the past few months, that there were traces of water before? Because they looked at, like, geological, specimens, and apparently there used to be water on Mars, and that just gives us hope that like we can actually recultivate it and actually make it inhabitable again. And if that does happen, you know, we technically would be able to live on 2 planets, because other planets that we have in our solar system are not particularly inhabitable because of, you know, like environment that they have, but Mars would be our closest bet. Hi there, Bitsa. Hopefully you're doing great. That's a very interesting way to spell philosophical, but I do agree. I do agree. Sometimes, you know, I like to give you a deep dive into my psyche. Not often you get the real Lux, shall we say. Or the enlightened one. Usually you get the very opposite of that. Well, I lose my mind about, like, pretty anime characters and whatnot. But sometimes, you know, I gotta get real with you. Tell you what our future is gonna be like. Like 100 years. I said philosophical, okay? I didn't say it was an F, Angel. Exactly, Angel, exactly. All it takes for Angel to get invested is just to show him a pretty character, and he's gonna be back in it. Okay, Angel, I have a very important question for you specifically, because I don't think I ever asked you this. What is your favorite Bleach character? Because you know what mine is, but I actually don't know what yours is. And there's only one correct option, really. And if you don't answer it, my disappointment in you is gonna be immeasurable. I know, Liz, I know. Sometimes I gotta work it overtime a little bit. Did I? Okay. I don't remember that, but then again, it was 2 years ago, probably. I don't remember what I did this morning, let alone what I did 2 years ago. We don't talk about that. Speaking of my disappearance, I had a very nice surprise from the resident octogenarian here, in the name of Liz. She sent me a screenshot of an email she sent me while I was disappeared. And let me tell you something. When the email starts with who it may concern, that's how you know things are about to get real. I won't divulge unless Liz explicitly wants me to, but it was interesting. It was interesting. Listen, Liz, I'm just saying, you're an old soul, and I appreciate it. Liz had to send me an email, because, you know, that's the only way we old people communicate with each other. We don't know what texting is. In fact, we never even seen it. We only communicate through a very elaborate chain of emails. That's how we communicate with each other. Oh, you son of a gun. Okay, let's redo that one. Listen, Kakuro, just because DMs exist doesn't mean you shouldn't use email. Look, I'm not saying anything wrong with it. I'm just, you know, I'm just acknowledging the fact that that will happen. That's it. Well, you see, she did try to throw me message in a bottle, but the problem is that it would take too long to get to me. And by that time, I probably would have already disappeared for like another 2 years or so. And it just would take too long, so she resorted to the fastest way she knew how. And that was through email, you know? And she did expect me to reply within like 3 to 5 business days. But unfortunately, what she didn't realize is that I wasn't keeping track of my emails at the time. I know. Shameful, truly. But that was the truth. Well, Angel, trust me, when you get employment, you will be forced to use emails, whether you like it or not. Because for whatever reason, people still use emails in professional settings. She indeed burnt all my tea. I do know that. I was there to witness it. It was truly a scandalous encounter that I haven't forgiven her for since. You see, Kakura gets it. Kakura gets it. When you become an adult, there's 3 things that you have to be aware of. First of all, how to write an email. You have to learn it. Second of all, how to pay taxes. You don't know how to do it, but trust me, nobody else does. We just kind of wing it all. And the third one is how to survive, which is the hardest one of them all. It was quite bizarre. I mean, I made an entire Discord storyline about it. Well, I didn't call Lux's Bizarre Adventures for nothing, Angel. Alright, I forgot that you live in a country where, you know, tuxes don't exist. Lucky. Can't imagine that. I mean, so I did. So I did. And the thing is, I didn't even go, like, into full details either. Because there was a few, like, tidbit stories in between. I kept it, like, pretty concise, I'd say. Okay, Kaku, you need to pipe down. Whew. Okay, I need to restart this. I wasn't paying attention enough. I mean, you can only imagine what it would feel like to not pay taxes. You know, having all that money to spend on more anime gacha games. That's a true life we wish we all be living. I mean, that is true, Angel. You do have a point there, but unfortunately, it's not that simple. You know, usually there's a repercussion for doing so. Like potential jail time, and that's a repercussion that not many people particularly want to face, unfortunately. I know. It's hard to believe, but unfortunately that is the truth. Okay, Kaku does my head in now. This bald son of a gun. Exactly, Liz, exactly. Well, I erased it from the timeline, Angel. It's gone. Never to be seen again. It only exists for those who believe. As only truly enlightened individuals can recall such sacred time. Well, copywriting stuff is not my forte. I like my work to be out there and about, you know? In the great old masses of the, or recesses rather, of the internet, shall we say. Readily accessible by anyone and everyone who is unfortunate enough to come across it, shall we say. Okay. Igaku fight is actually pretty tough, not gonna lie. I mean, you can still find it. It's still there. As I say, you just have to have a keen eye to observe it. It's in a notice, you can still see it. Unbelievable. Angel, how could you possibly even imagine that I would do such a disgraceful act as reaching Soul Society this early? I haven't even unlocked my bankai yet. How could I possibly depart? What would Sir Byakuya and Aizen think of me when I emerge a mere soul instead of a captain level threat? As only they would be able to subdue me then, and only time would tell what would happen after. Okay, so we completed both of these, we completed that. And completed this. Jokes on you, Kangaroo, I won't. I will remain here until the end of times. Now guys, this is a big one. This is where we finally meet the man. The atomic bomb in a human form. Mr. Zaraki Kenpachi himself. The true god of this universe. Listen, it wasn't me to blame. I was literally an innocent bystander in that regard. I didn't do anything. I was just there, you know. I showed up, and clearly that was too much. Anyway. Unbelievable. Have you no faith in me, guys? Now I might, if that's the kind of talk we're having, now you might just entice me. Jokes on you, Kagura. It's my brain cell to begin with. Liz is merely borrowing it. We have a written contract where she's allowed to use it occasionally. When I'm not the one using it. So in fact, I am the mastermind behind the scenes. I think after we complete the main story, we'll probably do our pulls. And hopefully, and I mean hopefully, we can get either Byakuya or Urahara. That would be super nice. If we can get both, that would be absolutely amazing, but I'm not counting on my chickens before the eggs hatch, shall we say. I'm not saying that, Kakarot. I haven't played Red Dead Redemption Army, so I have no input on that. I just know the name. I mean, that was less of a, you know, a request and more of a threat, rather. Liz just showed up one day and she was like, you know what, I'm staying here whether you like it or not. And I was like, well, as long as you clean after yourself, I guess we have a deal. Alright. When can I finally meet Kenpachi? That's all I need. I want to see the big man on the screen. I haven't played Last of Us either, Tamid. I never was into, like, visual novel games, I guess. It's probably you would describe Last of Us. I guess technically it is an action game, but I was never big on, like, zombies either. Like, I never played Resident Evil or something. I watched Let's Plays when I was younger about them. So I know, like, the characters and whatnot. But I never actually sat down and played it myself. I was always an RPG guy. Wow, Kakarot. You're gonna do her like that, huh? That's pretty low blow, if I do say so myself. Listen, I wasn't even the one to mention anything. I was just here, you know? I'm just vibing. I'm just a man that wants to meet his idol, you know, the Kenpachi himself. Because when I was a wee lad, when I first saw Kenpachi, I was like, I want to be like this man. You know, cool, unrestrained, free, style unlike any. You know, you see that spiky hair and you're like, this man has style, he has drip. And most importantly, he has honor. That's all you need. That's all you need. I haven't played the fourth one. I only played the first two Devil May Cries. I've briefly seen like the third one, and the fourth one I have no idea, to be honest. Listen, I wasn't addicted to League. I was merely testing my limits of human psyche and how much physical and mental punishment could I withstand before it was too much. You telling me an addicted man would play 12 hours a day in order to grind for masters? Come on, that's just a reasonable behavior an individual that is very engrossed in a game would do. But no addiction, come on. I could have stopped at any point. Especially after I would lose like 5 games in a row and just, you know, want to throw my computer out the window. That was especially well. Yeah, there we go. Exactly. I'm glad we're on the same page list. That's very nice. Oh, actually, let me show you the bankai of Komamura, because his bankai is crazy cool. It's probably the most flashiest animation in the game right now, and it's a shame that he's not a DPS, he's like a support, and he's a defensive support, which makes him less usable as well. but I'll show you in a second. It's absolutely amazing. Because he gives himself, like, a shield and whatnot, which is, in part, was common because he's all about, like, defense and whatnot. He wears, like, giant armor and whatnot, but look at this. Take a peek at this. I can just literally just assimilate with his bankai and just go to town on these guys. I can finally achieve my true peak. And then, you know, you can just do a giant slash. Like, how cool is that? Dog be slain. That's what dog be doing. But tell me it's not awesome. Like, come on. Hi there, Sadvik. Glad to see you. That's par for the course, Liz. That's par for the course. When you play a league, you're not just playing a league. You're doing 9 to 5. And you're not even getting paid for it. Doing alright, Sadvik? Just, you know, chatting around, playing some games, having a good time. You can't be doing Angel that way, Kakura. Give him some nice knock-knock jokes. 214 is a lot indeed. I mean, sometimes you might even go higher than that. Listen, I'm not bullying anyone, and neither am I exposing anyone. I'm just here having a good time. As I say, Kamura is no DPS, so this is par for the course. But he's like the best support for Yorichi right now, so if you want to play Yorichi, you're kind of stuck with him. I mean, you did get me there, Liz. You did get me there. There we go. Okay, now we gotta enter bankai again. I kind of wish he would do this, like, as a secondary character. Like, you unleash his bankai and he just start going ham, while you can switch to another character and just, you know, start messing things up. Meanwhile, come over and just swing swords on half the map. That'll be kind of awesome. Because this takes a lot of time, so it's not going to be very practical in actual battle. Especially when you're trying to, like, clear it as fast as possible. But it sure is cool. I'm not hating anyone. I am a man of peace and love, you know? And I definitely love to hate. I mean, I enjoy providing enlightenment to the masses. Anyway. As I said, hatred is not part of my vocabulary. I only show the greatest of feelings, you know? Compassion, understanding, empathy. That's a big one. And, you know, just humorous nature that I always go by. There's no drama, there's only consequences of your own actions. I do kind of like his battlefield skill, though. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, I thought he was still there. That would have been kind of cool, actually. Because for a second, I saw that you can actually do Kamura AFK just standing in a giant samurai suit in the background. That would have been kind of cool. Kakro, you gonna do me like that? Unbelievable. Listen. As a true British man, I have a moral and legal obligation to be as passive-aggressive as I can possibly be, without being rude. That's just how it is, you know? We Brits can't help ourselves but, you know, engross ourselves in a way of twiddling the line between what would be considered as being mean and what would be considered just, you know, being a bit of a knob. As a true Brit would say. Let me teach you some authentic British words, guys. You know, let me give you a British lesson. So, if somebody is being a bit of a flonker, you know, that's a good one. That's what I use on a daily basis. It's basically somebody being a bit of a silly goose, being a bit of a flonker. And, you know, you use it to describe somebody who is not particularly intelligent, but also not necessarily dumb. You know, it's kind of in between. It's a very strange one. Now, the second one is, oh, that guy's a bit of a knob, isn't he? Now, you utilize this one to describe that somebody is being a bit of a dick, you know? But in a very, very more profound way. Now, what else can I teach you? A plank. Now, plank is a very, you know, give or take, because some people even here don't use it, but that's actually referring to somebody as an idiot. And it's basically just saying that they are as thick as a wooden plank, and it's just meaning that they don't have any sort of perception of the environment, and don't realize, like, what they're doing and stuff like that. Listen, Gakarot, I wasn't born here. I love spicy food. Don't you dare slander me like that. Ah. Time zones don't exist. It's a mere concept of our minds. If you want it to be dark, it's gonna be dark. If you want it to be light, it's gonna be light. That's why I always said. Are you talking about Alana here, Tamir? That is fast, Hadwig, that is fast. I can't really argue with that one, you know. Colonization really did a number on us. The good old British street cred kind of diminished after that one. Because before the colonization era, we used to be on the top, you know? Being the top of the food chain. Up there was the Romans. Yes. Ever since they left, you know, it never been quite the same. I mean, to be fair, like, honestly, ask yourself a question. When was the last time you played a Ubisoft game and enjoyed yourself? Because let me tell you something. It hasn't been a long time. Okay, we fall against Renji. Very nice. That battle was actually pretty hype in anime, I remember. Because the first time, you know, Ichigo went head to toe with somebody who was stronger than him. Big-headed? I know what you're talking about, Angel. I can't recall it right now, actually. There was a phrase. It's like... thick as a pigskin, I think? I think that's a saying? From memory? In Cultivation Manhwas? Because for some reason that rings a bell. I don't think so, Liz. Those Frenchmen, they tweaking out there. They're struggling to survive. Especially with all the bad decisions they're making nowadays. I mean, come on. People clowning on them without even needing a reason to. Well, as I said, thick as a pigskin, I think is the same, Angel. Granted, I'm not like 100% sure, but I'm relatively certain that's the same. Well, the thing is, didn't EA actually got bought by Angel's neighbor? I'm pretty sure the Saudis scooped it right up. The oil money went far. They were like, you know what? Might as well go into the industries. Oh, do I need to do some other stuff? I mean, maybe Kakra. It's I don't know if they single-handedly did that, but I would agree. I mean, didn't they make like some weird crypto game as well? I remember it was like off the cuff for a while. I remember watching a video where they were just trying to get into the crypto market out of nowhere and just make like a card game based on it. And that was like the weirdest take I ever seen. Because it was like, who in their right mind, even if you're like super big in crypto, why would you go to Ubisoft for that? A company that is known for their greed. To be as high as the heavens themselves. Oof. Wow, Liz. It's quite a take. Okay. I mean, maybe. To be honest, I haven't been keeping up with the good old Ubisoft, shall we say. I played like the first Assassin's Creed. Exactly, Sadvik, exactly. But I remember I played the first Assassin's Creed like ages and ages ago. And even then I was like, this game is decent, but it's not that good. So I don't know how they convince millions of people to buy their games, but like I always saw Ubisoft was kind of mid, to be honest, at best. And it's in certain cases even quite bad. But then again, the games that they were making weren't really my cup of tea to begin with. So maybe that's why. But them in EA were the giants of, you know, greed maxing, as Savik put it. EA usually being the king and, you know, Ubisoft being the prince, shall we say. As only those two can reach such profound levels. I remember the scene when, you know, Hanataro took us into the sewers to avoid the chase, shall we say. Exactly, Sadvik. The true MVP of Soul Society, the hidden gem, if you will. I mean, that's fact, Kagura. As I said, I think if they were actually just making games, even if they were making not that great of a game, people wouldn't care. But it's just all the stuff that's attached to their name nowadays, which makes them, like, essentially unbearable for majority of people. Which is a shame, but, you know, it is what it is. Alright, we're escaping the clutches of the sewers. We couldn't find Master Splinter, but we found ourselves a friend. So the mission succeeded. I still haven't seen Kenpachi, though. I was promised Kenpachi. There's literally his back on advertising of this chapter. And I haven't seen him, and we're almost done. If I don't fight Kenpachi by the end of this chapter, I'm gonna rage. Not familiar with that one, Kagura. Is that like an anime or book or movie? One of those? Well, you are getting paid, Angel, ain't you? So it's not technically... That's what employment is. Is you're basically selling your labor in hopes of exchange of money. It's basically the nicest way of putting it. So welcome to the adult world. You're getting the true first taste of what it's like. Yes, Sadvik, that is my team. I know. I gotta make it my own, you know? I don't have a lot of really good characters, unfortunately, yet. So Ichigo is a man and Yashiro is Uru. I'm pretty much there just to help me out. What is it about, Kakura? Because now I'm interested. Wow, that's quite a bold take if I ever heard one. Now I'm curious, but I feel like if I do ask more, I'm probably gonna regret my life choices. Angel finally finding employment for the first time. And the man already on the first day wants to quit. Trust me, Angel, it only gets worse. Well, it's still employment. What do you think the real life employment at Angel is? You pretty much just show up in the morning, you do work for about an hour, then take 3-hour lunch break, then come back, maybe read a couple news articles, you know, familiarize yourself with the masters, maybe do another hour work, and then you go home. That's pretty much employment in a nutshell. A very arduous tasks indeed. Ooh, there's a man. Sir, I would like to express my deepest, greatest, admire... Well, hold up, sir. Sir, I was about to say I admire you greatly, and could I please get your autograph? Why do we go straight into fighting? Well, I guess this is just our existence. I have to fight the man I admire the most. Kenpachi's so cool. I wonder if this is actually his gameplay. Wow, that was actually kind of sick. I wonder if this is his actual gameplay that he's gonna be when he becomes a playable character. Because the man is just so nonchalant. Like, I didn't even see him move. The man just keep giving me a couple, you know, slashes here and there. And just calling it a day. Angel, I think you find your long-lost brother right there. I mean, that would be kind of awesome, Sadvik, because if he just does Noitora Slash out of nowhere, I would be all for it. But I think it's probably going to be when he releases his Reiatsu and make like a skull face. And then just does a strike, probably. That's most likely what it's gonna be like. I'm not sure if we're gonna see it, but I kinda do hope we do. Oof. Man, this Kenpachi's hard to fight with. Who would have thought? The going against captain level threat would be difficult. I mean, fair enough, fair enough. To be fair, I was never like a huge Rangiku fan personally. I was always more of Yarichi and Unohana fan. But that's just me. That's just me. Whew, okay. I need to retry this. Because I was busy admiring our boy Kenpachi instead of focusing on the fight. Now I'm just gonna go mono v mono. Kenpachi, I like you tremendously. But I'm gonna fight you to the death now. As only one of us can emerge victorious. Sadvik, a better question is why does he think about it? Not why he knows it. I know why he knows it. Oof. Oh, come on, Kenpachi, don't do me like that. Just stand still for a second. I like my boy Ichigo hyping himself up. I can do this. I'm not scared. I'm definitely not wetting my pants right now. Asking for my mother and a hot cup of milk chocolate to, you know, soothe my wounds of battle. Meanwhile, Kenpachi just slashing half of the pillar in the background. Ooh. Angel asking Liz to fact check things, never a good sign. Angel finally found his lost brother in arms. Now he has fulfilled his life objective, and he can rest in peace tonight knowing that somebody can match his gooning potential out there. Alright, our fight with Kenpachi ended. It was a rigorous battle, but I still didn't defeat him. I only got a taste. I think this is going to be the next one, probably, where we meet our boy Zangetsu. Which is actually a pretty hype arc, I remember, as well. But they're kind of glossing over the story. They didn't actually delve into it too much. Which is a bit of a shame, to be honest. Because the first 3 chapters, you actually got to see the story and everything. Did we actually witness this one? Oh, no, hold up. That's basically just Kenpachi stuff. Man. You know exactly what I mean, Liz. You know exactly what I mean. Okay. So this is where we fight Ichigo. Okay, let's give it a shot. I do like me some Ichigo. There's no cutscene. I don't know. The thing is, this game had some cutscenes that were broken before. But I don't know if they still haven't fixed them. Because it has been for a while like that. But I do know that they fixed 3rd chapter. But I'm not sure if the 4th chapter cutscenes are bugged. I hope they are, and there is actually story. Because otherwise, that's kind of sad. Because the Kenpachi encounter was one of my favorite moments since Soul Society arc, and I kind of wanted to see it again. I don't mind Dragon Ball. I like it, but I never watched it, if that makes sense. I like the idea of it, shall we say. But it was too much things going on at once, like a bunch of different series that I never really got. The game lagged for a second. I never really got involved in it, so I know about the characters, but as I said, I never watched it, unfortunately. Angel, you gotta do what I always did whenever my exams were rolling around, and that is not do anything until literally an hour before your exam, and then cram like 20 days worth of study in that 1 hour. And that's how your brain expands to the size of a cantaloupe, and you finally, you know, achieve all the enlightenment you ever need. Ichi goes down. Exactly. Don't be slacking on the job, Angel. You know, you're not getting paid the big bucks for nothing. You gotta prove to your employee that you are indeed a very, very hardworking young man. Otherwise, they might not employ you again. You know? Doing it freelance is very tough out there. Not everybody can do it. Well, the thing is, ooh, we're fighting Kenny again. Finally, I can actually fight him for real. I didn't even notice it. I was about to say that, you know, Dragon Ball is kind of like a progenitor of all shonen anime in a world, so you inevitably start talking about whether you like it or not. That's what happens when you unleash your spirit bomb onto this world, you know? It's like a genie, you can unseal it, but you can never put it back. Once Dragon Ball is mentioned, that's all we're gonna talk about. And the thing is, I only ever seen the fight scenes. I don't actually know the story. I mean, Goku is pretty overpowered. And I mean, all the arguments the internet unleashed upon the world, it's like, can Goku beat Saitama? Can Goku beat, you know, Saitama's very shiny head and, you know, its reflections? Can Goku single-handedly solo everybody in Naruto? You know, stuff like that. And I was always appreciative of such arguments. Because I was like, can Goku really do it? And you know what? I don't know. I don't know. But that's... have you guys ever just went and actually looked up anything Dragon Ball Z related? Because I occasionally went on a deep dive on, like, Dragon Ball stuff. Just out of interest. And the amount of things, like, glazing-wise you will see about Goku is crazy to me. Because a lot of people basically do exactly what I said. It's like, Goku can easily one-shot half of the anime world just by existing. And here's 10 reasons why. Number 1, his hair is super spiky. And because of that, his elevation point is greater than any other character in the world. Stuff like that. I'm like, okay, well, fair, but counterpoint, who cares? It's like, I appreciate the enthusiasm, don't get me wrong, I truly do. I could only hope that I would be even a sliver as passionate about any character in anime whatsoever. But there's just gotta be a line somewhere where you're like, okay, is this crazy? Perhaps. But it's just funny. I'm not hating on those people. I want to be very clear. I'm just amazed by how much people can, you know, get invested into something like that. And it's just fun. Sadvik, you do be speaking truth. But then again, Sadvik, can Goku beat smoking addiction? Can Goku outpower the almighty power of nicotine? Because if he can't, is he really that strong? I mean, Goku is OP. I mean, the man literally beats, like, gods of destructions and whatnot, so... But you know who's actually the most powerful anime character ever? It's Magi the Magician. Because if you ever watch Magi, the power scaling there is insane, because they literally throw, like, whole universes at each other. And it's literally a show about magical girls. So, yeah. That's kinda how anime lore goes. Gurren Lagann is another one, you know, they're literally just power scale through universe, just destructions. Just little casually throwing them at each other. Exactly, Sadvik. You see, that's a big man thinking right there. I mean, Kakarot, Gordon can beat anyone, but Sanji do be cooking, you know? That will be a fight of the ages. Make them both make beef Wellington and see who will reign supreme. Oh, Abita, listen, we're just joking. There's no need to apologize. It's absolutely fine, don't worry about it. What do you mean Gordon just screams, Liz? Unbelievable. Gordon does so much more. You tell me when the man is looking for lamb sauce, you telling me he is not speaking the truth? Don't listen to Angel. He just meant it. What he meant to say is he appreciates every Goku enthusiast. And he just doesn't quite share their passion, shall we say. Oof. I could hear Angel all the way in the good old T-land over here. Listen, Liz, just because he doesn't know how to cook Mexican food doesn't diminish his prowess. Listen, you show me a man who can make a beef Wellington as great as he does. Classroom of the Elite is a go-to show. I love that one. Evanescence, I know about it, I haven't watched it. Because it's a little bit too Gooner for me. As soon as Angel sees somebody with a spiky hair, his eyes roll back into his skull, he unleashes his bankai and challenges him to a duel of honor. He just pulls out his katana out of nowhere. It's like, you made your choices, and now you reap the consequences of them. Exactly, Kakarot. Study well, school kids. Don't be like that. I mean, there's a lot of fan bases out there, shall we say, that are like this, Savik, unfortunately. Like, name an anime, and most likely, 9 out of 10 people who like super big glazes of it are most likely unbearable to be around, unless you're part of the squad. Because if you are, you're probably just, you know, part of the course for you. That's why I never get entangled with fan bases of any media, really, because they're just a slippery slope that you don't want to be part of, shall we say. Angel is gonna get coronary suited up. I did watch High School DxD personally, but the thing is, I was like 12 at a time, so that was a time when I thought stuff like that was cool. If I watch High School DxD nowadays, I'm pretty sure I would have to like throw my computer out the window, because that's the kind of thing I don't want to in my search history. It's your kind of show, Angel. It's basically a show about a protagonist who is very obsessed with two big sets of personalities that every lady has within that show. And he basically power scales based on how much he enjoys said set of personalities of any given character. It's a very fascinating power scaling system that has very intricate factors to it. And yeah, I think you'll enjoy it tremendously. I mean, you probably would, Angel, you probably would. But that's the thing, right? When you're a kid, you don't understand what's good and what's bad. And I was definitely in a phase when I was in my like early teens when I didn't care how good a show was. All I cared about is had cool fights and pretty characters. That's literally the only two things that motivated me to watch it. And if I had both, I was like, you know what? I'm in. Okay, give me a second while Angel gets his tea. I'll need to refresh myself as well. A little bit. I'm getting a nice sip of tea as well here. Got myself a nice lemon ginger this time. Usually I go with mint tea to keep myself nice and perked up. But this time I went with lemon ginger because I was like, you know what? I gotta mix it up a little bit. Alright, let's keep going. I mean, it's not a bad anime, I'd say. It's not something you would be proud of being associated with. Because if you ever watch High School DxD, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a kind of show you watch by yourself, under the cover of darkness with no light. And then you have a blast. Man, I actually kind of like Tosin. Tosin is growing on me because I played with him a little bit on this account, and he's actually kind of fun, not gonna lie. Because those wounds do a lot of damage, and he's just an absolute legend to be around. And he does his like domain expansion as well, which is also pretty cool. Do expand on that one, Liz. Tell me what kind of skeletons are we talking here? Fair, Sadvik, fair. Look, I'm not coping. I actually do like him. Like, look at this domain. It looks cool. I'm still a bit upset that I didn't get Kisuke or Byakuya, but like, I'm just saying, Tosin is pretty cool. He's probably like the third prize, I said it before. I do like him. Just not as much as I like those other gentlemen. Listen, there's nothing wrong with rocking a tracksuit in another world. This game is relatively new. I think it came out last Friday, I believe. So it's about a week old. But it's actually really, really fun. I would strongly recommend, if you guys like Bleach, to try it out. Because I've been having a ball personally with it. And the thing is, it's not that hard, and it's mostly PvE game as well, which means you don't have to like stress out about, you know, having like the best characters or summoning for every banner. You just kind of can enjoy it for what it is. Rangiku is coming with Gin later. She's not in yet. She will be coming, I think, in December, because the next character is Toshiro, and I think after Toshiro, it's either Gin or Kenpachi. And Gin was confirmed to come out with Rangiku, so... Because, you know, they kind of have a thing going with each other. And, yeah. Very nice, Angel. Very nice. Proud of you. Early boldness? Come on. Listen. I was the first one to say there's nothing wrong with a bold man. I said it for 2 days straight last week, and I'll say it again. Oh, Angel likes Aventurine a bit too much. He used to have him as his profile pic for a while. So, you know. Unless he still does, I don't remember. Well, the thing is, Aventurine likes to gamble, and so does Angel. So I feel like they're part of, you know, the same brain cell strand, shall we say. They understand each other on a deeper level. Well, he probably changed to Kuyan because he was glazing him quite tremendously. And I mean, Kuyan is a cultivator, and Angel is on that path to achieving the true enlightenment realm of it all. Okay, we'll go to level 31. Very nice. Look, maybe they're just me being old, and excuse me if it is, I don't understand the point of having Nitro in Discord. Like, what is the point of having flashy pictures on your profile? Like, is it just me being too old to understand? Because, like, I understand getting a skin in a video game, you know, where you actually play with a character. But what is the point in Discord? You literally pay subscription for pretty GIFs on your profile. And I guess emojis to an extent, but I guess it just shows my age. Well, that is a good point, Angel. You gotta work for those perks. Fair, Sandvik. Fair. Fair as well, Kakra. Couldn't agree more. Oh, what? Messed it up. I mean, look, I'm not gonna judge you if you like it, you know, because I think it's only like, what, $5 a month or something? So it's not like you're breaking your bank. It's just, I always found it weird. Personally, there's some people like obsessed with having it, you know? But, you know, you do you. I'm not judging you. Trying One Piece in 2025 from episode 1 is a whole new kind of torture that you will be inflicting upon yourself. Because I watched One Piece when I was about 13, 14, and I started from the first show, and even then I was bored. And at that time, I could watch anything and be, you know, moderately entertained. So that says a lot. Oh wait, I didn't clear this one on full stars. Let me just do that quickly. I never read One Piece manga, so I can't chime in on that one. But the thing is, that's usually the case with majority of shows where manga is just better, you know? That's just how it is. Because even with Bleach, I feel like manga is on another level compared to anime. Anime is great, but oof, that manga though, it's something else. It's not just first 300, you gotta get to Impel Down arc, and that starts on episode 424, Sadvik, so come on. All you need to do is dedicate at least a month of your life to catch up to that point, and then you can start getting a good time, you know? Then you go to Doflamingo arc, and then, you know... Then Luffy becomes, you know... a Pirate King somewhere in between, and then, you know, they go to Impel Down afterwards. They break out our Lord and Savior Buggy, who will become the true Pirate King afterwards. And, you know, Goldie Roger shows up somewhere in between, and just that's when it gets good. Angel, I think it's time to find new friends. Oof. Avatar is a big one. Ghosts have it good. Finally you understand. Also a bit fair point. I was never really a big fan of Naruto, but, you know. Even I can agree with that one. That's like a wake-up call if I ever heard one, Angel. And Kakarot is right. You gotta take a breather. Re-evaluate your life choices. And see the world for what it truly is. Maybe. Even maybe. Touch some grass while you're there. You know, realign your chakras and whatnot. Go, broke the shield. Nice. The thing is, I never watched Naruto myself that much. I watched it briefly. But the thing is, I just kind of got bored of it, so I left it after, like... After Naruto fought Pain, I think. And somewhere in between, I've seen, like, the fights with Madara and whatnot, but I was just never a big fan, to be honest. Just was never really my thing. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. Ishigo just menacingly staring in the background. That aura. To be Ori. Alright. As I said, I watched it, and I don't think it's a bad anime per se. It's fine, but... it just was never really called like my attention, shall we say. I always felt like the pacing was kind of strange, and also Naruto as a character I was never really invested in personally, because if I don't care about the protagonist that much, I need to at least have like a character that I like a lot. And for me it was like Itachi, because I liked Itachi for a while, and then they kind of got rid of him, and I was like, well, now what do I do? So I kind of dropped after that, to be fair. I know, Savik. I mean, that was all I need to know, because I felt like the other arc, where it was like about the war and whatnot, I felt like it was just dragged out, so I didn't really pay attention there. Minato is good, but the problem with Minato is that you only see him like twice. And even then it was for very brief moments. So you can't really get attached to him too much. I just always thought Itachi's character was really cool, and like his entire backstory was really well done, where, you know, he had an actual reason to doing what he did, and like the fight with Sasuke was really nicely done. I feel like, you know, the way it ended was really cool, because he went out with style, and, you know, he played the part of the bad guy in order to help out his little brother to find out who he was and whatnot. I never seen that one, Liz. I watched the OG Nickelodeon Avatar. You know the kinds? Where he was still fighting the Fire Nation. That's kind of Avatar I grew up with. I mean, Avatar, I'm pretty sure everybody does. You telling me two young adult men, they're chasing after each other, thinking about each other all the time, don't have a thing going for each other? Like, come on. The tension was there all along. They just refused to admit it. Repressed feelings is all that is. I try to enjoy, because I feel like if I do laugh at it, I won't respect myself anymore. And I'm also fighting Byakuya, you know, I have to... That, like, slow motion, you know, Omaewa no Shinderu type situation is so cool. I really want to get Byakuya. Like, golly, why can't I get my own Byakuya? Look at this man. Just pulling out Senbonzaku Kageyoshi out of nowhere. You know, being awesome. Oh. Come on, stop Omaewa no Shinderu. Byakuya, come on. At least find me fair and square. Oof. Oh, come on, you're not even gonna show me his bankai. Actually, that wasn't bankai, that was shikai, but you're not even gonna show me that. And also, this is Yariichi. Why is she there? We fall against Aizen. Oh, no, Aizen, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Byakuya. SpongeBob is the greatest animated show of all time, and I'll fight you on that. Because if you don't think SpongeBob is a peak of animated series, you don't have a childhood, really. Come on. I know, Savik. I'm so disappointed. Like, come on. Oh, the bloody cutscene doesn't work. I live my life like Patrick Star, you know, under the rock, minding my own business, you know, chilling around, having a good time. I do wear a shirt, though, just out of moral principles. But other than that, I relate heavily. Have you ever seen the episode where Patrick got employed by Mr. Krabs? And he, like, took over Squidward's job? And whenever the phone would ring up, he will pick up. And the customer on the phone would be like, "Is this Krusty Krab?" And Patrick would be like, "No, this is Patrick." And we just hang up. And another guy calls, "Is this Krusty Krab?" "No, this is Patrick." Would hang up again. Somebody call for the third time. "Is this Krusty Krab?" "No, this is Patrick." We just throw the phone. Oh, Patrick is so good. Man, we all need to be more like Patrick. The true enlightened being of the world. The OG with one brain cell. You know, he mastered that third eye technique. Such good times. I remember distinctly when I was a kid, I would literally wake up like an hour earlier because the SpongeBob would air every morning rather, at exactly precisely 7 a.m. Day in, day out. So I would specifically wake up an hour earlier before I need to go to school, just so I can watch SpongeBob. And that was the first time I ever committed to something at the age of like 6. And you know what? I never looked back. I never looked back. And the thing is, the identification of a good show is when you can watch it at any age and have a good time. Because let me tell you something. I can watch SpongeBob now and I'll probably have an absolute ball with it. I'm more than certain of that. Okay, we haven't completed this one on 3 stars. That's a bit strange. I thought I did that. Okay, well, we'll catch up to that one. Let's do the hard one for now. Actually, you know what? Let's do some gacha pulls, because I think I got 80. Okay. So, guys, prep yourself, because now we gotta do some gacha pulls. So get your hands ready, you know? Get them nice and stretched, because we gotta channel the Spirit Bomb, and we gotta get ourselves a Byakuya now. Or Urahara, one of the two. Because if I don't, I'm gonna write a lengthy complaint. We gotta gamble now. Absolutely, Liz. Such and culture heathens don't deserve to even watch television. It's probably gonna be Ikaku. Let's call spade a spade. I'm probably gonna get the bald man and I'm gonna rage quit. Right here now. I won't, but you know, I will be very upset. Alright, let's begin. It doesn't have 50-50. Okay, the first 10 pull is nothing there. We did get a card. We get another card. We got 2 cards. So basically, this game just has like 80 pulls. You do 80 pulls and you guarantee the character. You do 40 pulls, you guarantee their stamp, which is like a weapon system in this game. And on standard, you pretty much just do 80 pulls and you get one of the 5 characters. One of the 6, excuse me. And I assume what's gonna happen in the future, and don't quote me on that, but I have a sneaking suspicion because that's what usually these kinds of games do, is that they usually put these like limited characters like 1 or 2 months after they disappear into the standard banner and just increase it the further you go. So that could be a thing. I don't know for sure, but I have a sneaking suspicion there's going to be a thing. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, another dud. Listen, if I do get Kaku, it's gonna be on you. Oh, we got Uru's stamp. Very nice. Okay, 2 temples, nothing yet. Let's see. Oof, third temple, still nothing. Okay, we got Ichigo. Not the good Ichigo, but you know, we got an Ichigo. Oh, very nice, Angel, very nice. You gotta keep centered. 4th temple, nothing. I don't know if this game has fake outs, because from what I've seen so far, oh, Yachiru is a good dupe. From what I've seen so far, the only time you get a 5-star is when Ichigo unleashes his Hollow Mask. So unless he does that, I don't think there's a 5-star. I could be wrong, because I haven't seen it, but I'm pretty certain that's the case. Man, our luck is atrocious. We did 5 temples and nothing? Oof, 6 temples and nothing. We got Chard's stamp, we got Inoue. No ideal, but you know what, I'll take it. I'll take it. I do know Rising of a Shield Hero. I do know that. And it's actually pretty good, to be honest. It's not like the best anime ever, but I definitely did enjoy watching it. Okay, we got 5-star. Okay. Okay. Let's see, who is it? Please. No bald man. I literally will take anyone else. Just no bald man. I will take even Korn himself, you know, just give me a 5-star Korn and I'll be happy. I don't want Ikaku. I'm just gonna be real with you right now. Literally anyone. You can't make this shut up. You just can't. This bald man won't leave me alone. Why? Why am I cursed? Why? It's like, I'm trying to be a good person. You know, I'm not perfect, but nobody is. You know, how is this real? Like, how? How? I will never get rid of this man. He will follow me until the day I die. Now I gotta build him, you know? Now I don't have a choice. I just don't have a choice because Ikaku will never leave me alone. Ikaku just will always follow me until the day I die. I wish there was a way to sell a character. I really do. I really, really, really do. Well, remember when I said yesterday that I may or may not reroll for Toshiro when he comes out? I'm pretty sure now it's a certainty because I'm not playing this game with this bald man chasing after me. So prepare yourself because next Saturday and Sunday, we basically re-rolling for Toshiro 12 hours a day. And you're gonna be here for that. Because I'm not. settling for this. Neither should you. We gotta achieve the true powers. And this bold man will not stop us from doing so. This is my 7 deadly trials, you know? As soon as I get 7 bold men, that's when I finally unlock my bankai. And the more bold men I get, the stronger it gets. I'm so upset. I'm so mad right now. I never wanted to break something more than right now. And unfortunately, I don't have anything to break. And I just said reality of things right now. You know, it's fine. It's fine. We'll reroll for the great green horizons. Maybe it's because Ichigo is in the game, you know? Ikaku is obsessed with fighting Ichigo. And maybe because I go Ichigo, I just curse with Ikaku showing up to fight me. Both morally and physically. So maybe when Toshiro comes out, you know, maybe I'll get somebody else. I do, Liz. I do. I need a hug. I need a warm cup of hot chocolate, and I need to lay down. Ooh. Listen, when a man gets a bold man in his life, you can't help but do that. No worries, Abato. I was glad to see you. Hopefully you had fun. Catch you later. I mean, to be honest, I was gonna go harder than I already did Sandvik, but I was like, you know what, I gotta keep it clean a little bit at least. Even though the true Eastern European spirit inside of me was about to get unleashed. And the true mouse of a sailor was about to enter the domain. Absolutely no worries, Angel. I'm gonna keep you company on your studying journey. I'm gonna be your Morgan Freeman in background, you know, telling you all about the life's perilous journeys. Ooh. I gotta recenter myself. I got a little bit too overzealous. It's okay, Liz. I appreciate the encouragement. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, I did call it. I did say that we could probably go to get Kaku, and we did get him, so, you know. Kaku is advising you from a future. That's all it took. Kaku has greater influence on Angel than anybody else possibly could have. Oh wait, I got totally distracted. I forgot to actually complete it properly. It is what it is. I think our next plan will be to summon for Toshiro on this account, and if we can get him, I'm definitely re-rolling. Listen, I've had one brain cell since the day I was departed upon this plane of existence, shall we say, and I'll never be the same. I mean, it all depends when your exams are actually, Angel, because if they are tomorrow, I would listen to Liz, you know, and at least try to study. Look, I can't help myself but get excited. It happens to the best of us. I am a man of many talents, and disrupting peace of the realm is one of them. Oh, fair enough, Angel. I mean, as I said, you know, what exams actually you have before I give you that advice? Because if it's math, you're pretty much screwed, but if it's like something like literature, at least you can kind of win. That's good. That's always good, Angel. Being good at math is pretty much all you need in life. English, literature, science, I mean, who needs it? As long as you can count money, that's all that matters. Ooh, English. That was my biggest nemesis back in school because I remember, I don't know about you, but when I was doing English exams, I had multiple ones. The first one was like a written exam, you know, your standard writes like answer question based on like excerpt from a book or whatever. But there was also poetry exams, and those were the worst because on my finals I have to decipher like a poem about a clown that was really sad, and I had to explain why the clown was sad. And I was like, I'm pretty sure there's two clowns in this story. The protagonist and me, because I definitely felt like a clown doing it. And yeah, needless to say, it was never really my forte, shall we say. Ooh. I'm pretty sure Arabic is like up there with like kanji and Chinese alphabet. It's like, it's impossible to learn. Unless you're born there. Because you might as well just have an easier time studying the blade and reaching the enlightenment phase than understanding how to write those. I know, Angel, trust me, I know. Whoever invented all the exams need to reevaluate their life choices because it clearly failed somewhere. Because, like, to me, as long as you can read and write, that's all you need in order to pass English. You shouldn't be needing to explain, like, the poetry and whatnot, because when was the last time you read poetry? Let alone had to examine what the author meant. If you can examine what the author meant in the poetry, then there's no need for poets, because you already understand what he was trying to say. The entire point of somebody being able to write a poem is that they're unique, you know? And they're trying to express emotion in a unique way that no other people could. If anybody can understand it, then it's like, what is the point? You might as well just ask ChatGPT to do it for you. Anyway. That is true, Liz, because a lot of people have different like preferences when it comes to studying. For me personally, I always was like a listening kind. I don't really learn like good by doing things myself. I always did much better if I just listened to somebody like explain the method behind like solving a mathematical equation or, you know, solving a problem, stuff like that. And I always just was better at it. But when it comes to actually doing it is a bit trickier because on every exam I would always run out of time because I would just write so much that I get lost in a sauce and just forget what I was doing. And that's not ideal. That's not where you want to be. I mean, that is true, Liz, but now that man is nowhere to be found. ChatGPT is gonna overtake us all. It's gonna be our true teacher. Soon enough. That is true, Kakaros. I mean, whenever I used to do coding and I would struggle with like certain lines, I would always go to YouTube to find, and there would be a kind Indian gentleman trying to explain it to me. With like the thickest accent you can possibly imagine. And I would be like, sir, I understand you're trying to help, but I have a very difficult time understanding what you're trying to tell me. And the problem was subtitles weren't helping either, because they were like AI generated, so we're talking absolute gibberish. And yeah. Wasn't particularly that encouraging, shall we say. Look, I don't want to offend anyone, first of all, and second of all, I don't know what Indian accent even is. Because there's different kinds. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, we defeated Renji. And now... Oh, did we? Is there a second phase? There is. Okay, well. Okay, I need to defeat him in 120 seconds. Okay. I think what I will do is I'll level up my characters first. I think I reached level 30 so I can unlock them. Okay, let's do this. I mean, fair enough, Kagura. I don't think I would be able to pull it off, to be honest. I'm not quite that well versed, shall we say, in them. Okay, we need to do that one. Can I actually upgrade my Uryu as well? Okay, I can't do this one either. Okay, let's do Thrust one first. And actually, I quite enjoy that this game has auto, because whenever I play by myself a bit, I always just put it on auto and just let it run in the background, which is kind of nice, because with a lot of these games, auto is not really an option. Listen, Angel is on a mission. And said mission doesn't involve stunning, I'll tell you that much. Do they now, Liz? Do they? I thought I was tripping out for a second because I started smelling something burning, and I was like, is my computer about to explode or something? That's why I went quiet for a second, because I was just like assessing the perimeter. But I think it might be just coming from outside. Because I had the window open earlier. Just made me kind of rethink my life choices for a second. But I think we're fine, I think we're fine. My unbelievable game prowess and the rage from getting a Kaku made my brain explode from the inside out. Yeah, well, I got you before then, Liz. You see, I'm ahead of the game. Ahead of the curve. Okay, let's grab this one. Look, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I was worried there was the lights for a second, because I was like, well, that's the only thing that I installed recently. And I was like, did I get some cheap Chinese knockoff? It's about to explode in my face. But, no, I think we're good. I think we're good. For now, at least. We'll have to see how it goes. If the smell intensifies as the longer the stream goes, that's how I'll know. I mean, that's... I don't want to, you know, receive another email. That would be a bit too much. Well, you see, that is the power of Kronos. I live in the future while you live in the past. I mean, getting email from Liz is like getting email from tax collectors, you know? It's like, it's not something you want to see, because she would always begin to who it may concern. And that's how you know you messed up. Because nowadays, the only people who say to whom it may concern are either lawyers or government. And neither of those you want to hear from, to be fair. Listen, Liz. All we ask is that you at least give us 3 to 5 business days to reply. That's all we'll ever ask of. If you give us that time frame, I think we'll be okay. Alright, how many more do I need? Let's do one raid on this one. Fair enough, Angel, fair enough. I mean, if you can pull that off, I'll be impressed. I'll be impressed indeed. Look, I'm a busy man with a lot of tasks at hand. For me, when you say 3 to 5 business days, we're talking 3 to 5 years. Angel called himself in that genjutsu, you know? The man keeps thinking that he's going to study. Meanwhile, hour after hour passes. Next thing he knows, at 3 AM in the morning, and he needs to go to school in like 4 hours. And just life for you. Oh, actually, we got Uryu's stamp, so we can probably use this one. And I can ascend it as well. There we go. Let's replace it. Do we have Yachiru one as well? Oh, we actually have her stamp too, so let's equip that one. We go hit dupe too. What does it actually do? Yachiru gains 1 ultimate energy every second. That's not too bad, that's pretty good. Alright. Fair enough, Angel. I've been there, done that, so I'm not judging. Actually, wait, hold up. We need to level up our weapons as well. Completely forgot about that. The man has to round it up, Kagura. He doesn't go for halvesies. He either goes all the way to a full hour or nothing at all. Listen, Liz, I told you that I never seen it before. Do you understand that I have like 10 bajillion emails that I use for various things, shall we say? So contacting me through one of them is pretty much equivalent to throwing a message in a bottle into Atlantic Ocean and just hope it gets to me. And that probably has a high chance of succeeding, if anything. Alright. Okay, so can I send that one yet? And can I send this one? Fax number. You can reach me at this fax number at this precise location. In fact, send me a letter. Hi there, Osik. Glad to see you. Glad you enjoyed the game as well. Been having a blast too. Besides getting bombarded by an influx of very hairless men, shall we say, in the form of Ikaku, but other than that, it has been a blast indeed. And you know what? I'm refusing to build them. I just won't. Okay, so we'll level up Ichigo's weapon, and I think we probably will do for these two as well, because I do quite like them. So how many we need? I think I need to do this 3 times probably. Morse code. Liz, you're trying to send an email, not trying to uncover the undercover agents of Mexican government. Next thing you know, she's gonna start speaking in code to me. It's like Alpha Tango Bravo. Do you hear me? And I'm gonna be like, excuse me? Yeah, Liz goes even harder. Alpha Tango Bravo, do you hear me? And I was like, yes, I do. Please don't hurt me. Yeah, but you haven't tried Pigeon Carrier. Liz, you see, you haven't thought about through. You could have hired somebody to cosplay as Aizen and show up next to my doorstep, all in hopes of, you know, providing me with experience of a lifetime, but instead, just give me a full-blown letter, which begins with, "To whom it may concern." And that's how you would have got me that. I don't know. I know about Morse code. I never use Morse code, nor do I know the difference. I think that means send help, isn't it? Because I remember the, like, 3 dots, 3 dashes, and 3 dots are, like, send help, I believe. From memory, I could be wrong. It has been a while. Okay, I need to do it one more time, I think. So it's 8. Still need one more. Okay, let's do one more raid. Don't know if I'll have enough. I probably will. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that will do. And then... Yeah, look, Greg, it has been a whole minute, but that's like the only thing that we've been taught about Morse code. I was like, I know it means something along those lines. But I mean, the thing is, the only people who use Morse code are like military nowadays. So like, why do you need to know it? Well, what is the application? Like, well, you're gonna roll up to school and just being like, okay, let's speak in Morse code now. Send notes in Morse code, so whatever teacher would pick it up, that would be like, why are you sending dots and dashes all the time? And I'm like, well, we dots and dash enthusiasts over here. I wasn't taught Morse code in school. It was just like, it was a brief lesson we had in it, like back in the day, but you know, I'm not super knowledgeable on it. In fact, I probably would butcher it quite drastically if somebody who actually knows Morse code would ask me like a question about it. I probably wouldn't be able to even answer you. I don't even know like the alphabet in Morse code, let alone the sentences. Ah, I see, Greg. Which language are you studying now? I didn't even know you can add people on Duolingo. To be fair, I never used it before. The only thing that I know about Duolingo is, I think my mom used it to learn like Spanish before, but I don't have any personal experience with it. Because the thing is, I already know 3 languages, and 2 of them I don't even use, so it's like, why do you need the 4th one? Although I do say that I would like to learn Japanese at some point, you know? To become the true weeb that I am. Achieve the ultimate kawaii status, shall we say. Well, the thing is, my parents planning to like retire in Spain back in the future, so they're just kind of why they're working on it, shall we say. Okay, I have enough, and that is true, Kagura. The main problem that I have is not like speaking language. You know, it's the writing that's a hard part, because I don't know if you ever seen kanji, but let me tell you something. It might as well be hieroglyphics, because I don't understand them. And the thing is, the rules about them is super complex as well. And even apparently in Japan, there's a lot of people that are like only moderately proficient, because they have like Japanese proficiency test, and there's 3 levels. The first level is basically the most basic one. That's, if you pass it, you essentially know Japanese. The second one is basically when, you know, you're pretty knowledgeable about the subject. And only, I think, like 25% of populace passes it. And the third level, that's basically like, you gotta know everything and anything about the language. And only, I think, 5 to 10% of people pass it. So even the residents of the country can, like, learn all of it. So what hopes do I have with my little peanut brain? I know, that's a problem. It's like, it's so complex. It's a beautiful language, you know? But it's super complicated, and my brain just explodes every time I even try to understand it, let alone understand it. And it's unfortunate because, you know, I'd like to think that I'm a relatively, you know, knowledgeable individual. But whenever I actually sit down and try to learn it, my brain just goes out of the window. It's like, okay, we're peacing out. Clearly we're not welcome here. This stuff is too complicated, so we might as well just go. And never come back. And, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Alright, let's, can I actually... I actually almost ran out of stamina, so I'll probably save that for later in case I need it. But let's do this chapter for now. Try to clear it. That is true, Liz. That is true. Well, no, Kagura, but like the thing is, to learn... I want to kind of learn it in full. I don't want to just learn, you know, just how to speak. Because speaking is great, but you kind of need to know how to write as well. Because if you don't, that's That's a whole different beast. I have zero experience with Korean, but I would assume it would be similar to Japanese, to be honest. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you probably can learn Japanese without ever learning how to write, but the thing is, it's kind of learning halfway, because truly understanding a language intends that you know how to both speak and write. And it would be kind of awkward if I started speaking to somebody and then they asked me to write something, and I'll be like, sorry, I can only speak, no writing. In fact, don't even ask me about it. I would have to agree, because the thing is, when I was learning English personally, I found out that actually writing it down was making it easier for me to understand, rather than just like envisioning the words inside my brain. And I think it's just like hand to mind kind of motion, where if you know how to write it, you're probably more likely to understand how to actually speak it as well. And, yeah, I don't know, it's just kind of how I always felt, I guess. Now, granted, I only have experience of learning one language before. I'm not, like, a language connoisseur. But even then, kind of proved relatively useful, I'd say. That was harder than it needed to be. Kagura, I'm pretty sure everybody is. Because if learning a new language was as easy as that, you know, if you could just learn it in like one day, everybody would do it. That's why it takes a lot of time, effort, and dedication, unfortunately. And most people just don't want to put the set time and effort into it, which is fair. And I mean, the main perk of learning Japanese for me personally would be that I can actually read like manga and watch like anime in its originally intended VAs and, you know, kanji, without actually needing subtitles and whatnot. That would be kind of no. And, speaking it would be nice too, but that would be like the main perk. Ooh, 6 to 8, that's... You see, I was always jealous of people who grew up in like multilingualistic families, because since childhood you just learn so many. Or one too few, rather. Greg, I think that's what you meant. I still don't understand what 67 means, and you guys keep bringing it up. At some point, I'll have to look it up, and I'm gonna be so immensely disappointed with all of you. But I guess until then, I'll just pretend like that's not the case. that is actually good advice, Les. Yeah, because learning a language would be way easier if you actually learn it through like videos or music or something like that. Because when I was learning English, actually, I was watching a lot of like movies. I was listening to a lot of music, and it actually helped me quite a bit to understand the language a bit better. Now, granted, it's not like everyday kind of language that's used in music and in movies to a certain extent, but it's still relatively helpful. Because at least you're learning then by, you know, watching or listening to things they actually care about, rather than just boring tutorials. Fair enough, Greg, fair enough. Oh, no, that's fair, Liz. I mean, if you actually want to learn a language, obviously tutorials are better. Instead of just winging it like I did. But, you know, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. And if tutorials don't work for you, might as well try something else. I do. I don't think I ever made a plan for almost anything in my life. I always go by the feel of it, you know? As whatever it entails, that's whatever I shall do. That is fact. As I said, the thing is, the learning of the language shouldn't be tedious. I personally feel like it should be, at the bare minimum, somewhat fun for you. And if you don't enjoy it, then what is the point of learning? Because if you're learning it just to better yourself, it's much more proactive to actually learn it through things you enjoy. Granted, you're probably not going to learn the correct way of, like, pronunciation and, you know, how to spell certain things, but at the end of the day, if you get your basics right, at the bare minimum, then you can go into, like, in-depth tutorials and whatnot. But the best way to learn language that I found is by actually trying to speak it with, like, native speakers of said language. Because even if you're, like, super bad at it, it's a very good learning mechanism to, like, better yourself, because you can hear the way the other individual pronounces things, and you kind of can correct yourself mid-sentence as well. And it's a very human way of learning, shall we say, instead of just listening to somebody online, you know, preaching it to you. And also people can make fun of you in real time, you know, for pronouncing things wrong, which is a very endearing experience. Well, the thing is, I feel like knowing Russian is just a very useful skill, simply because of all the pirated stuff that's out there. And it's all in Russian. So if you want to join the, you know, the Jack the Sparrow crew, shall we say, you kind of don't have a choice. Nice. I'm kind of tempted to get Ichigo's stamp on this account, because the thing is... Oh, I thought the game lagged for a second. And glitched it. I'm probably going to reroll anyway, so I'm kind of tempted to just go full in and test Ichigo with his limits. Well, I don't know. Well, it's mostly depending on like what language you want to learn as well, because certain languages need like different kind of approach to them. If you want to learn, for example, like Spanish, I feel like that's absolutely fine to learn through like tutorials and whatnot. But if you want to learn like a more complex language like Chinese or Japanese or Korean, you know, then I feel like you need on-hands practice more than anything. Because that's most likely the best way of understanding the nuances of it. And probably learning through like movies and music and whatnot is not going to be as useful. Oh yeah, you gotta get your like past, present, future tenses right as well. Because the last thing you want is okay, you know what? Since this account is kind of cursed anyway, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to pull for Ichigo's stamp. I don't think I have enough, but I think I have enough for 3 temples. So let's try to do this and see how it goes. Actually, I think I can buy a few as well. Yeah, I can buy a couple here. So we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna try to pull for Ichigo. Stamp at least. Can we get a first temple? We can! Okay, oh you know what? Maybe our luck is turning around. Look at that, first temple. Okay. Okay, you know what? You know what? Maybe, just maybe. Maybe this account is not as cursed as I thought. Because we did get the bold man, but I did get the Ichigo stamp. That does look kind of cool, to be honest. Like, look at that. That does look pretty sick. Okay. How much did my power improve? Oof, by 4k. Oof, that's huge. Love to see that. We'll go another 5 pool. I'll take it. Okay, we're slowly but surely accumulating our gambling resources, which is very nice, very nice. Okay, let's keep going. I think now that I got his stamp, I can probably do it a bit better. Thank you, Kagura. I was about to say, you guys don't even care that I actually got pretty lucky. Unbelievable. All this language talk and nobody even said anything. Nah, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Well, that was pretty lucky, to be honest, because I think the chance of getting is 1% with that guarantee, so... Our luck kind of turned around after getting the bold man. Which is nice, which is nice. The thing is, I had the hardest time when I was learning English to understand like past, present, and future tenses. And I feel like if the language has those, it's like 10 times harder to understand. And, oof. It's one of those things where you kind of have a much harder time if you don't get your hand wrapped around those. But at the same time, you know, if you do put an effort in, I feel like things could turn around. And learning like all the adverbs, adjectives, like the difference between like certain words and what they mean, that's also relatively difficult, especially for different languages. I would love to be able to learn Chinese, but the thing is, it's way too hard. And my poor old brain just can't handle such complex language. Because I was just lucky enough to be born into an environment where I just had like 3 languages all around me. Because in Ukraine, it's kind of mandatory to learn Russian to an extent, because a lot of people that were living there used to live in like USSR. So, and Russian was just part of it, you know? So basically, you kind of learn 2 languages at the same time. And English was also mandatory in the school that I went to. And another thing, I was kind of fortunate that my mom was like an English professor at a time in a uni that was right next to us. So she was like drilling English into me since a young age. But if she hasn't, then I probably would have even had a hard time learning it as well. So yeah. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I would learn Chinese just to read manhwa. I would. I'm not gonna even pretend like that's not the case. That's absolutely all I would be learning for. But at the same time, I feel like I'm justified in that, because I would still learn a language just for my own means, shall we say. Look at this man. Ooh, he looks so cool. Genpachi, please acknowledge me. Ooh, that's some big numbers. You'll love to see big numbers. I kind of feel weird fighting with Yashiro against Ken, considering they're kind of like a duo. So it feels a little bit strange doing that to my boy, but I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. I know. Who would have thought that getting a pay-to-win weapon would make a character much better? Because I think his skill, like this one, I'll show you in a sec. You see how there's like some shadows that appear? So basically he gets 2 shadows that do 100% of the damage. So basically his skill damage triples. And then he gets 15% crit damage. Or crit rate rather. So his weapon is kind of busted. And he also gets 50% what do you call it? Like weapon boosts. So there is that. But yeah, he's busted, in other words. Because like, look at this. Let me show you. Where was it? Weapon. Stamp. No, I didn't Kakura, come on. I would never swear. I'm a clean, pure soul. Untainted, brother. By the malice of this world. But yeah, so he basically gets 50% damage in like 50% rather stat boost. So basically, all these stats, he gets half of them, right? And then he gets 15 crit, and when releasing special skills, so basically like his E or Q, he summons 2 after images and just does 100% special attack. So he triples his damage essentially. And that's kind of crazy, like the difference between it is night and day. That is true, Liz, but the problem is, it's like, maybe just me, but I always feel weird, like, trying to speak to people in their native language unless I'm proficient enough with it. Because I just don't like offending people, you know? I don't want to seem, like, rude or anything. So whenever I'm in Japan, even though I can't speak Japanese at all, sometimes, you know, if I go to, like, a convenience store or something, that's what they call convenience store there. And just basically, you know, try to order something. I might, in broken Japanese, say something. And I always just feel kind of strange about it, because on one hand, I feel like at least I'm trying. But on the other hand, I'm like, I do know they're probably disrespecting your culture at the same time. And I hope it doesn't come across that way. I get this sometimes as well, Kagura. Because, so we all multilinguistic here, right? And do you ever get this thing where you speak, let's say in English, but your brain is thinks in your native language? Because I get that all the time. So my brain kind of like short circuits because I get the realization that I'm speaking in a different language than what I'm actually saying. And I kind of get like real life blue screen of death out of nowhere. And that's no ideal. Oh, if you go to France, if you speak anything but French, they're gonna pretty much put you on a pitchfork and roast you alive. The French people I came across, okay, well, let's do some French slander while we're at it. So the first time I was in Paris, right, I was with my parents, and my stepfather, he knows like fluent French, right, so he can understand French. But me and my mom, we don't. So when we went there, for the first time, we tried to, like, get acquainted with the populace and whatnot, just, you know, ask for directions and whatnot. And what I realized quite soon was that even if people do know English over there, they will refuse outright to actually communicate in it, for whatever strange reason. So, we had an encounter with, like, a French lady there, and we asked her for direction because we weren't familiar with the area. And she looked at us, said something in French, and then walked out. And my stepfather at the time said, she basically said, I don't know what you're saying, and just walked away. And the thing is, even if she didn't understand, which I'm sure she did, because I just had a sneaky suspicion she did, otherwise she probably wouldn't react it that way. It was just rude kind of to walk out on somebody like that, you know? So yeah, I have a bone to pick with French. Those cheese-loving sons of guns. Fair enough, Liz, fair enough. Look, I like France, I love their food, but their people, they could be mean. And, you know, I'm just not about that. The two enemies of the world. Oof, oof. Unbelievable, Kakarot, coming out with the heat. And to be fair, I do have some French friends, and I do joke with them about this stuff as well, and they're like, yeah, that's pretty much true. So even they know. Even they know. And to be fair, there is kind of a bit of a history between like French and English, you know? They don't see eye and eye to each other for a lot of reasons. And that's just kind of unfortunate, but that's just how it is. Didn't quite make it. Fair enough, Angel. Fair enough. Well, the thing is, the only mod here is Liz, so she has all the power. I ain't got nothing. I'm just a man on a mission here. Trying to gather my resources for Toshiro. I watched recently. Okay, guys, how many of you actually care about Reddit? Because I assume none of you, but there was a story recently on Reddit where apparently some art community had a beef within itself, where some like a famous artist got his account blocked because some power-hungry Reddit mode basically didn't like their post. and said that they were like self-advertising, which they kind of did. But at the same time, the reaction that they gave is basically, you broke the rules, and if you don't like it, we can kind of delete all your other posts. And the artist guy just came back and was like, that's kind of crazy overreaction over a post I made, but okay. So he got all his history wiped out, and some of his posts were pretty big as well. They were kind of big deals in like top 200 or something. It kind of went semi-viral, I guess, and it got to the point where the mods got so unbelievably butthurt that they basically made a comment saying, "We out," and then in the comments, pinned comment was, "You win, we all resign." And I was like, you're literally not getting paid for this. You're just sitting there moderating messages for free all day, every day. And you can't be that butthurt that somebody disagreed with you and basically just told you to do your job better. It's like, the level of delusion is quite amazing. But yeah, that's basically the Reddit in a nutshell. So if you guys ever wondered what the place looks like, that's basically it. And it was just so funny to me. I don't know, it was just so hilarious because they just showcased in a nutshell what the entire platform is all about. I never personally used it. Because I don't have a need to, but it's just some stuff like that, it's so funny to me. Because I never got invested into any topic or any subject enough to actually care what other people say or do, but some people do, and you become a Reddit mod, I guess. And there's always this stigma about Reddit mods, you know, just being power-hungry, essentially losers, who just have nothing better to do with their time. And this is kind of proving their point to an extent, unfortunately. That is fair, Kagura, that is fair. But how many times did you go on Reddit and you just seen him post like that and be like, well, this place is cursed? Because I feel like it had to be at least a few times. Man, Renji's kicking my butt over here. Son of a gun. I mean, look, Reddit has some amazing stories, I'm sure of it, but it's just stuff like that always made me feel weird about actually using the platform, rather. And I don't know, it's kind of funny to me that some people get that invested into stuff like that. Because granted, I never was a mod of any kind, really anywhere, because I never really cared enough, but it's just interesting that some people value it that much. But I do know that it's kind of used by a lot of people like my age, and even younger really, for like news and whatnot. And it's also a decent, I guess, platform to just find like-minded people, I guess. For better or for worse. Alright, Renji, let's see what you got. That is true. That's another thing that I never understood. People like farming karma over there. Because I never understood the point of it. Because I don't think it does anything. It's like an ego status thing. That I guess people are obsessed with. But I just never about that life. So I guess for me personally, it just never makes sense. I mean, look, I'm the first one to admit that I don't understand the hustle that people go through for, like, social media clout. But it is funny how some people think they're much more important than you because they have, like, a blue tick. That's one of those things that are just so funny to me. Because in reality, nobody cares. Like, literally nobody cares. Except them, obviously. There we go. Welcome back, Liz. What? Hold up. I was definitely above 60%. What are you talking about? Renji, you son of a gun. I will eviscerate your entire existence. I'm gonna clear this for 3 stars even if it's the last thing I do. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Kagura. I do agree there, but it's a bunch of angry 12-year-olds, not just any 12-year-olds. Because if it was just 12-year-olds, it wouldn't be that bad. Let's see where you go, Renji. We're doing decently for now. I mean, Twitter is a cesspit unlike any. But that's again, that's like comparing 2 rubbish bins and expecting and saying which one is cleaner. Both of them are bad. It's just depending on how bad one of them is. Just because one smells a little bit worse than the other doesn't mean the first one is any good either. I had Twitter account for like a very, very brief point in my life. And it was mostly just because I was curious. But even then, I never like actually engaged in any sort of like drama or anything like that. I never like argued with people on it, which I know is a main advertising point, let's be real. Is the fact that you can just argue with people all day there. That's what some people treated us. Just a very elaborate echo chamber, shall we say. Well, the thing is, the platform themselves are not. It's just some people make them seem that way. It's just a very loud minority of people who like to express their opinions a bit too much. To a lot of people's dismay, shall we say. That's fair, Liz. As I said, there's probably plenty of really good content there. And like cool people who just, you know, share their stuff on it. But unfortunately, you never hear about stuff like that. You only hear about the worst things. And same with Reddit. I'm sure there's plenty of like really cool little communities that you can be a part of, like for games, for art, a bunch of other things, because that's what they usually start as, just a cool little hangout community, and then they devolve, shall we say, into something a little bit more sinister. Fair, Kagura, fair. I mean, where else are you gonna get them? Although the thing is, I don't know if it's still the case, but I remember back in the day, I was always recommended like leaks of character previews and whatnot from like YouTube, and they always would have like hundreds of thousands of views. And I always wondered, does Genshin not just outright nuke them out of existence? Because it's, at least on the Reddit, it's like a post, it's not a video. But on YouTube, if you post it, I always saw that Hoyoverse would just like cease and desist them right then and there, because it would be like months before the actual character even is announced sometimes. And it's just fascinating to me. And also, I don't even know how people get access to that stuff. But it just shows what I know. I know data mining is a thing. Like, people predict character based on, like, the in-game files. But, like, making full-blown videos, character showcases is... Whew. That's a different, beast, shall we say. I know about that subreddit, and the main reason why I know is because sometimes when I Google, like, questions for, like, gacha games, I sometimes get dropped into that subreddit where people actually talk about, like, the question that I have. So I know about that, but I'm not part of it. I think it's just Liz power tripping Kakarot. It's okay, She just can't help herself, but the allure of the big red button is growing ever so near to her. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, to be fair, if you are part of gacha subreddit, then you do need help one way or another. There we go. Oh, I didn't use technique. Forgot about that. Okay, let's redo it. I should pay attention really to these markers, but... The main reason why I'm 3-starring all of this is because you get more rewards based on that. So, might as well. Oh, did not reach him. That's a bit of a shame. I wasn't saying it was you, Liz. I was just implying they could have been. I mean, to be honest, if you're like a gacha games enthusiast, I guess it's not a bad place to know about like the upcoming gacha games, maybe. But like actively sitting there and discussing gacha games, that's a bit of a head scratcher, shall we say. Okay, I need to use technique. Gotta make sure to not kill this man too early. I think it's probably just accumulated pain just from a couple of days, Liz. Well, the thing is, she refused to do it yesterday, even though her father insisted on her doing so. Okay, there we go. Liz likes to, you know, endure the pain. She likes to overcome it and grow from it. She just built different, basically. But yeah, I'm collecting for these little things, because I don't know what they are, but I assume they're pretty rare. Okay, so we 3-star this. That's good. Can we do this? Ooh, I need level 36 for chapter 5. Oh wait, that's hard. What do I need for actual level chapter 6 here? 33. Not quite there. Might as well do extreme 1. Liz is like... Whenever Liz gets hurt, she suddenly transforms into 6'7", just like Canadian lumberjack that just powers through the pain by beating the trees down, not even chopping them down with now, just ripping them with roots and all, with his bare hands. That's the kind of man Liz channels through. And whenever somebody asks her if she is okay, she just turns around, does JoJo pose, and in the deepest voice she can possibly say is, "Doesn't kill you, makes you stronger." And then, you know, rips her jacket at Hulk Hogan style. Weather guy. What do you mean you wishless? You already live in the dream. Okay, there's more. Okay, didn't know that. Alright. Well, don't we all, Liz? Don't we all? A true dream. There we go. I was kind of tough, not gonna lie. Ooh, that was so close. We almost cleared it in 2 minutes. Look, I'm just saying, even though I'm told there's always room to grow, my goal is to be like Shaquille O'Neal, you know, the true giant of the universe. Uraharu's kicking my butt. Hi there, Cronus. Hopefully doing great. It is indeed, Liz. It is indeed. Comparing me and Shaq is like comparing a tree and, you know, a little radish. It's not quite the same. They both might be plants, but they just build different. Yeah, doing alright. Just losing my mind. Still persevering with the curse of getting chased by bald men left, right, and center. But you know what? We'll overcome it one day. Ooh, man. Uraharu is tough. There we go. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna clear on 3 stars, but we at least clear it. Alright, there we go. He's still not dead. Jesus Christ, what are you made out of? An adamantium? I guess so, Liz, I guess so. I mean, to be honest, Uraharu is a man. So I'm not surprised I'm getting my ass beaten to me by a middle-aged man like him. There we go, finally. Jeez Louise. I cleared on 0 star. Wow. Well, at least I cleared it. I'm just after EXP for now. I mean, Aizen is a man, you know. By the time we get him, that would be a glorious day. But I think for now, we know really. I think he's actually gonna come for Christmas. I have a sneaking suspicion, you know, just like Santa Claus, he's gonna come bearing gifts of good looks and slick back hair, shall we say. Because I'm pretty sure the next character is Toshiro, and he comes out on 5th, I believe, next Friday. But I think after that, there's going to be a new character after 19th. So I don't know, it could be Aizen. I mean, there were teasers of like Kenpachi and Gin, so maybe Gin is going to be next one, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. But I'm sure they're gonna do Aizen for like something big, you know? Maybe like a half-year anniversary or something. But not sure. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. Because I mean, the game been only out for like a week. We're still quite far away from getting to that point yet. I mean, style is the most important factor, Liz. Oh, very nice, Cronus. You're working on weekends as well? Wow. That's quite a commitment you have. Because, I mean, the silver lining of at least working 9 to 5 is that you get a couple days off. I didn't. I literally played Duet Night Abyss yesterday, Kakaro. What are you talking about? And also, Aizen was here for me before Yuming was even in existence, okay? It's not even a question who I like more. Alright, Zuru, get out of here. More question. I don't remember you asking me any questions, Kakaro. If you did, I probably just forgot about it. And to be fair, that would be par for the costs. Okay, let's restart this guy's fight. And let's see if we can beat Renji. Alright, Renji, let's see what you got. Aizen. I said it already yesterday, Kakaro. You didn't listen. I said that Aizen, it was there for me before anyone else. And I also said there's a difference between male and female characters' favorites for me. I have always had two, and both of them Aizen and Yarichi. I said it before and I'll say it again. They live in different universes, and you cannot mix them. Exactly. Didn't we say yesterday that you just need to get Uber and you put them on a high place for you, as Kakaro would say? I'm very glad you think so, Cronus. Listen, I didn't leave Yarichi for Aizen. I always was an Aizen appreciator first and foremost. Yarichi is there as well, just in a different dimension. Renji, you're testing my patience. And I'm gonna test your spinal cord, whether you can withstand my blows. If you keep doing so. Listen. Canonically, Yarichi is together with Urahara, you know? So I don't want to stand in my man's path. I just appreciate Yarichi from pure, you know, admiration stand of view. Because she's everything that I enjoy in a lady. You know, she's smart, she's attractive, she's funny, she's strong. I mean, she's pretty much the perfect lady. But Aizen is just, you know, he transcends the norms. He's in a league of his own. Slash that. These guys are pretty tough. I mean, they weren't joking when they say it's extreme difficulty, because I'm getting my absolute being kicked out of me right now. And I think it's mostly down there. I don't have really good supports for Ichigo right now. Like, I'm using 4 stars. If I had my boy Urahara, this fight would be nothing. So I kind of have to do with what I got. That is fair, Liz. That is fair. Wait, he has second stage. You didn't tell me that. Okay, I'm definitely not beating this guy. Okay, you know what? This fight is a bit too difficult for now. We'll come back to it later. I'm not quite equipped yet to be Ambarai here. Exactly, Liz, exactly. And as I said, I don't want to step on the toes of my boy Urahara. Because Urahara is the GOAT, and, you know, I'm always going to be supporting him. Now, let's clean up these stages. Get them to 3-star clear. And then we'll go on from there. Ooh, don't do that. I'm pretty sure I fought Ikaku by this time at least 20 times. Both through gacha and through actual in-game battles. Oh wait, they fixed the actual animation of the third chapter. That's actually interesting, because I don't think we've seen this before. There's still no sound though, which is a little bit unfortunate. Because it looks like they, they're just talking in sign language, but only with their eyes. Oof. Well, and just like that, the bald man is down. Ichigo finally got justice for me. He told the bald man a lesson that he'll never forget. Nope, they don't have sound. I enabled all the sound except music, and yeah. They know fixing the voices. Man, that's a shame. Did they actually say that? Because it did mouth capture and everything. I can see that there's a lot of effort they put into the actual story. But man, why are there no voice in it? That would have been so much better if they did. Because, like, I love the original VA of Bleach. At least hire some English dub people to do it, you know? Look. I'm all for it. I'll voice everyone. Man, woman, I don't care. I'll voice them all. It might be the most cursed dub you'll ever hear in your life, but tell you what. When I was a kid, I used to watch some dubs that were done by one guy for both men and women. And that's the kind of talent I only aspire to be. And there's a boy, Ken. Anyway, I thought we might as well watch that, considering I don't think we've seen it originally. Considering it was broken, I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we didn't see it. Listen, I'll be anyone and everyone. You gotta send me a formal email? Well, you better expect a reply between 3 and 5 business days at the bare minimum, Liz, because, you know, if you begin your email with whom it may concern and end it with kind regards, your favorite Demon King, I would have to at least compile some data in order to match your prowess. I can't just respond willy-nilly to such an official request. We never stopped, Angel. We never stopped. Oof. How to summon Angel. Talk about either Demon Kings or hot anime characters. One of the two things. I mean, there's not that many out there, Liz, and you're definitely up there. Definitely up there. Okay, so I think we did all the story that we could for now. At least I'm relatively certain of it. Did we finish it all 5-star? Yes, we did. Okay, so I think now we can do these. I'm just trying to grind for experience. So I'm trying to patch up all the story that we can possibly clear. Listen, I don't know what you think of me. Do I look like some cold-blooded emperor that would smite you where you stand for even the smallest of transgressions? Just because Greg told you once that I was? Come on. I would never do that. I'm like one of the kindest people out there that definitely won't exploit you given the opportunity. It's, you know... I'm just a very gentle soul in a demonic body, shall we say. Alright. Oh, actually, Ranger's gameplay is kind of cool. I do appreciate it. Alright, fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. I mean, look, if you can get me a gig, I'll share 49% of the profits. Can go 50-50 because I have to own at least 51%, so I have the power of negotiation. And they will go on from there. It is pretty cold out here as well. We've been having rain, like, literally for the entire week. In fact, on, I think, Thursday, I got drenched to the bone. That's probably why I was kind of unwell, to be honest. But, yeah. It's unfortunate, but that's winter for you. Can't escape it, unfortunately. Okay, anyone else here? No, that's fine. Alright. Zuru's trying to stage. Let's try her. Angel is like, you mentioned Rain to him and it's like the meme of, I don't know, was it from Pokemon? The guy with the butterfly, he's like, is this a bird? That's basically Angel whenever somebody mentions Rain. Just picks up a bunch of sand, he's like, is this Rain? Perhaps it is. Nobody will know. Kagero, when you say it like that, that sounds much cooler than what it actually is. I just, you know, just a bunch of people in the sky, you know, just pour water on us because they feel like it. It's a regular occurrence. Do you know how you how you water flowers? That's exactly what they do. They just water us a little bit. Listen, Liz, I'm not known for negotiation prowess. I'm known for making hasty decisions that I may or may not regret in the future. And if I say 49%, there shall be 49%. Because you know what? I'm a man of my word. Yeah, Liz, when you put it like that, I think with all our powers combined, we can achieve a true natural miracle unlike any. Just combine the 3 hemispheres into one. I mean, you might as well be half correct, Angel, because it's kind of like that. Just the houses are like about a couple kilometers high in the sky. But the concept is pretty much the same. I mean, Liz is pretty tall as well. That's how she grows so tall. People keep watering her. I don't know. Liz just walks outside, and somebody from the rooftop just throws a bucket of water on her, and she grows a couple inches. That's a secret to her powers. Alright, that's sorted. Kakarot just can't help himself. I never said you were. In fact, I never mentioned anything. You gotta love Chad. Or not so Chad. Exactly, Liz. We never say anything about your height. You just always think that we imply that you are short. In fact, we could be referring that you're an absolute giant. You know? You could be on par with, like, the tyrants from Greek mythology. And we just wouldn't know. We just wouldn't know. Okay, I think that's as far as we'll go in the story for now. I tried this stage, but it's a bit too hard, so we'll probably leave it for now. Let's see what else fun we can do for now. Let's collect all the achievements. Is there any events we can do that are kind of fun? Oh, this is like just a gacha thing. Let's try this. I'm not sure what this is, but might as well do it. Well, oof. In disbelief, I knocked over my mic a little bit from the statement that Angel just unleashed. Truly a peculiar statement indeed. I assume he's like a boss rush of some kind. The higher the character's HP, the greater the damage. That's kind of cool. The character does 20% less damage when the combo count reaches 20. I don't really understand why that would be the case, so I'd rather pick this one. This one seems much better. Ooh, Kakarot is going full mode on her. Wow, Liz is power tripping. Unbelievable. Okay. Oh, is this like a tower crawler situation? Okay, when they're hit by enemy, the character is momentarily restrained. When enemy HP drops to 0, they will revive with some HP after 10 seconds if the other enemy is still in combat. Let's go with this one. So I might try to not go restrained. Kakarot is gonna call the big guns. Greg just waltzes in, you know, kicks down the door, puts his big cowboy boots on the table, and he's like, "Well, howdy there, partners. What seems to be the problem? Why did you call the Dirty Harry over here? To resolve your issues. I can do so, of for the right price. I mean, to be honest, Greg is probably lurking, let's be real. The man just waiting for his chance to appear. Liz is bringing her big guns. It's gonna be a war happening soon enough. It's like that video back in the day where somebody was trying to sell like iPhone 5, right, on eBay, and I think they brought like 20 people with them, and the guy that was selling got intimidated, so he brought like 30 people with him, and it was just a video of like two mobs of group just standing next to each other trying to sell iPhone 5. It was the funniest thing ever. And I was hoping there would be like more and more people showing up. Eventually, like half the town just shows up to this iPhone exchange. And eventually just turns into full-scale war happening over iPhone 5. Oh man, good times, good times. Alright, the character takes an additional round of damage. 3 hits. Let's go with that one. That one's fine. Oh wait, do I need to counter it? Okay, so I can attack. Okay, so I'll counter him. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that's sorted. Quite interesting. Hi there, Vola. Hopefully doing great. If you ask if the banner will change, the answer is no. You basically can pull as much as you want until it leaves. The next character that's coming out is Toshiro, and he's coming out next Friday. No, Liz, I haven't. But that sounds quite amazing, to be honest. I just imagine emote punks just having a heated discussion, and then some brightly dressed gentleman just rolls up and he's like, guys, it's okay, no need to get angry, let's all just meditate, you know, align the chakras and just get one with the zen. You just see like 100 different emote punks people just sitting all in a circle just meditating. And the man in the middle is like, yes, this is so much better, isn't it? Peace, no war. Wow, now that I think about it, I would like to join that. That seemed like a good time. I see, so they were like mediating the situation. Because that would have been way funnier. Because I just imagine like Scooby-Doo type of van just rolling out with like a bunch of flowers on it. And just like 100 hippies just coming out of nowhere, out of woodworks. And just like start hugging everyone and trying to calm the situation down. Little hug police, shall we say. Fair enough, Liz, fair enough. And trying is all you can ask. I mean, Kakura is Saturday, so if you feel like sleeping, do so. Yes, I will, Kakura. I will stream tomorrow. I think I said I'm gonna stream at like 1 o'clock, but it might be about 3, to be honest, because I have some things to do tomorrow. But I'll try to do it at 1, but if I don't show up by 1, I definitely will be at 3. Because that's kind of when I like usually finish all my stuff and whatnot. But we'll see, we'll see. I definitely will be doing it tomorrow though, because I ain't got nothing better to do, and you know, might as well play games with you guys. Absolutely no worries, Kaggle. It was a pleasure seeing you as always, and hopefully you have a peaceful night. Do expand Kronos. Because Scooby-Doo used to be like one of my favorite shows as a child. And I even had games. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, there used to be little Scooby-Doo games where it would be like cases that you would have to solve, and it was like point-click adventure type of game where you would select like different clues, and we were trying to find an answer to like different mysteries. And the selling point of it is that was like unique scenarios, not based on the actual series, that like made specifically for a game. And I think it had like animations to it and everything. So that was actually my part of my childhood. So I remember that. And I used to play a bunch of those like really crappy games, because as a kid, whenever there would be like my birthday or New Year, we didn't have Christmas, so New Year was another one. We would basically go to like game store, and my mom would be like, okay, you can select a game, but you can only choose one. Sometimes if I was really good, I would get 2, but more times than not, I was looking for those like bundles that had like 50 games in one, 10,000 games in one, and you know, half of them were probably rubbish, but I usually would look for those, and I would always look like 3 in 1, because usually those were actually pretty decent. And a lot of the times, it would be like 2 Scooby-Doo games and like 1 SpongeBob game, and I only cared about the SpongeBob game, so I would always end up with these like games that nobody ever heard of, and I would play them because, you know, I got it, so I might as well give it a shot, but whew, that was quite an experience. Oh, Cronus, absolute no worries. I'm not gonna judge anyone based on their like spelling. I'm not a spelling master here. I didn't know Scooby-Doo got cancelled, but I mean, it's pretty old, to be honest. I know they made like a movie and everything about it, but I didn't know the actual cartoon got cancelled. Let's go with this one. Oh, did they make like some sort of reboot for it or something? Oh, wait. Let me try that quickly. I wasn't quite paying attention. Oh, interesting. I mean, to be honest, when it comes to cartoons, I'm not in a loop anymore because I kind of stopped watching them. Like, ever since I finished like middle school or whatnot. So it has been a whole moment since I've seen them. Oh, come on, I dodged that. What hit me? There was literally nothing there. I'm not particularly great at like dodging things, to be honest, but trying my best. Alright, that wasn't particularly ideal, but I guess let's continue. Imagine, Liz. Imagine. I mean, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Nowadays, there's a bunch of those. The meddle with it's like, oh, let's make, you know, Superman Chinese just to be different, you know? Let's turn him into Mr. Miyagi out of nowhere. Stuff like that just always kind of weird to me. It's like, if it makes sense, fair enough. But if you just do it to, like, appeal to certain demographic or just, you know, to be unique in a way, it just seems kind of, you know, kind of pretentious to me personally. Oh, I mean, yeah, copyright will probably take it down immediately. All damage, and let's go with this one. I mean, to be honest, sometimes the show get released and they like use a music or something and just go blasted over the universe for it. So it's not surprising to me, but yeah, you don't like seeing it. Oh, did they remake it? I see. Because the original was actually pretty good. Like, the animation was clean. And, you know, the story was relatively decent. It was nothing, like, super amazing, but it was definitely a good show. Wait, did they have, with real people? I don't remember that. But then, granted, I've probably just never seen it. Because I know there was a movie about it, but I didn't know there was, like, a sitcom type of series about it as well. I mean, Scooby and Shaggy were, you know, the goats of Scooby-Doo series. If you were a Scooby-Doo fan, those two were pretty much like goats. Everybody else were whatever, but those two, they carried the show. Oh, interesting. As I said, I never seen it personally, but that is quite fascinating. Okay, Jidamba. I'm watching you. I forgot that I actually didn't change my name on this account at all. So I'm still called, like, playing a bunch of numbers. That's interesting. That's fair. I mean, we all have that one show that we always can rely on. We used to watch as a kid. For me, SpongeBob definitely, because whenever I used to see SpongeBob, that was like, you know, my heart would flutter. And I would be like actually happy that it's on. Okay, so we go there. Nice. Some decent rewards, actually. I'm surprised they released events that closely, because they only released some last week with the release of the game. And there's already some here. Ah, okay, so I can't do them all in succession. I see, okay. That's fair, that's fine. Alright. I guess let's try this one. See what this one is about. Okay, so what do I need to do here? Let's go with, I don't know, Tossin. Let's try Uru and Peace-Scare. I think that's gonna be a decent team. Not sure what this event is, but let's see. Oh, I missed. Come on. Okay, so I assume I just need to, like, defeat him while not getting hit. Based on what I'm seeing. No, that doesn't ring a bell, unfortunately, Cronus. As I said, I'm only vaguely familiar with Scooby-Doo, because when I was growing up, it wasn't like a regular show that would appear on TV. Because the main, like, cartoons channel that I used to watch was Nickelodeon. So I grew up on, like, SpongeBob, like, Hey Arnold. There was one about, like, two beavers. I forgot its name. Okay, there we go. So that's sorted. Let's do the same team. That's probably gonna be decent enough. So far, it went kind of swimmingly. Gotta always go with Kisuke because he buffs your team attack. Pretty much can go wrong with him. I think Uru will be quite nice for dodging. Oh, Cat Dog is a big one. I used to love Cat Dog. Like, there used to be a bunch of these little series that I watched that I can't quite recall nowadays, but if you mention a name, I probably would get, like, a wave of nostalgia just rushing over me. Come on. Carriage, the Cowardly Dog. I never actually seen that one. I only know about it. But that one is pretty popular as far as I know. Oh, you son of a gun. Lukaku, you absolute heathen. Pitch. That sounds familiar, but I can't recall, to be honest. Explain what it is about. Because I might remember. I might be just forgetting the name, to be honest. Come on. There we go. No, that doesn't sound familiar, unfortunately. Well, hold up. Let me finish this fight first. You see, I'm finding the bold man list. I can't stop. I technically could pause, but that wouldn't be very gentlemanly. I mean, would it? There we go. That was actually kind of tough, not gonna lie. Okay, let me see. No, this doesn't look familiar at all. I never seen this in my life, Liz. I have no idea what that is. No clue. Never seen it. The only, like, similar stuff that I've seen was... There used to be a show, can't quite recall the name of it, about, like, little clay figures. And one of them was this, like, brown one with, like, eyes and big mouth, and they used to chew chewing gum a lot. Let me see if I can find it. This one. I'm surprised I found it. This guy. Like, these two guys, I remember them. I don't quite recall what their name was, but this purple and brown, I guess. I've seen this one a lot. So, this is what I grew up with, okay? No, never seen it. That would be like a cool arcade game in this style. That would be actually kind of decent. As I said, I'm not familiar with Scooby-Doo almost at all. I only watched like base episodes, but I never seen further than that, to be honest. Okay, I guess let's try this guy. Oh, is that the last one? I see. Let's go with Uru, and then let's go with Kisuke again. I quite like this team. I think it's working pretty well for me. If I can dodge, that is, because currently I can't. Alright. Wait, hold up. Can I only get hit once? Wow, that's gonna be a bit of a pickle. Okay, I feel like this one is gonna be... Oof. Listen, I didn't grow up in England, Liz. I grew up in a gulag Ukraine. And we only had Nickelodeon. So basically, unless it was on Nickelodeon, I have no idea what it is. Okay, I'll try this a couple more times, but it seems like a bit of a too much hassle for mediocre rewards, so I might not bother with it. Because being able to get here only once, and need to do like 2 stages, I assume, is a bit too much. Oh, golly. Whew. Listen, Angel, I would never. Plus, Angel, if an angry bald man with a spear came at you, what would you do? You know? There's only so much one man is able to do. Very nice, Sadvik, very nice. Hopefully you had fun. Oh, come on, I missed. I'm just gonna play with Uru from afar. Because I ain't risking it. Go away, bald man. I don't need whatever you're selling. Stay away. Oh, you son of a gun. Okay, well. This is gonna be a rough one. Ooh, I can feel it in my bones. I'll try 2 more times, and if I can't do it, then I'll just call it quits there. Well, that's one. Whew. Listen. Liz, I'm all about focus. The main problem is that he has, like, skills that actually homing in on you. So, it's not even the skill issue, it's the dodge issue. Because if I'm limited by my dodges, there's not much I can do. Oh, you son... Okay, one more time. One more time. No, I didn't get Urahara. This is an event. I don't actually have these characters. Well, I actually do have Uru and Tosen, but I don't have Urahara. Unfortunately. I wish I did. One more time, but one more time. You see, the thing is, I don't... Well, I actually don't know. Does he go through blocks? Let me try. Yeah, he goes through blocks, so you can't even block it. You actually have to dodge it. It's basically an event where you have to dodge, otherwise you die immediately. And you're only allowed to basically get hit once before you die. So, it's a bit tricky in that regard. Alright, fine. Fine, Ikako. Listen, Savage, don't you dare do me like that. You unbelievable savage. Alright, fine. I'll take a break if I lose this one. I'm at the peak of my concentration game right now. I will not allow any bold man to run supreme in front of me. This is gonna be the last one. This is gonna be the last one. I haven't played Genshin either for like a full year already, to be honest. Oh, come on. I dodged that, you son of a gun. I mean, to be honest, with the games that are out now, why would you even play Genshin? Back in the day, you didn't have a choice. If you wanted to play like open world gacha game, but nowadays there's so much fish in the sea, you know, world is your oyster. Okay. You know what, let's go try the other two first, and then I might come back to this one. My brain power is not quite there yet to be able to process this. Okay, let's try the other one. Let's try the... Was Jidambo? I think there was one with him. Alright, Jidambo, I'm coming for you. What have you got? Hi there, kind. Glad to see you. Listen, Yorishi's not coming. In fact, the only thing that's coming is Bold Man and depression that he brings along. Unfortunate, but what can you do? What can you do? Goes Byakuya. So this is a counter stage. Oof. So far, so good. I know, kind. Trust me, I know. The man can just leave me alone. You know? Meanwhile, I can't get a gentleman like Byakuya, you know, in his full glory. Look at the Hiyori. just swishing in the wind. It is what it is, though. That's what they call the ropes, basically. Oh, come on. There we go. 10 cups of coffee will probably put you in a coma instead of sleep, Angel. You might get more than you bargained for. I remember actually reading a story a while back that there used to be a guy who they used like kinda to do experiments on, and one of the experiments that they did for him was they tried to find out what was like the limit the human body can take with caffeine, and they didn't calculate the dose correctly, and they gave him 1,000 times more than what's perceived human limit was. And the guy was tweaking so hard that I think he kind of forgot where he is or who he was. But he didn't die from it. Which is interesting. He was just like put into ICU immediately. It was like given urgent care. But you know how they say that you can overdose on caffeine? Clearly if you do it 1,000 times more than recommended amount, you probably still survive. Fair enough, Savik. Fair enough. To be honest, the effect will probably be the same. Okay, block there. Oh, wait. There we go. There we go. Trick me, Jidambo. I don't appreciate it. There we go. Isn't it like 2 a.m. rather 2 p.m. for you only, Liz? And you're already falling asleep? You pulling all night again? When will you learn? You telling me that my peak gameplay over here is boring? Unbelievable. The goal of this lady. Okay. G-Dumbo, you son of a gun. I'm gonna throw rocks at you like nobody's business. Kind of, this is like a challenge. So basically you have to counter this guy, as you can see at the top, like 18 times. You can basically see how good I do based on the increase in those numbers. Right, slow down, big man. What do you mean, do something? I'm already doing something. Okay. This one's much easier. I do like this one more. Alright. Oh, I need to clear with Shikai Chigo. Okay. Let's try this one. Jidambo is always angry. Absolutely no worries, Kronos. Was a pleasure seeing you as always, and have a good evening. Oof. Jidambo, you son of a gun. I will block you like nobody ever blocked you. I will remind you of your childhood when your father blocked your advances towards you going to art college. I'm gonna do the same to you. I'm gonna tell you that you're never gonna be an artist. And instead, you're gonna become a god. Like everybody in your family. Unless we have a deal. And that is you let me pass. And then, I will believe in you like nobody else believed. I thought I blocked that for a second, but I guess not. Oh man, I snoozed that one out. Jidambo, you'll never be an artist! Your father was right! That painting that you drew, I throw it in the trash. Where it belongs! You see, this is what happens when you fail art college. You become a god and start throwing axes at people. How might he have fallen? And he could have been painting the next coming of Mona Lisa. Up there with the best of Soul Society. Times have changed. Listen. Jidambo is not worthy of the art department. And I'm gonna be the one to tell him that. His paintings, not even 5 out of 10. Fair enough, Sadvik, fair enough. Alright, Jidambo. Oh, Jesus Christ. There we go. And just like that, I crush you and your dreams of becoming the next painter. Connoisseur? Unbelievable. Don't you change my prowess? I mean, look, Liz. Sometimes it takes a special kind of man to start an uprising, and I'm just the man for the mission. Jidambo has been conquered. His dreams of becoming the next Leonardo DiCaprio is crushed. And I'm not talking Da Vinci here. Leonardo DiCaprio was right. You heard me right. He was gonna paint them like the French girls. He never got the chance, and I crushed those dreams. I was the one responsible. Anyway. I think there's one more. You never watched Titanic, Liz? Come on. Let's see what this one is. I'll probably go with the tried and true Ichigo. My wishful team, you know, the team that I wish I had. This is a team of dreams, you know. You have 3 handsome chaps just having a good time. You know, you have Ichigo, your protagonist, gotta have him. You have the illicit shop owner who may or may not sell you candy that you may or may not need to buy. And we have, you know, an aristocratic bureaucrat over here who may or may not Omaewana Shinderu you at the slightest transgression. A perfect team, really, if I do say so myself, and I do dare say so myself. Now let's continue. Listen, Ikaku's not welcome here. Is Ichigo 15 in this? I don't know, I mean... I actually forgot how old Ichigo was. Listen, if you see a 15-year-old that looks like Ichigo, run. Because that's a 15-year-old that built different. The man looks like he's already in his mid-20s. That growth spurt hit him a bit too hard, shall we say. Listen, I'm not saying anything. I'm just appreciating these two handsome gentlemen, and I just said that Ichigo is the protagonist. Which is true. That's all I said. Unbelievable. Why do I have angel treatment all of a sudden? All I said, they were handsome chaps. Unbelievable. Kind is my lawyer over here. He's defending my case. Sir, I swear Ichigo said that he was a 6,000-year-old demon lolly when we got acquainted, and that's my excuse. Actually, how old is Ichigo by the end of the manga? Because I don't know how long the actual entire arc lasted. Because from memory, I remember the first Soul Society arc lasted like less than a few months. And then, I think it was less than a year. Because he still was in school, I believe, right? When he went to Hyakamundo and was fighting Aizen. So I don't think he ever graduated, actually. From memory. We only see adult Ichigo after like the 1,000-year Blood War arc, I believe. Unless I'm misremembering something. Was he? Okay. I was just curious because, like, they never explicitly mentioned his age, I don't think. But the man already saving the world before he even reaches adulthood. Very interesting. Well, I mean, there was a teaser of him, like, having a son, wasn't there? Listen, Greg is my main lawyer, but I also need some standbys, you know? Just in case he's not available. In case the man hits Source a little bit too hard. You always gotta have your second options. I see. I mean, it has been a whole minute since I read Bleach, to be honest, so I don't exactly remember. Ichigo does have a son. I mean, I don't know if they were planning to make, like, Boruto-type arc, because they show his son at, like, the tender age of 5 actually being able to unleash one of those, like, Buddhist marks, you know, that Ichigo was throwing in like, his human arc. He's able to unleash one of those, and I think you also see Rukia and Renju's child in that part as well. So Ichigo-san do be powered up. His Urahara is so cool. Wish I had him. Okay. Did they actually confirm if they were gonna make, like, a second, transitional Bleach, shall we say? Renji. I'm pretty sure they were together. No, they're not. They just grew up together. They're like childhood sweethearts, Angel. Why do you think they are siblings? They literally look nothing like each other. And also, Rukia is Byakuya's sister. Come on. Oh, Angel. When will you learn? I mean, Hell Arc was actually kind of awesome, to be honest. The Hell movie, I loved it. No, it's fine, Angel. Happens to the best of us. I understand. I mean, to be honest, playing this game kind of made me want to rewatch some Bleach. And that haven't happened in a whole minute. The last time that happened, I believe, was when I was playing Bleach Brave Souls. And I was just kind of, you know, feeling it a little bit. Let's go with Byakuya and Kisuke. Kind of like this team. I haven't read it. I watched the movie, though. I believe that's what you're referring to. Isn't it, Savik? Where Ichigo, like, gets his hell bankai type situation. Which actually looked really sick. I kind of hope they're gonna do some movie characters in here. Because there's some really awesome ones. Like, I wouldn't mind, like, Muramasa or something, you know? That'd be kind of cool. Or that, like, green guy, I forgot his name. Really? Oh. Because the thing is, I only read manga after, like, the anime ended. Because at the time, I just didn't have anything else to do, so I just decided, you know what, I might as well read manga, because the anime ended, and as I said, didn't have anything better to do. So I decided to give it a shot, and I actually enjoyed it a lot. Actually, you know what? Let me change the team, because I feel like Yorishi for this would be way better. Because she dodges a lot. Ichigo is more of a, like, just one-shotting people. I feel like Yorishi's team is going to be a bit better for this. Yeah, and then do Urahara. I think this team will be good. Oof. You mentioned Dragon Ball in front of Angel, and it's like a forbidden taboo zone opens up before your very own eyes. Oof. Angel is about to pop off. Actually, I think Uri will work a little bit better for this. Now that I look at it. Because the range attacks will probably be much easier to land. Ooh, Angel is about to unleash his bankai of rage. much better for this. You can already tell. I mean, Yorichi is the epitome of style over anything else, you know? He makes those regular clothes look unbelievably awesome, Sabbath. Okay, that didn't quite work out. Well, that was close. I'd say the easiest to cosplay would probably be Orihime, because all you need to do is put on schoolgirl clothes. That's literally it. And like put like an orange wig. That's essentially all. Oh, come on. How did I miss that? Yorichi's orange outfit, yeah, it is pretty easy, to be honest. Well, that's good, Angel, that's good. I'm glad I could be of assistance, because that's a good song. There we go. That was a bit tough, not gonna lie. Oof, that made me concentrate harder than I ever have. And I thought I'm glazing Yorichi a bit too much, but these guys clearly know what's up more than me. The thing is, if you don't know what they're talking about, it might seem pretty innocent, but if you saw Yorichi's bankai, you probably realize why they actually recommended it. It's you know, it's an interesting take. Because, let's call spade a spade. When Yorichi unleashes her bankai, that's a different kind of experience. Okay, no, this ain't gonna work out. I need my Uru back. That is true, Sadvik, that is true. But, again, considering what Bankai is, and what it embodies, it does kind of make sense, you know? Because the entire idea is just very unrestricted in it. But, yeah, it was made for special kind of crowd, shall we say. And the fans were raving that day. I would show it on stream, but I feel like that would be a speed run towards getting the stream taken down. And also, I'm just afraid of typing Yarishi's bankai, because there might be some artworks that I may or may not want to see, shall we say. Was it? Look, Savik, as I say, it has been a whole minute. I do appreciate the correction though, because as I said, I don't remember much, to be honest, especially about like Thousand Blood War Arc, because I kind of speedrun it when I was reading it, so my remembrance of it is extremely hazy. Okay, there we go. Okay, well. Fair enough. I wouldn't try. I wouldn't dare, kind. As kind of prowess I think you can only unleash under the cover of night, with nobody else in sight, shall we say. Otherwise, you might regret your choices, shall we say. Okay, let's take a breather and let's do a little bit of puzzle solving. Now, prepare for another hour of luck struggling to solve the puzzle intended for 5-year-olds. And I feel like you're all gonna judge me extremely harshly for this, but I'll tell you what, I'm gonna surprise you, and I'm gonna show you that I am indeed the puzzle master. I'm like Yu-Gi-Oh, you know? I'm extremely good at all games I play. And I would never sink so low as to being beaten by a puzzle. I mean, to be fair, Angel, I would accept such offer because I'm pretty certain after we do like 2 of these, I'm gonna struggle immensely. So far, so good though. So far, we're doing pretty swimmingly. But I feel like this is because this is just a beginner stage. And we have 10 stages of this. It's gonna be 10 stages of grief for yours truly. There, it's here, no, there, okay, go there. Let's try this, here. Luckily there's no time, so I can just, you know, okay, this one's pretty simple, I can do this one, this one's fine. This is actually a pretty cool art. Okay, I think this is where we finally reaching that point that I may or may not need help. Also, this is right, isn't it? Oh wait, hold up, no. Wrong place. Right pieces, wrong place. Okay, and then that's here, there, here, here. Okay, there, and there. Okay, got it. I mean, Nell in adult form is probably pretty easy to cosplay as well, because all you need is like a giant sheep skull on your head, and just a random green piece of cloth. It's pretty much what it is. Ooh, this is a cool one as well. Oof, Angel is going all in. Man has no restraint. Nothing can stop him. I still remember to this day when Nell actually took her like actual form. That was one of the hypest moments I remember from the show. Because it was pretty random, but it was a pleasant surprise nonetheless. And then when she fought Noitora, I mean, that was just nice. Not that. Okay. That's his sleeve, I think. No. Okay, that's that. Here. There. Over here. That's his hair, so over here, there, and there. Okay. Zanpakuto is pretty nice, yeah, too. Ooh, Unohana in her bankai form. Liz, I feel like that's actually a really good suggestion for you specifically, because let me show you. You will actually love this one. So, let me show you this. So, this is Unohana in her bankai form. This is from Bleach Brave Souls. But, like, look at her. Now, to paint you a contrast. This is what she usually looks like. Right? And this is when her bankai gets unleashed. She does like a complete 180. And, yeah. It's quite fascinating, shall we say. Because, without going into spoilers, I can't really tell you why she looks that way, but just trust me. It is quite exciting. Listen, I'm just saying, Unohana would really go well with your vibe. You don't even have to do much to cosplay. Just get like black kimono, white Hiyori on top, and that's about it. And just make sure you look a little bit perturbed, shall we say. Okay, that's over there, that's here. Ichigo's was somewhere around here. No. Over there. And... okay, hold up, that's his sword, I think. Wait. What is it? Oh, I see. It's at the bottom. It's about to say. Doesn't really make sense otherwise. There we go. I mean, it really depends what vibe you're gonna go with, Liz. I wasn't bullying you. I was genuinely giving you a suggestion. Unohana is cool. Sadvik, back me up. Is Unohana cool? Come on. She's literally one of the coolest characters in Bleach. Especially if you know who she starts off with and then just know what she really is. It's quite a drastic change. Not everything I say has to be about bullying. Like, sometimes I just genuinely give you a good suggestion. Exactly. All you need to know is that Unohana pretty much handed Kenpachi's butter to him on a silver platter. And you've seen Kenpachi, okay? And you telling me a woman that can go head toe-to-toe with that guy and best him is not cool? Like, come on. There. Who's over here? I'm actually getting relatively decent at this. Not gonna lie. Slowly but surely I'm getting the hang of it. Where did Ichigo go though? He was standing here, okay. Man, these art pictures are actually really cool looking. Because I assume they specifically drew them for this, like a little mini game. Look at that. That looks like a wallpaper material right there. Ooh, Kenny. Alright. I remember this scene. This scene in the anime was so bone-chillingly because that was right after Kenpachi fought Ichigo. And then you just see this gentleman standing out of nowhere. And Kenpachi just walks past him and you're like, can he not see him? And then, he starts talking to Ichigo. Such a good scene. Zangetsu is a goat. Okay, there we go. Well, look, Liz, I'm just saying. You could, couldn't you? I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying you could. Okay, that's over there. That's over here. Like, look at that. That looks awesome. They kind of did the story a little bit dirty with not showing any cutscenes, because this fight was one of the coolest, probably in the entire series, to be honest, because that was the first time Ichigo actually got his powers and kind of tried to test them out. Like, you can argue Ranger's fight, I guess, was about that, but to me, when he fought Kenpachi, then when he really leveled up. And Kenpachi wasn't even going full throttle on him either, so it's even more impressive. No worries, Liz. I'm pretty sure I brought a little bit of British weather to you. Apologies about that. I just had to do it to them, you know? Or to you, rather. Captain Unohana. Listen, Liz, I think at this point that's your fate to cosplay Unohana. I feel like she resembles you to a T, honestly. She's cool. She's strong. She's a little bit insane, but in a good way. And, she just likes to fight a lot. And who doesn't like that? I watched Blue Lock all the way up to... where was it? When they actually fought like the 11, like the Japanese youth team. I watched it up to there, but I don't think I finished it. So I'm not sure how far that is, to be honest. And I haven't read manga. But Blue Lock is actually really good for like, especially sports anime. Because usually those kind of sucky. Because they're kind of boring to me, I don't know. I don't even like sports that much in real life. And I played basketball throughout the entire high school. So, to me, the only like really good sports animes would be Kuroko no Basket, the GOAT to me personally, because, I'm partial. And Blue Lock. Those two are like actually really good. I'm real. The volleyball one is fine, but the thing is, like, I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's okay, but I wouldn't really put it on the same level. Yeah, so if you're gonna cosplay Unohana, I feel like the next one that would be actually pretty good is Asane, who is called like Lieutenant. Because then you only need like the exact same kimono, you just need different hairstyle. You can go for Soi Fong if you want. She's a decent one. Who else is there? I feel like Rengiku wouldn't be really your style. But Unohana, I feel like, and Kill Lieutenant would probably work really well for you. Okay, let's see. Where do I put this man? That is fair, kind. But the thing is, to me, my first anime was for sports was Kuroko no Basket, so I have a partial like for it. And Blue Lock is just it's very unique in what it's trying to achieve, and like I feel like football is just a very small part of it, really, because it's not even about that most of the time. It's like seeing the dynamic between like character development and different mentalities that different characters like go through in order to achieve their goal of like becoming the best striker in the world and whatnot. I kind of hope they're gonna release Hichigo in this game because I love this man. Okay. And Senyumaru 2. That's fair, that's fair. I mean, there's so many good characters in Bleach that it's like, it's so hard to choose which one to like the most. And that's why I feel like Bleach-related games are just such an easy money maker because every single character is good. So you can never go wrong with releasing any of them, really. You can even go with somebody like Don Kanoji and put him in his pink Corvette and people will go insane for him. Okay, we got that. And somewhere there. Over here. This one a little bit trickier. That is fair, kind. I mean, I just liked in Blue Lock the dichotomy between all the characters. Because the sports aspect of it wasn't even what intrigued me. I just like the idea of all these different personalities like clashing and basically trying to achieve the same goal in a different manner. Because essentially what Blue Lock is a bunch of teenage boys just getting locked up and trying to prove to each other that they're better than them in their own way. And let me tell you something, that sounds pretty boring on paper, but in execution, they did extremely well. Oh, I can't unlock that yet? Okay. Well, I'll guess we'll do that one tomorrow. I guess let's do this one then. Alright, I forgot to claim the daily bounty. Ooh, we unlocked the chapter 6. Okay, we might do that as well. You know what? I have to agree with Sadvik on that one. Just go full Yamamoto, you know? Just take the mask off and just go full ham. Oof. Kiri, I remember that one, yeah. She also transforms from memory, so... That's kind of interesting. Ooh, I wonder what this is. Actually, haven't tried it before. Let's give it a shot, I guess. Actually, before we do that, let me quickly level up Ichigo's skills. Cause I want to max him out because he's my main DPS. Let's do this one. Rujinjaka. Just imagine Liz growing like a massive beard. He's getting a six-pack like Yama with ginormous muscles. Listen, kind. Okay, we have to do this now. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Okay. Take a look at this. So you telling me an old man like this is not cool? Like, look at this gentleman, and you tell me this is not the coolest grandpa you ever seen in your life? Look at this man. Whew. Yamamoto is like the GOAT, and this is young Yama, and even then he already has the stash of the ages. And we all know that if an anime character has a stash like this, they are absolutely overpowered to the gills. Because no character that's weak can pull off a stash like this. And obviously the stronger you get, the bigger your stash gets. That's just how it is. The day Yamamoto arrives to this game is probably gonna be phenomenal. I feel like Yamamoto is gonna be probably the half anniversary character, and I'm gonna pull him no matter what, because I gotta show respect to the gentleman that brought it all. The man built Soul Society on with his two arms. He was out there in the dirt, you know, building it with sweat, blood, and tears. Listen, guy, what is that supposed to be? What do you mean you support damage? What do you mean by that, huh? What are you trying to say here, huh? Okay. Let me upgrade this, and the main attack. There we go. Okay. I think what we'll do now is we'll do the adventure, because I want to see what this is. I wonder if this like the alternative stories or something, because that would be kind of interesting. I mean, Yama is like the OG aura farmer. Whenever the man shows up, the thing's going down. For your own well-being, I hope that is the case, Kai. That is true. That is true. Shunsu Bankai? Yes. Yes, I do. Let me pull it up. So this is who he's referring to. I forgot their names, but it's basically like two ladies. One is this ninja girl, and another one is this lady right here. And I'm more than certain that Sadvik is referring to this lady right here. And she also wears eye patch just like Kyoraku, which is interesting. I mean, Kyoraku is just so goated. I love that man so much. Oof, don't do that. Listen, I think you definitely should go with Unohana. That will be a very good choice for you, Liz. After that, it's basically whatever your heart tells you. Just ensure when you do cosplay Unohana, you have a look in your eyes like you're about to chop everybody who dares to cross your path into billion pieces. You grew in my eyes a little bit, Angel. Very good, very good. I'm glad you're a fellow appreciator. Yeah, definitely do Yamamoto, you know, because that's a cosplay of the ages. I mean, Liz is probably going to be the best Yamamoto ever. You're just going to rock up with a cane and say that she means business. Sadvik, contain yourself. Come on. Greg, I would suggest croqueur monsieur. A very nice cheese sandwich, essentially. Angel's goonery is spreading around like a disease. And we still don't have a cure for it, unfortunately. Okay. Well, if you can't cook too much, I would probably suggest a very nice mashed potatoes and, you know, some sausages, you know? Fry up a couple sausages, and then make yourself a nice bowl of mashed potatoes, and then you just have a bowl. There used to be a meal that I grew up with, eating in the morning. And that's how I grew big and strong like I am now. Liz is gonna be cosplaying every character in Bleach one day at a time. It's like a full year of cosplay challenges. Every single day, she plays a different character. Until she cosplays them all. Just like Ash Ketchum. Well, you can do roasted potatoes, Greg. Just you know, just boil some potatoes. And then just put them in a nice hot pan with a little bit of butter, maybe oil, if you don't feel like doing butter. Add a tiny dash of like soy sauce, just for, you know, extra saltiness and sweetness. And you're gonna have a ball. The man is out of his secret stash, and he knows what to eat. This is basically what college life is like after you exit college. Or uni, rather. You just don't know what to do with yourself without a nice pack of ramen. Spaghetti, French fries, and chicken wings? I understand like French fry and chicken wings, but adding spaghetti on it? That seems like a carb overload, to be honest. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't sound bad, because, you know, they are both like carbs, so you might as well double down. But that just seems like a peculiar combo, to be honest. But yes, Havik is correct. We're basically forcing Liz to cosplay the old man Yamamoto and Unohana. As I said, Angel, it doesn't sound bad. It just, it's a very interesting combo, because usually you like settle for either like pasta or potatoes. But combine them together, I mean, it doesn't sound bad, as I said, because, I mean, potatoes can go with anything, really. You know? At the end of the day, they're probably the most goated vegetable out there. That's probably for the better, Greg. If you trust Star with your account, you'll probably just use all your pulls and run like the wind. Never to be seen again. Angel, well, you should have said for the right price. Anything is possible. There we go. Oh, I didn't clear 100 seconds. Son of a gun. It looks like there's some story. You'll probably just blast through it at the end after we finish all the stages. Angel is doing full-time grind nowadays. The man got employment without even seeking one. Fair enough, Angel, fair enough. You can only extort so much before it's too much. Wow, this man has a killer hairstyle right there. I mean, not all heroes wear capes. Some of them just wear a sign that says, we'll do anything for Hive. That seems like a very interesting hustle to pay people to play a game for him. Because you might as well just whale in a game and get the exact same resources that you would by paying people to play it. This seems like a very interesting hustle. Because I'm pretty sure for the amount of time you played for him, you could have just spent $10 and probably bought the exact same amount of pools or whatever. I see, so he makes you play single-player games. That's even weirder if you can whale in a game. Like, what is the point? That seems just weird to me, to be honest. Because I understand, like, whaling in a game, but I never heard actually paying somebody to play a game for you. That sounds like something Jeffrey Bezos would do in the background, you know? Just have some poor 95 worker playing Clash of Clans for him. 12 hours a day. Meanwhile, you know, he's going on yacht parties. Left, right, and center. Oh yeah, I remember, he paid somebody to play Path of Exile for him, didn't he? And to be honest, if you were Elon Musk, wouldn't you do the same? I mean, let's call a spade a spade. It's not cool that he lied about it, that he played himself, but like, at the end of the day, if you are a billionaire, why wouldn't you pay somebody to actually get you a go-to account? You know? Exactly, sir. Exactly, Angel, rather. Starting is momentarily, but employment is eternal. Hi, Koja. Hopefully you're doing great. Wow, Sadvik coming out with the heat. Fair, fair. I mean, to be honest, I don't know much about the man. I just know that, you know, he likes launching rockets in space, driving electric cars, and play video games. In what way, Angel? In what way is it different, huh? No. Listen. If one thing that is known in life is that employment is eternal, you never retire. Because even when you do, you still work. Because you always pay taxes, and as long as you pay taxes, you're always employed. That's a mark of employment that you can never escape. But you're lucky in that regard, I guess. Because you technically already retired, in a way, because you don't pay taxes. I knew you were gonna say that. Fair, Angel, fair. I didn't think about it that way, now that you brought it up. Okay, let's check out the story. I don't know what the story is, actually. But this is where we fought that angler guy. Because I was wondering, in the story we never actually seen him. But I guess they did a bunch of like side stories. It was like less important fights. Oh, this is voiced. It's weird that they voiced this, but didn't actually voice the proper cutscene which they put time to animate. It's like, it's a very weird juxtaposition. Really, Sadvik? Really? I mean, I'll take your word for it, you know? Prison is not far kindly, angry, I agree. Unless we're talking about prison of our minds, as we're always confined to it. I'll take this chance to rehydrate myself. I know, Sadvik. I know. And that's what's hurting. You telling me a story about Ichigo fighting a little one of the first enemies is more important than the fight against Kenny, the greatest man in existence? Fair enough, Greg. I mean, you might as well. You might as well. I wouldn't think that kind, to be honest, because this game probably has insane budget. I mean, the animation style that they're using is probably not cheap, because the game looks really good. But the thing is, they already have VAs. Because the thing is, they can just use the voices from anime, because it's official licensed games. They don't even need to make them repeat themselves, because I'm more than certain Bandai, whoever owns Bleach, can just give them voice lines for every single storyline. Because it's already made. Yeah, they didn't do that. Because this is probably from anime, to be honest. Well, that's a plot to Until Dawn, Liz, if you know that game. And let me tell you, that didn't turn out well for anyone involved. Angel is gonna do it all. The man is min-maxing to the gills. Fair enough, Angel, fair enough. Wow, Sadvik, that's quite extreme. Ain't no man survived such task in the past, and you dare attempt it? You're a brave man. Ooh, tangerines are goated. I do love me some tangerines. So basically, if you're interested in the story, let me do a quick recap. Ichigo, you know, talks to Rukia about his deceased mother, and they're basically trying to find out what happened. Because Ichigo's mother got murdered by a hollow, and they basically go on this elaborate journey of finding out who it was. I'll give you a quick recap. Tangerine tea. I had like orange blossom tea before, but not tangerine. But that sounds delicious, to be honest. Liz, I feel like your standard's gonna be a little bit higher. than just getting a box of tangerines. I mean, that's you gotta set your bar a little bit higher. Yes, he did indeed, Greg. I know. A shocker. The man just pulled out of Garganta. Aizen just threw him to Ishin and he was like, take care of him. And that was about it. I don't know what banana bread rules you're talking about, Greg. I mean, I see you putting Light Yagami maneuver out of nowhere kind. You always gotta eat the chip. The chip eating is the most important part. You know, you gotta write the names very quickly, and then you take 2 seconds break, eat a chip, and get back to business. But you gotta make it as dramatic as possible. You gotta make sure that eating the chip is what truly matters. Because the entire scene wouldn't be quite the same if Light didn't eat the chip. Oh, meanwhile, Ichigo separates from Rukia and stands alone in the woods. Fair, less fair. Oof. Betrayal of the century. I always wondered why Masaki didn't actually do anything in this fight. Because... Okay, this is going to be a spoiler, but Masaki basically has a power that she can unleash, which is canonically recognized. And I never understood how she couldn't just wipe out this hollow out of nowhere. Because that just seems way easier. But, you know, just a tidbit. Wait, Savik, but did he steal her powers? Because I don't think so. I don't remember that. If he did, then it makes sense. Or did he steal Masaki's one? Because I don't remember that part exactly. So I didn't realize that she was turned into actual, like, just regular person. But if that is the case, that makes way more sense, to be honest. Because, I never thought about it too deeply, but now it makes sense. Suddenly the cell phone goes off. It's a hollow. Rukia rushes to Ichigo's side and they head to the scene together. Man, it just brings so many memories back. And see, remember the conversation that we had there, like, animation style is not as important when the story is good. If you ever seen Bleach, you know that the first season of Bleach was rough, animation-wise. Because, like, look at this. Look at this man's face. That's all you need to know. But the story was so good. Good, Greg, that's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. Fair enough, Greg, that's all you need to do. I mean, it's pretty well known that Aizen is a goat. Yeah, but the thing is, Bleach released in like 2004. One Punch Man released 21 years later. I haven't watched One Punch Man Season 3, but I only heard the horror stories. As Ichigo speaks, the figure gives a creepy laugh, then starts to fall apart and melt, finally turning into something like fish bait. Yeah, that is rough, Greg. That is quite rough. I mean, I just feel like it's such a great shame because One Punch Man is such a beloved series in general that they just did it so dirty without even giving it like a proper respect. Because I would much rather not have in Season 3 than having it that way. Because it just seems so lazy to me. Actually, Satvik is saying the right thing. The Bath Con. Ooh. Listen, I'll show you a Bath Con after this. You're gonna be amazed. Just you wait, kind. It's gonna be the best experience of your life. You're never gonna be the same. Wait, hold up. I didn't. Okay. This changes everything. Apparently, there's a buff cone in Bleach Brave Souls. I didn't even know that. Wow. This is crazy. Okay. I gotta show you this in a bit. Listen, Greg, when in doubt, just wing it out. That's what I always said. Yeah, just cheat, Greg. I mean, what's the worst is gonna happen? Do they check the glasses nowadays? Wow, that seems interesting. Man, this brings a lot of memories. I remember watching this for the first time, and it was actually quite impactful. Greg, this seems kind of crazy, because I remember when I was taking an exam, there was just like a couple teachers that were like strolling around making sure that nobody's cheating. We didn't have cameras, nobody checked the glasses, and you know, I'm pretty sure even I saw some people cheat and nobody noticed, so it seems like, are you sure you're going to like uni and not actual Alcatraz in disguise? That's exactly my thoughts, Liz. When everything's over, Chica stands before his mother's grave. Man, this is a Chad moment for Ishin. Ishin is big W here. These are some wisdom words right here. Someone's fault that Masaki Dashi was just a woman I love, would give her life to protect her own child. I mean, that's some Chad energy right there. You are the man who the woman I love protected with your life. I mean, come on. Live well, Ichigo, live well, grow old well, go bald well, and then die after me. You gotta love Ishin. Man. Ishin is, I love him so much. Alright. So, I assume now that there's some stories that basically you get to discover through these, like, little adventures. Yeah, Liz, unfortunately Greg has no escape. I'm pretty sure as soon as Greg even attempts to stand up, there's gonna be like 3 security guards just standing next to him and be like, what are you doing? What are you trying to do here? Absolutely sadistic. I mean, Ishin is just an absolute goat. The man rolls up, you know, gives a moral lesson like any and just pieces out. A true Chad behavior. Okay, turning your phone, I mean, fair enough, I guess. It's still a little bit weird, but I could see it, I guess. Oh, yeah, hold up. I completely forgot. Okay, we can do this later. I gotta show you this, guys, because I discovered what potentially could be the greatest thing you'll ever see in your life. Okay, look at this. Look at this. In Bleach Brave Souls, there's apparently a BuffCon character, and I didn't even know this. I feel betrayed. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. BuffCon for the win. Liz, now you gotta cosplay BuffCon. P game. I mean, look at this. I didn't even know this. Man, Bleach Brave Souls is so goated. Golly. And I haven't even played it in like a year. If I knew BuffCon was releasing, I would have played it as soon as possible. Greg, I feel like the more you describe it, the more I believe you were duped into joining some sort of underground, you know, crime syndicate. Rather than a university, because this is the kind of thing the Mafia would be doing to, you know, integrate their new ranks and ensure that there's eternal loyalty. Because I remember when I was doing, like, my finals, the only thing that I was, like, needing to do, really... okay, so that's fine. There we go. I think that's 3-star clear. Yes, it is. Very nice. Fair enough, Liz. I mean, you would know better than me, to be honest. Considering you're part of the, you know, tradition, shall we say. of Mexican heritage. Okay, let me see. Let's do... So, what I need? Oh, this is like just a deployment thing. Okay, let me just... People do we need here? So we need Quincy. And... Oh wait, I need to upgrade this. There we go. And then... These two, I guess? And then just these two? Yeah, that should be fine. Look, I'm not judging Liz, I'm just saying. You are, ain't you? Look, let's just call a spade a spade. You are known for, you know, making White Christmas happen a bit too early, shall we say. And that's okay. That's okay. Anyway. Let me see. Let's collect all this stuff. Let's collect this. This. Ooh, that's a nice number. 5,555. Very nice. Okay. What do you mean pause, Greg? There's no pausing. This ain't a TV show. This is real life. Alright. Let's try... I already did this, I think. But let me do a couple more runs. Did I clear them all? What do you mean luxless? What did I do this time? What could I possibly have done, huh? What kind of crimes are you gonna pin on me this time? I'm but a man. Man on a mission. Okay, let's do it on audio, because I think this is relatively easy. I need to let my whole brain rest a little bit, and I'll rehydrate yet again. Stay hydrated. Okay, that's a little bit better. Alright. See what we got. Ooh, some nice Ichigo pulls. So these are kind of like the artifacts of this game. What do you mean the second one? What have I done now? I'm literally innocent. Okay. The crit damage one would be pretty good. Crit though. You telling me that you never wish for White Christmas, Liz? And I'm just saying it's within your reach. That's all I'm saying. Let's see what we got. Christmas indeed. I mean, was Liz around Christmas is coming early this year? Isn't that right, Liz? He's bringing the chi a little bit too early. To all the masses. She's just so excited she can't help herself. Am I right or am I right, Liz? Speak up. Anyway. Alright, let's see what else we need to do. Did I finish all the dailies? Right, I probably need to do these. how many full assaults I have. Okay. Let's go with this. Because I do need a little bit more. For my boy Ichigo. I mean, look, Greg, I'll take any song you give me. I hope it's not the kind of White Christmas I'm telling Liz to do. Because if it is, then I'm not sure. I'm mentally prepared for that quite yet, yeah. Oh, Greg. I mean, I quite enjoy Christmas as well. As I said it before. I'll check it out later, Greg. But I do like Christmas quite a bit as well. The thing is, more times than not, since my family doesn't really celebrate Christmas, because Greg can attest to it, we don't really have Christmas per se. We have New Year, which is our version of Christmas, and when we get the presents. But we always started doing like Christmas dinner and whatnot, and you know, it's pretty nice because when I used to be a kid, my parents would actually give me presents for both Christmas and New Year. I would get like Christmas presents from my stepfather, and I would get New Year presents for my mother because of the tradition. So I would double up. Yeah, but in Eastern Europe we don't have Christmas, Greg. We have New Year. We don't celebrate Christmas. Wait, hold up. Do you have Christmas? Because in Ukraine we don't, and you're right next to us. There ain't no way you do have it. What kind of betrayal is this, Greg? Wait, hold up. Greg, are you lying to me right now? Wait, let me Google this. You have it? How is that possible? Okay. You Hungarians, I swear to God, you betrayed us all. Wait, hold up. I feel like my whole life is about to get shifted. Because, hold up. So, apparently, now we do celebrate, but with reshifted date for many. Because originally, this is what I've been brought up with, which is 7th of January. Listen. I'm betrayed by my own camaraderie here. Greg is literally right next to me. And he celebrates Christmas. Unbelievable. Apparently now we do. We follow the good old Gregorian calendar. Unbelievable. What happened to the Julian calendar? In July 2020... I've been betrayed. I'm being betrayed by my own people. Unbelievable. Nobody told me this. Nobody told me that we started celebrating Christmas. What kind of betrayal is this? Since December 2023 is official public holiday for Christmas in Ukraine. How? Listen. I'm feeling bamboozled, duped, betrayed, and honestly perturbed. Unbelievable. My life will never be the same now. I guess now I'm officially celebrating Christmas. What happened to the good old days of getting New Year presents? You sons of God. I blame the Hungarians. It probably was their influence, you know, with their goulashes and really nice desserts and their funny language. They decided, you know what, we're gonna put Christmas on them. This was what happens when you're bordering the borders with them. They just can't help themselves but spread the cheer around, and we didn't want it. For the longest time, we said, no, Christmas is not for us. And yet they couldn't help themselves. Greg, you holy jolly son of a guns. How could you do this to us? How could you bring the cheer to us? We don't know cheer. The true betrayal. Fine. I guess times change. I'm not quite the same man I used to be. It is what it is. I'll stream on Christmas. I said it before. I took 2 weeks off during Christmas. And I'm planning to stream every day. The keyword is planned, because depending on what I'm going to be doing, but you can expect me streaming from, I think my last day is, let me check. It is 19th. So, that's just how it is. Exactly kind plan. Because sometimes plans don't go according to what you expect. You'll be making a full spread, Greg? Unbelievable. This little man is gonna bust out turkey and everything. And the thing is, I'm probably gonna be mooching off somebody else's Christmas dinner. Because I ain't making my own, let me tell you that. I'm just gonna roll up either to my parents' house or to one of my friends and be like, okay, listen. I'm here for the cheer and for the turkey. And in that order specifically. Oof. Greg is working overtime advertising. Very nice. Okay. I'm not jealous, Liz. I am just perturbed that I wasn't informed. I didn't receive a letter of notification from my country saying that now we celebrate Christmas, and now I'm just feeling betrayed, you know? Let's do some gambling, you know? Nice old loot boxes over here. See what we can get. Okay, rubbish, as expected. Funny. Wow. Are you gonna just take a list? Are you gonna allow him to call you a magic Mexican individual? Wow. Listen, Angel, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. And if skipping is what it takes, then you do you. The man can't help himself to even do 50-50 on his school attendance. He's been corrupted by the gacha. I'm wondering what the half shower looks like. Is it like when Angel just dips his legs in there and then just walks out? Not going full in? Quite a commitment. That's good, Angel. That's why I like to hear. Hygiene is important. You gotta do your good old scrubbing every day. You gotta wash your hair, wash your, body. and then go out there in the world nice and cleansed. That's why I always preach. Okay, so we completed these. What else can we do? Let's actually do some character trials, because I feel like these... I think they give you rewards, so we might as well do them. Get the rewards going. Absolutely no worries, Sadwick. It was a pleasure seeing you as always, and I'll catch you later. Yeah, Angel lives in a country where he doesn't have to pay taxes, but the trade-off is that he has to go to school on Sundays. You know? You can't have it all. It's all about equivalent exchange. Fair enough, kind. Fair enough. Oh yeah, he doesn't go to school on Fridays, but you know, still the same logic applies. Man, I wish I had Bianca. The man looks so cool. No, I guess some countries just work differently. I mean, Angel still gets 2 days off, just, you know, different kind of day. You know what actually was the biggest betrayal when I came to England? Is realizing when I was in school that they don't get full summer offs. Because in Eastern Europe, we get full summer off. Meanwhile, in UK, you only get half of it. Because you finish in like mid-July. And that was like the biggest betrayal of all the time. Because I got used to not doing anything for 3 months. And then the reality came like a freight train. And just crashed through me like Thomas the Tank Engine. While honking its horn of inevitable demise. Truly a frightening experience, if I do say so myself. Oop. Did the game freeze? I think the game froze. I think Byakuya Shikai was too strong for this game to withhold. Alright, well, we're gonna restart there real quick. Just give me a second. There's actually Bleach Soul Resident advertisement even when you launch ALD player. That's kinda nuts. The game is getting around. Jesus Christ, that gave me a fright again. I completely forgot this game does that every time I launch it. Jeez Louise. That's a jump scare and a half. Okay, I think that's over. I should remember to mute the actual client before it launches, because that's not the kind of thing you want to hear. Listen, Liz, it wasn't my fault. I was as much of a victim as you were. Listen. It was probably Mario collecting coins in the background. The man couldn't help himself. Alright. We are back. What was I doing? Alright, I was doing the trials. Actually, now that the game crashed, I'm kind of afraid of doing this, so let's go do this. Don't know what this is, but might as well do it. Weird, that's really weird. Feel like there's something on their board. I've got a bad feeling. Feels like there's some paleous presence. Let's investigate. Ooh, that's a honking boy. I guess this is gonna be like us eradicating hollows from Karakura Town. I actually wonder if Karakura Town is a real place in Japan, because I never googled it. Well, that would be kind of interesting if it was based on like a real place. Oppressors? Greg? How could you say that? We were merely, you know, taking possession of the land that Indian people had momentarily in order to procure all the tea that they had. You know, we just had to do it to them. And then, you know, we just gave it back because we were like, you know what, you can have it back. We had our tea. Now you can take it back. Thieves? Come on, Greg. How could you say that? It was merely borrowing indefinitely, you know? That's all it was. Oh, come on. It is what it is, I guess. Look, I have to defend my privilege of having British passport occasionally, whether I like it or not. Look, all I'm gonna say is that empires not building themselves. Sometimes, you know, we saw the Romans, and we were like, you know what, we kind of like what they were doing. And we decided to do it ourselves. That's just how it is. Exactly. Exactly. I'm just making funny ha-has here. I don't actually mean it. In fact, if you look throughout the history, my place of birth was enslaved by pretty much everybody who wasn't lazy enough to come over. It was basically the full history of, like, people just coming to our door, just knocking down and like, oh, can we like crash in? And we would be like, well, not really, but okay, I guess. Meanwhile, they just make themselves welcome, you know, take our land, take a gold and whatnot, and then just peace out. And we'd be like, well, that wasn't very nice now, was it? Yeah, it is true, Greg. It is true. We were technically part of the Rus, as I used to call it, you know? That is pretty crazy. I mean, did you know? Okay, this is a good little tidbit. Guess, guys, what is the national dish of Britain? It's not fish and chips. I give you that. Just throw a wild guess, because I don't think you'll ever guess what it is. Just give me any dish you can think of, and I'm sure whatever guess you make is probably making more sense than what it actually is. Liz is correct. It is curry. Now, for keen audience members in chat, think to yourself. Who made curry originally? Who invented curry, rather? And then think, does it make for Britain to have it as a national dish? And I'm pretty certain you can piece two together. But for whatever reason, the British lads decided, you know what? We colonize that place, and we take your food with us. And you know what? Just to add a little bit of salt to the wound, we're gonna make it our national dish. and you can't stop us. Look, I'm not responsible here. I love Indian food, and I appreciate it greatly. You know, I love a great curry. I enjoy samosas. I like, what are those, like, syrup-soaked little dough balls? They're soaked in, like, rose water. I forgot the name, but those are very tasty. I mean, chicken vindaloo. You know, there's so many really good dishes out there. Oh, and I love the spicy food so much. And Indian food is just so good. This street light has been acting up a lot lately. Huh? Looks like something in the bushes. Listen, Greg, sometimes the traditions exist for a reason. Is it, Greg? Okay, I didn't know that. I mean, look, I don't have any take on that. To be fair, there is quite a large populace of Indian people in UK. So the places that are actually run by Indian people, I actually go to. Because I have some really good Indian restaurants next to where I live. And those are absolutely amazing. I would explain what Greg meant, but I'd rather not. Listen, when you say y'all, I hope you don't include me because I ain't part of this. I didn't sign up for that. Greg is unleashing his prowess onto the masses. The man can help himself. Right, let's see, what do we have here? Sounds like something flapping its wings. But there's nothing. The sound seems to be coming from below. Let's investigate. This guy. Well, it's one angry lad. Kinda really appreciate it. Look, I'm not British at all. In fact, the only thing I have in common with British people is that I love tea. And that's about as British as it gets for me. Everything else I don't support. Yep. Fair enough. Fair enough. You brought it up, Greg. What do you mean, let's stop? You making it sound like everybody was talking about it. But in fact, it was just you. I was just talking about the food. I had a very delectable ragu that I made, you know, with some nice salt and vinegar crackers. Unfortunately, they discontinued my regular salt crackers, so I had to settle for salt and vinegar. And those were okay, but I came across something like very tragic today. When I opened my pack of crackers, what I got greeted with was some empty air. And I have like a specific bowl that I go just for my crackers, which fits them perfectly. Like literally picturesque footage of crackers. And today I noticed that my bowl wasn't quite full. It had some empty space. So what happened? They reduced the size of my crackers. And honestly, I'll never recover from this tragedy. The shrinkflation hit me hard. And honestly, I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself now. It's a tragic occurrence. I probably will never recover. Yeah, Liz, go and get something to eat. Unbelievable. Don't be like me. Liz was actually judging me yesterday for not eating myself. Because yesterday Liz was asking me what I was having for lunch, and I told her nothing, because I don't usually eat on Fridays. I fast until Saturday morning. And she made it sound like I was a criminal about to undergo like a death penalty row or something. And now look who's... on whose foot the shoe now, huh? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Ah, someone save me! Someone, please, please help me. It's a hollow. It's attacking someone. Fair enough, Angel. Fair enough. What do you mean exposed? I shared that before. Look, I said it before that I eat once a day. And I always said that I don't eat on Friday. So in fact, I eat 6 times a week. And that wasn't even a secret. And I'm pretty sure nobody's surprised with Angel being sleep deprived. I mean, that man lives on a razor's edge. Sleep to him is merely a, you know, a suggestion rather than necessity. If Angel could function without sleep, he probably would, no matter the cost. And to be fair, I respect that. Because I wish as well. Because when you think about it, you sleep at least 33% of your life. If you sleep 8 hours a day, or in my case, it's more like 10%, because I sleep 2-3 hours a day, if I'm lucky. But it's still too much time. This is... Geez, still not fixed yet. Unbelievable. I told Kabayashi to fix it. Wait, there's something in the hole. What could it be? Oh, it's a Mr. Hollow. Listen, what do you mean a weirdo? Unbelievable. I'm just sharing my secrets to unlocking immortality, and that's the treatment I get. Unbelievable. I mean, to be fair, 48 hours is not that bad, Angel. Greg, you are my lawyer. You're supposed to defend my owner. How could you betray me like this? Unbelievable. Oh, well. Well, you see, Liz, just because everybody agrees doesn't mean it's true. You're all planning a coup on me, and I don't appreciate it. You see, when you finally decide to achieve enlightenment yourself, you're gonna come back here, and you're gonna think Lux was right all along. We do indeed need to eat once a day, and 6 days a week. But it's gonna be too late. The enlightenment's gonna pass. You gotta think about this moment and wish you should follow my advice. Greg, listen, Kine, Greg is not getting paid. That's the end of the statement. But, because I'm not paying him big bucks, doesn't mean he doesn't need to do his job. But there are always weird noises around here. No, don't tell me, it's a legendary secret organization. It is a time for Karakura heroes to show up. There's something off nearby. I'm not ashamed, Liz. In fact, I am proud. Because what is the point of being normal? Normal is boring. Being unusual, that's a key. Well, I told a story before where I stayed up for like more than 3 days, and to be honest, that's not the experience you want, because you just lose your mind essentially. Greg, I keep you low key. Come on, I can't expose my secrets. Fair enough, Liz. I'm pretty sure nobody in the chat does. Because let's be real, normal people don't spend their Saturday afternoon watching a weird British man play some video games. And then there's said British man playing video games on Saturday afternoon instead of going and socializing. That's not the kind of normal behavior we're talking here. Anyway. Okay, I think there's a couple more here. Actually, 3 more. Fair enough, Angel. Fair enough. Exactly, Liz. I'm holding you hostage. It is what it is. Greg coming out of the woodworks with that one. Something over there feels off. I keep saying something dangerous in that place. I've got super keen intuition. I can definitely sense spiritual pressure here. Well, let's cleanse it. Wow, that's quite a hollow right here. Jesus Christ, what would the tongue be doing? Because golly, that's one heck of a tongue. No, I know it's Radiohead. I know. I'm just kidding. Dub me up. Oh, golly. It has been a whole minute since I listened to Radiohead, to be honest. Did this man just dislocate his lower body and use it as a little spinning machine of doom? That's quite an ability. Well, they are touring. That's the thing. I don't remember the last time I've been to a concert of any kind. It has been years. And like, I don't know if it's just me, but like, I just feel really uncomfortable in like super crowded places like that. And that's probably my antisocial side speaking here, and my introverted nature. But I don't know, I have a hard time having like fun with a bunch of like random strangers around. I've been to concerts before and it was fun, it's just the act of actually going in there is what stops me sometimes. Is there a last concert? Did they retire? Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Oh, that's a shame, Greg. There will always have shallow dents showing up. Doesn't it look like something been crawling on it? Feels like something's there. Let's investigate. Ooh, that's quite Spider-Man. Spider-Man had a glow up by the looks of it. Grew a couple extra legs. Oh, that's kind of nice, Liz. I don't drink, Greg. That's the thing. Exactly. Do you think I want to go out there to socialize? Oh. Death Haven? That sounds familiar, but not... I don't quite recognize the name. Well, I didn't mean with like the broken heart part. I meant as in like actually singing with somebody else. That part is not so nice. Okay, and I think there's one more somewhere. Definitely something there. Let's investigate. Who's the last target? Ooh, that was quite unsettling. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of this guy. Oh, Disturbed is a big one. I grew up with Disturbed. I mean, you can't go wrong with good. Ooh, haha. I can't do it, but you know, you get the point. Like that scream is so iconic. It wasn't really a scream, I guess, but just a sound. Oh, love it. That's very sweet, Liz. I didn't commit fully, okay? I stopped halfway just because I felt embarrassed. My ooh, it's not quite there, you know? I sound like an old man about to have a heart attack. My voice is not quite ready for that kind of prowess. Alright, let's collect all of these. Ooh, that sounds really nice, Greg. As I said, I wish I had the design to go to these, because it sounds like a lot of fun, but the problem is, first of all, I don't really have a lot of metalheads as friends. Some of them are, but then it's like convincing them to go as well. It's just a lot of work. Absolutely no worries, Khan. It was a pleasure seeing you as always, and hopefully you have a good night. Listen, Liz, don't you be making fun of my ooh okay? That's the best interpretation you'll hear in your life. Anyway, let's go back to the trials. I did play it, and I mean the story was nice. I quite enjoyed it. It was quite interesting, to be honest. It wasn't like the best story ever, but it was quite heartwarming, I'd say. Fina's story was pretty nice. Sleep talking concert. I'm just gonna see you at least jamming out in the first row. Just banging your head like nobody's business. To be honest, I haven't listened to a lot of Sleep Talking. I just know that their songs are very peculiar, shall we say. that's quite a flex, Greg. Greg being everywhere, you know, the man, you show him a band, he's gonna be there, no matter what. They ain't stopping the little guy. Ooh, look at that bankai. I mean, that's fair. As I said, concerts sound like a bunch of fun. It's always a matter of me wanting to go to one. And, I don't know. When it comes to music, the way I listen is either when I play video games, or just sitting in a dark room, you know, reading some manhwa, and just jamming out to some, music in the background. Oh, interesting, Liz, so I guess it was a sign. Go there. Yeah, you know, they saw, we gotta do, Go Liz a solid. We gotta release an album on her birthday, you know? Make it a little bit more special for her. Ooh, look at that damage. A cool melee. Very nice. Okay, we completed 3. Let's go with Tossen's 1. Florida Man game. I know about Florida Man and, you know, they crazy stories, but what does Florida Man game entail? Is it like where you predict what Florida Man will do next time? Based on all the evidence presented in front of you? Good luck with that, Liz. Hopefully you get some sustenance. I see, so you're matching Florida Man's story to your birthday. Very nice. No worries, Angel. If you fall asleep, I won't think less of you. In fact, I'll probably think more of you. Because a good rest is probably what you need. Ooh, Greg is putting on his dad pants, you know? I would listen to Greg, Liz. I don't think he's joking. When you're planning on finishing, you mean, stream? Probably in about, I don't know, an hour, maybe 2. It depends on how I feel, really. For now, we're having a good time, you know? Ooh. Liz is doing a counter threat. Are you gonna take it, Greg? No worries, Angel. As I said, just go to bed. You know, get a good rest in you. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow anyway, and we can catch up then. Don't force yourself to stay up, because I don't want you to, you know, be a zombie next day, especially if you need to go to school. Well, yeah, have a good night. Okay, nice. There we go. It's all about who can threaten each other harder. As the one who has the last laugh, that's the ultimate winner. Now Greg is resorting to bargaining. The man is going through 7 stages of threats. I do agree with Greg, Liz. You gotta eat something, you know? Gotta get nice, big, and strong. And the way you do this is by consuming, rather, nice tasty nutrients. You want to be big and strong, don't you? Man, I kind of like Yaruchi's gameplay. She seems really fun. I didn't say anything, Liz. Why do you always have to assume that every time I say something, I'm talking about your height? I'm just saying you gotta grow big and strong. What's wrong with that? Golly, this woman. I mean, there's still room to grow, Liz. You never know. You might still hit your growth spurt. You might become the true giant that you always aspired to be. Like yours truly. Liz can't just accept defeat easily. She has to at least showcase her prowess before she accepts it. Her status of a true demon king is on the line, and she can't just allow it to be tarnished. It's all about the looks, Greg. The reputation doesn't come easy. The street cred that you obtain, you always gotta maintain. There's always other Demon King lurking, trying to find Liz's weakness, and she can't show it that easily. Her enemies are bountiful, and she always has to sleep with one eye open. That was a fair point, Greg. That is a fair point. I don't think you should because, you know, reputation is momentary, but the style is eternal. So as long as you live with style, that's all that matters. Fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. Just make sure that you do eat something. Because, you know, in a healthy body lives healthy mind. In order to achieve said healthy body, you gotta, you know, consume some nutrients, at least occasionally. I mean, tea is the greatest sustenance of them all, but you gotta get some solids as well. Okay, that's sorted. I think we have one more. There we go. I know, Greg, I know. The thing about this game is that I've been marked by the mark of the bold man. And that's the kind of curse that I will never escape in my lifetime. But that's just how life is sometimes. You know, you strive for greatness, you reach for the stars, and instead of getting the set stars, you grab the moon in the shape of a man's head. And that's just how it is. I mean, to be fair, I don't hate Ikaku as a character. It's just, he's been showing up so much lately that I feel like, you know, the universe is just telling me to main him, and I refuse. So maybe if I do main him, the universe will decide, you know what, he's been punished enough, and now he can play with other characters. Go. And to be honest, his bankai is relatively cool, I guess. It's just, I don't know. Exactly, Liz. And you wanna be a chiseled 6'7" Canadian lumberjack. Like I told you, pulling out trees by their roots. and using them as mere toothpicks. That's kind of man you want to be, Liz. And you know what true men eat? A good old Canadian breakfast. Nice sausages, bacon, eggs. I think some hash browns, maybe. Nice stack of pancakes, perhaps. And you just wash it down with some nice tea. Absolutely no worries, Greg. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. And I'll catch you later. Hopefully you feel a little bit better after a good night's rest. I know you haven't been particularly well lately. So hopefully a good rest will help you fix it up at least a little bit. There we go. I think Liz wants your company, Greg, more than anything. But no. I think you should rest as well, Greg, if you're not feeling well. Okay, I think we completed the trials of all the characters. Which is nice. Now, what do we need to do is... Okay, collected all of that. We reached level 17, very nice. Let's collect all this stuff. You are always useful, Greg. You are my lawyer and my guiding light in this dark universe, shall we say. And as such, I hope you have a good rest. Alright, you know what? I'll put the bald man on the picture just to remind myself of what I'm fighting against. Maybe he's gonna act like a little evil spirit's ward off. Alright. Let's do some of that challenge that I unlocked, because I don't really know what it is. This frenzy feast. Look, Ikaku is everywhere. He's literally in every single game mode, you know. He's here. This is another bald man. You know, that's two of them. There's another bald man. There's three of them. Is there any here? No any here. Okay, but that's one pass. I mean, let's see. There's a bald man right there. Is there any bald men here? No bald man there. That's okay, though. No bald man here. Beautiful, luscious hair everywhere. In sight. There's bald men here. I mean, bald men are everywhere. You can't look away. But that's okay. That's okay. Anyway, let's try this frenzy feast. I don't particularly know what it like does, to be honest, but I am intrigued. Is there any rewards? Okay, so for top 10% you get a title. Okay. I mean, I'll try it out, I guess. Let's see. Deadly Showdown, I guess. And let's do this one. Oh wait, hold up. The characters deployed here will be locked with a boss and cannot fight other bosses. Ah, so I need 2 teams. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so maybe there will be a reason for me to actually use a ball man. Because I need 2 teams. So I might as well level up my anime. And I guess I can use Ikaku for that. And as a third one, I don't really have. I guess I can use maybe Inoue. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, tomorrow we might be able to scrounge a little bit more of these soul tickets and do another 80 pulls and perhaps get a different character. Hopefully Byakuya or Urahara. But I guess let's try this. Byakuya fight with Ichigo this time. And then probably take more slash damage. Yeah, let's go with that. I think that should be okay. So there is actually a reason to build multiple teams. That's interesting. Because I didn't think that would be the case. Oh, come on, Byakuya. Don't know my wanna Shinderu me every time. Oh, is he unleashing his bankai now on me? Or rather Shikai, I guess. What happened, Liz? Did your kitchen endeavors went wrong? There we go. Fair enough, Liz, fair enough. I did consider I was talking to a wall for a second, but now that you reassured me, I guess I can rest in peace. I know I did, but I was referring to Byakuya being the beautiful son of gun that he is. Unleashing his brows upon me. Okay. So what is the highest one I can go? Level 50. Probably. Let me check the top 90%. Ooh, that's not good now, is it? I did realize that. It took me a second. Nani? I remember when I watched that, I just couldn't help myself but like just say Nani out of nowhere. You know, somebody would walk up to me and be like, Nani? What are you doing here? What is your purpose for such transgression? I was approaching. Okay, let's try this one, I guess. See how that goes. Alright, Byakuya, you beautiful son of a gun. I'm gonna take you down even if it's the last thing I do. And it might be the last thing I do if you take me down first, that is. Oh, come on, he caught me mid-attack? Unbelievable. This man is too good. Read my moves. Oh, where did he go? You son of a gun, Byakuya. How dare you dodge me like that? Decent damage. Oh no, he's unleashing his Shikai. Gotta be careful here. Oh no, I'm at 69 health. Such a sacred number. How could I die here? Again. There we go. Alright. That wasn't as good. Unfortunately. The timing score is kind of off. I did better in a lower difficulty. I can do better. Let me try again. I got a bit too overzealous. My own good. I got flustered in front of Byakuya. I can't allow myself to do such rookie mistakes. Oh, come on. Every time I switch to character, he catches me mid-flight. Well, it's not really a question of whether I can do it, it's whether I can do it well. As just doing it is not good enough. You gotta give 110% or nothing at all. Come on, Byakuya, stop doing that to me. Would that be enough, Byakuya, to take her down? There we go. That was clean. You see, and just like that, we beat our score. What did I tell you? All it took is a little bit of perseverance, a little grit, and we achieved a goal. Very nice. Okay, I'm not sure I can do the 6,000 one. That probably will be a bit tough. But I guess we can give it a shot. Oh, I see. So these scores are kind of amalgamate, essentially. So you basically can reach as high as you can, and then basically accumulate them all. So it's like 3, 4, rather 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, I guess. Interesting. Okay, let's try this one. I'm probably a little bit under leveled for this one, but you know, might as well give it a shot. I mean, I would recommend Yachuru, as I said. Or Unohana, rather. Because I said she kind of matches your vibe list, and I feel like you really enjoy cosplaying her, personally. Dodge. Let's see how much damage we can do. Wait, hold up. Did he catch me mid-bankai to unleash his own bankai? This son of a gun. Byakuya, you're playing dirty. As I said, my pick is Unohana, and then you can go on from there. Well, what is this? Okay, Byakuya leveled up. Ooh, I'm not sure we're gonna do this. It's gonna be a tough one. Not quite there. Not quite there. I know, that was actually pretty crazy, because I thought I would be able to deal some decent damage to him, but the man just unleashed his bankai out of nowhere and just went to town on me. And I didn't quite appreciate it, shall we say. Okay, let's peep our ranking. Which rank are we in? Oh, you get rewards based on your score as well. Man, I'm definitely not reaching these numbers. I have... Oh, I'm in top 50%. Let's go. What do I get? Not that much. Not that much, to be honest. In fact, not a lot. Man, how do these people reach... How does the gentleman get high score than... Ah, because he has a premium team, that's how. There's Byakuya Uruhara, meanwhile I'm here with Yachiru and Ishida like an absolute peasant. And how could I allow myself to do that? Ah. It is what it is. Sometimes a man without Byakuya is a sad man, but you know, gotta do what you gotta do in this life. Ooh, I got another 5 tickets. I'm not sad, Liz. I'm merely joking around. Don't worry. It is what it is. One of these days, Urahara will come, and so will Byakuya. And I did tell you already that I will be probably re-rolling for Toshiro next week. Because I'll tell you something. I'm a man of integrity, and when I say I'm gonna do something, I shall. And also, I just kind of want to have a second account anyway, just so we have a bit more to do in the game. Because the thing that I came across is after you complete all like story, which I'm realizing now, there's not much really to do unless events start popping up. So it's just gonna be a good old fun where we, you know, can spread our wings and enjoy different characters. And my plan probably will be to summon for every single character on those 2 accounts. And basically, if I do it this way, I would only need to summon once a month on each account, and I feel like that's a much better chance of getting every character, rather than, you know, just waiting for specific ones. I know, Liz. I know. I'm a re-rolling connoisseur. What can I say? I've been born to re-roll. You know, some people are born to create art, some people born to play sports, and I was born to re-roll. Anything and everything in sight. I just can't help myself. That's my passion, my life's goal, and my ultimate mission in life is to re-roll. And that's just how life is sometimes. Actually, quite like Rukia. I wish I had her because she seems actually quite nice. But unfortunately, didn't manage to get her so far. Shame, truly. Because I do quite like the idea of freezing my enemies. That seems kind of nice. Yeah, there we go. Just a few enemies, that's fine. Can definitely do that. Hi there, Nigel. Let's see. Hopefully doing well. I mean, Shikai Ichigo is pretty good, to be honest. I like Bankai only because of his speed, to be honest. And their ultimate is pretty nice. The giant nuke goes pretty hard. But Shikai Ichigo is nothing wrong with him. He is actually pretty fun as well. Okay, we're done that. We'll probably do that tomorrow. That's fine. Yeah, I played all of these. Can't quite do that one. Yes, a bit too challenging for now. No, this is in training, so can't really do that one for now. Actually, tomorrow I think we're gonna grind for some stamps as well, because I've seen this, not Trial Tower, rather Stamp Corridor. And this is basically where you get all the like cool stamps and whatnot. And I did notice that you can get limited ones like Ichigo's as well, so that's gonna be pretty nice if we do manage to pull it out. But the chances probably are pretty slim, and considering there's also 5 stars, we'll have to wait and see on that one. $75 for Bankai. That's a bit much, to be honest. I would much rather reroll at that point, because there's a lot of hype characters coming in the future, and you don't really want to, you know, shoot yourself in the foot by going for the first one a bit too much. But again, I guess if you're not into rerolling, that's respectable enough. Alright, I'm actually almost leveled up. Listen, it's not just about rerolling, it's about saving you time later down the line. Because rerolling, as fun as it is, it's not the main goal. It's merely means towards end. Because when you think about it, if you reroll and you get the character you want immediately within like first 10 pull, you're pretty much guaranteed to get yourself the next limited character instead of having to go for a pity to this one. You see, there's big brain thinking right here. Now, you might waste a lot of time and effort and ultimately get Kaku 5 times in a row, but you know what? It's the effort that counts. And I already accepted my fate of being cursed anyway, so I just live for you. Well, that's always the case, you know? It's like, unless you roll, you never know. You might get the new character in one temple, or you might not get them at all. That's the appeal of gacha games, shall we say. You never know what you're gonna get. Okay, level 34, nice. I think tomorrow we'll probably reach level 36. Which I think unlocks another story, so that's gonna be nice. Listen, I do enjoy it, but I'm just saying. That if you do reroll, you just get better luck that way. Because why gain luck when you can manufacture it, shall we say, and get it that way? I mean, rerolling does take a while, Nigel, to be honest. It's not like one and done type of process, but it's not super tedious, to be honest, because I did it for like solid, 20 hours or so last week. And to be fair, I go Ichigo maybe like 6-7 times. So when you think about it from math perspective, that's one Ichigo every 3 hours or so. And to be honest, that's not terrible. Considering the rate of getting SSR character is only like less than 1%, I think it's 0.8. Listen, I had plenty of Ichigos. I was just out there looking for Ichigo plus Urahara or Byakuya, okay? I could have stopped literally 2 hours after re-rolling if I only was looking for Ichigo. I was just a very special man on very special mission. You can reroll on your phone. What are you talking about? You literally go to Crunchyroll and you make an account like I did, and you just keep doing it. That's all it takes. I didn't lie to anyone. It's a fact, Liz. Just because you're not capable of rerolling, don't blame me for that. That's your own lack of ability. I showed you the ways, and it's up to you to take them. Alright, where do you need to go? They are working for me. I literally was using random emails. I don't know what to tell you, Liz. Listen, Liz, this sounds like a skill issue because I'll tell you something. I tried to make a new account today this morning just to see if it still works, and it does. So I don't know what you're doing wrong, but you're clearly doing something wrong. Are you just trying to log in without creating actually one? Well, that's because you're probably trying to log in instead of creating an account. You gotta actually click on create an account, Liz. I know, complicated matters, but I know you can do it. You see, Liz, your hubris got the best of you yet again. Yes, do go on, yes. What is your excuse, Liz? Come on, do tell, do tell. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. When you click on Crunchyroll, it's gonna drop you into login menu. And then you click, you scroll down and you say create a new account. Exactly, see, Nigel gets it. It's a complicated business list. Listen, Liz, I probably was responsible for making at least half of Crunchyroll accounts over the past 2 days. Last week. And if I could do it, so can you. I'm not saying you are, Liz. I'm saying you're a very smart lady. But you most likely just try to log in rather than create an account. I'm just saying, because invalid login usually means that you're trying to log in. I'm just saying. Come on, no need for self-deprecation, Liz. It's okay. It's okay. Look, Liz, I'm just saying, I believe you can do it. Okay, is there any other events maybe we should do? Because I don't really want to start any like new ones that I haven't even tried yet. Because I'm gonna leave some stuff for tomorrow, otherwise we're probably gonna be done in like 2 hours. So, we did this one. That one's done. This one's done. That one's done. So we did all the like little miscellaneous events. Except this one, but this one's not unlocked yet, so can't really do much about that. I think tomorrow we're probably gonna grind for Unknown Adventure, which is basically like Honkai Star Rail, one of those like dungeon crawlers where you unlock like different stages or whatnot, which should be kind of fun. We'll try that out, I think. And there's this one as well. You also get some pulls from it, which is nice. We're gonna grind Trial Tower, which is basically just like challenges that you scale up, and you get some pulls from them as well. And then I think tomorrow this is gonna be unlocked as well, so we'll try that out. And we maybe scale up a little bit more Frenzy Battle. And also I have a bunch of these Stamp Corridor keys, so we're gonna try to get more of stamps. And perhaps, if we get lucky, you know, we might get Ichigo one. But let's be real, the curse that I have on me, we're probably getting Ikaku's one. And this game is gonna make me become an Ikaku main. And you know what, that's just a life I'm gonna live from this point. The bald man will not leave me alone, and that's okay, you see right here. That's our destiny. I'm projecting for tomorrow, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Okay, claimed all this. This is fine. And also, I just noticed, actually, I didn't know this before, but there's actually an event calendar. So you can actually see what's coming every month. Which is kind of hype, because not a lot of games do that. And this is actually quite exciting, because most likely, you can probably see which characters are gonna arrive. So for example, when Toshiro comes, I assume there's gonna be next character that's gonna be here. And you basically will be able to see who's like gonna replace him afterwards. And that seems kind of nice. Like, obviously, unless you know what these events are, you probably have no idea. But it seems like there's gonna be, like, 2 events every week. And then, on the 4th week, I guess only 1, but still. Listen, Greg, just because all Hoya games do that doesn't mean it's good. This is much nicer because it actually gives you how much Spirit Jades you can own from it as well, which is nice. I want to know how much gambling resources I can get. Don't really have anything to put on him yet. I probably will level up Tosin as well, because I didn't know you need multiple teams yet. So I didn't kind of level up anyone else except the main one. And that's probably what I'm going to use for this daily showdown. And actually, I didn't know Mayuri was even in the game, because he's not a playable character. Well, that's interesting. We might be able to see a little peek into what the future character is going to be like. Alright. Oh, you can get actual Spirit Jades by doing these training events. Interesting. I mean, it's alright, Greg, don't you worry. I understand. Liz did everything you ask of, and now you're gonna leave her alone? Come on, Greg, is that the kind of man you are? Alright, I guess let's try this one again, because maybe I can squeak it out a little bit more. I'll try it one more time, and then if we can't do it, we might be around enough. I think Kenpachi would be a big one for me, because when that comes out, I will have to make choices. Because I know that Aizen's coming in the future, so I gotta prepare for him, so I gotta have at least 80 summons at any given point, because I'm not risking not getting him. That would be the greatest shame of my life if I do that. That. And Urahara just built different. I think Rake might have already... never mind. I was gonna say he might have departed into Leaden Node, but I guess not yet. Right, Mr. Urahara, I'm gonna go all out. And I'm gonna defeat you fair and square. let's see if that's enough to defeat this man. Oh, come on. That was so close. Still 0 stars. Oh well. I guess Urahara bested me this time. Well, I'll be back for my revenge sooner rather than later. Oh, you can actually play co-op in this game. I didn't know that. That's kind of nice. I guess let's try to challenge Yami, maybe. See what he feels like. Because I assume this is like a raid battle where you can challenge with other people. Just kind of want to see what he's all about. This is like Evolved Ikaku version. Bigger and bolder than ever. Oof, don't do that, Yami, come on. I know, Liz. The bold man can't stop following me around. I just like to wait until we meet Yamamoto. Oh. That's the leader of all bold men in the world. Golly, did the man just pick me up and throw me down? Like a ragdoll? Unbelievable, the disrespect I'm getting here. I know, Liz, I know. That's the only bold man I'll accept in my life. I mean, some men, you know, just can't help themselves but be bold and beautiful, and that's okay. That's okay, but I'd much rather get some fully head man that I want to get, like Urahara or Bianca, and not Ikaku. Well, that's just me, you know. I see, I see. Fair enough. Fair enough, I misunderstood and I do apologize. You gotta always be more clear when you're making such statements, Liz. Don't forget who you're dealing with. Ooh, Yami, you beautiful son of a gun. How dare you do me like that? Unbelievable. Wow. Imagine dying by being thrown against the ground by a big, beautiful bald man, I guess. That's one of the worst ways to go out. And we're lucky he's not unleashing his resurrection, because that would be quite a different experience. This man has 9,999 health bars and I only took down 12. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be here for quite some time. We do 500,000 damage though, which is pretty nice. I wonder if he has like health or something when he actually arrives and you basically get ranks based on how much damage you do. Well, the numb flashbacks came rolling in hard. Well, at least I am MVP, but considering I only did it by myself, this is not quite that much of a victory, I'd say. We did last 4 minutes though, you know? I think that's good enough for me. Alright, let's see. I think everything else we'll probably do tomorrow, because all of these other aspects don't really want to start now because it's probably going to take quite a while. Listen, Liz, I said what I said and I meant what I meant. I guess we can. You know what? Let's finish it up by trying to team up Urahara one time. See if this man will accept me. I'll join these guys. Hi there, gentlemen. Are we ready for some battle? Are we ready to unleash our bankais together? Let's go. And I think after that probably we'll be rounding up because it's already 11 o'clock. And I might as well call in early night. Gotta wake up early tomorrow. I think that sounded better in your head before you said it, Liz. But you know what? Touche, I guess. Alright, Mr. Urahara. I see you're a tough opponent. Ah, so am I. It's okay, the effort is what counts. It is what it is indeed. And let's finish up in style. Unless he has a second stage, that is. Okay, I am the MVP. I mean, what can you say to that, Greg? Besides, fair enough. I mean, if you find yourself in such a precarious situation of having a pickle up there, you know, I'm pretty sure you already made your life choices and you're just reaping what you saw. I'm pretty sure whenever Greg says, as they say, it's pretty much him saying that. As nobody else would even dare to attempt. Ah, I see you learning the wisdom of the ancients. From your progenitor. Very nice, Greg. Very nice. Fair, Greg. Fair. Alright, we get to ensure ourselves to Victory Town. Doesn't look like we got anything super exciting, unfortunately, but that's okay. Right, so we completed that. Guess we can only do twice a week. I think tomorrow... Actually, might be a cool preview of what Aizen is going to look like in when he actually comes out, because this is an Aizen boss fight. Because Urahara's boss fight is kind of like what his skill set is. So this will be a sneaky little preview, I assume, of what we're going to behold when this gentleman will grace us with his presence. I already can't speak. That's what happens when you've been streaming for, like, what, almost 7 hours? Well, actually, no. Well, 9 hours almost, jeez. Time perception lost all its meaning to me right now. I don't know where I am, who I am, or why am I here. What else can we clean into that, actually? How many pulls do we have? Just out of curiosity. So we got 33 pulls for stamps. Now, you see, the problem is I don't have any good characters to pull this for. So this is essentially useless for me right now. And we have 39. Well, Greg, one man's forgetfulness is another man's alignment, shall we say. We'll try to go for this tomorrow and see if we can get a new character as well. And hopefully it will be anybody else by Kaku. Yet I am not hopeful. Nah, Greg, we're gonna save it for tomorrow. We already did a 10 pull. In fact, 8 of them. And I got the bald man. And you know what? Today is clearly not my day. The bald man chasing me left, right, center, up and down. And I just can't allow myself to go through such unjust treatment. Fine, Greg, just because you ask, I'll do your 10 pull, but this is all you get. Okay, we're going fast. Hold up. Greg, listen, my man, let's shake up on it. Give me Urahara. Is this Urahara? Let's go! Let's freaking go! Greg, my boy, listen, you are my lawyer for life. I will never replace you, ever. In fact, you're my right-hand man from now on, and anything you say goes. Liz, you are dismissed. Greg is the only moderator now. This is quite a way to go out. We came in style. Greg, as I said, you're my main man. And, you know, this is a moment of the ages. As now I'm gonna get Byakue as a second character in here. Just look at this. I can feel it. We go Yachiro. Listen, Liz, you were my lucky charm, but then Greg showed up. I'm just kidding, Liz. You're not dismissed. You're not dismissed. Listen, Liz, you are hired back now that my excitement has dwindled over. You are hired back. Look. Liz, listen, come back. It's okay. I'm hiring you back and I'm paying you double. Your salary doubles because I'm in a good mood. So instead of 0, you're getting 0 with a little square at the top. You know? It's a very tempting offer, I know. Look at this beautiful man. So glorious. So alluring. So mysterious. Listen, you're not taking their brain cell anywhere, Liz. Don't you dare touch it. You leaving it where it belongs? Oh, I'm so happy now. She's taking the brain cells with her and she never looks back. Unbelievable. Now I can finally play the game with my boy. I'm so pleased. Listen, Greg, right now she can take it all. I'm too happy to regret my life choices right now. In fact, I'm extremely pleased. Now, all I need is to get enough resources to actually level up this man. And I think we'll be cooking. I don't have resources. I'm broke. I need to wait for stamina in order to unleash the full power of this man. Listen. When a man gets what he needs, he reveals his true colors. Listen, Liz. As I said, you hide back and I'll pay you triple. So 0 is 3 at the top. A very tempting offer, I know. Now listen, Liz, come back. You know you're not going anywhere because, in fact, every man needs both hands, both right and left. And while Greg is my right-hand man, you're my left-hand lady. And that's okay. Like, look at this gentleman and tell me you're gonna leave him alone. Tell me you're not gonna appreciate his eternal wisdom that he's gonna unleash upon you. We just did a temple of a century. Do you understand that, Liz? And you're gonna leave just like that? Come on. You know you want. You know you want to witness the glory that's gonna be right before us. In fact, I think putting Ikaku on my profile picture is actually reverse the curse. Now I'm getting all the luck, and all I need to do is to accept him and accept his beautiful boldness. Listen, pull up a chair. Let's have a chat. We achieved greatness today. We came, we saw, and we conquered. We set out for the grand journey of, becoming the true menace of Soul Society. There was somebody who probably saw me silently pull her arm that was like, this man's luck is too great. I'm not gonna be here. Witnessing such unbelievable prowess. Can't handle it. But listen, you were an integral part of this endeavor because Greg by himself is a great lucky charm that, he brings luck as much as he can, but you were the one that pulled it through in the end. And for that, I thank you. And as such, I think this is a good time as any to call it a day. There's only way down at this point. We achieve greatness. And I don't think we can quite top it at this point. And as a wise man once said, you gotta know when to attack and when to retreat. Well, that's probably because I'm doing the outro, Greg. People probably realizing that I'm finishing up, and like, okay, well, I'll bounce. I'm not here to listen to the British man blabber about retreats and whatnot. But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I hope you had fun. And tomorrow, we're gonna be back. I'm gonna try to stream a little bit earlier tomorrow, because we have a lot of things to accomplish, a lot of things to witness. So I'll probably be back at about 1 o'clock tomorrow, UK time. If not, maybe a little bit later, because I do have some stuff to do tomorrow. So it might be a little bit tricky in that regard, because I asked Greg to make a schedule before I realized what I needed to do. So it might be a little bit later, but I'll try to make it for 1 o'clock. Anyway, I hope everybody had fun. We have a lot of things to do tomorrow in this game, and tomorrow we're gonna do more 10 pulls, and I'm not pulling in this game at all unless Greg is here from now on. He's my lucky charm, and basically whenever Greg tells me to do a 10 pull... No, it's fine, Greg. Keep it at 1 o'clock for now. And basically, whenever Greg tells me to do a 10 pull, I'll unconditionally do it from now on. I'm not gonna even question it. Because Greg clearly knows something I don't. And perhaps the reason why I got the bald man was because Greg wasn't here. Nah, it's okay, Greg. I know you're kidding. There's only so much luck you can get. Listen, Liz. We gotta make a truce. I appreciate you being here. You were an integral part of this success. And as such, I thank you for all your efforts. And I'll be seeing you tomorrow at 1 o'clock square. Because I know you're coming. Because that's the kind of lady you are. You always follow up on your promises. And with that being said, I think I'll depart myself. My brain is slowly but surely shutting down by the second. And I think we had a little bit too much excitement. That little scream that I did when we pulled Urahara probably popped my last brain cell. And now I'm slowly but surely shutting down. As such, guys, hopefully you have a good night or evening, depending on where you are. And I'll see you all tomorrow. And with that, I thank you all for joining me. Especially you, Greg, and especially you, Liz. I appreciate you both, and thanks for coming over, Nigel. Until then, have a good one, everyone. And bye-bye.